Contents. Introduction. 1. Monopolies and mergers, predictions and promises. 2. Competition and decentralization, the failure to rationalize industry. 3. Theodore Roosevelt and the foundations of political capitalism, 1901 to 1904. 4. Roosevelt as reformer, 1904 to 1906. 5. Roosevelt and big business, 1906 to 1908. 6. The failure of finance capitalism, 1890 to 1908. 7. The ordeal of William Howard Taft, 1909 to 1911. 8. The politics of 1912. 9. Woodrow Wilson and the triumph of political capitalism, banking. 10. The triumph of political capitalism, the Federal Trade Commission and trust legislation. Conclusion, the lost democracy. Notes. Index. Introduction. This is a book that is motivated by a concern with the seemingly non-academic question of what might have been. All men speculate or dream as they choose, but the value of the speculation depends on the questions asked and on the way they are answered. Speculation of the type prompting this volume has its value only if it leads to the re-examination of what really happened in the past. The political or economic history of a single nation, especially during a specific, critical period which has a determining influence on the decades that follow, should be examined with provocative questions in mind. And there is no more provocative question than, could the American political experience in the 20th century, and the nature of our economic institutions, have been radically different? Every society has its pang-loss who will reply in the negative. But to suggest that such a reply is mere apologetics would be a fruitless, inaccurate oversimplification. Predominantly, the great political and sociological theorists of this century have pessimistically described and predicted an inexorable trend toward centralization, conformity, bureaucracy, toward a variety of totalitarianism, and yet they have frequently been personally repelled by such a future. Unless one believes in an invisible, transcendent destiny in American history, the study of men and institutions becomes the prerequisite for discovering how one's question should be answered. The nature of the questions in this study demands that history be more than a reinterpretation of what is already known, in large part because what is known is insufficient, but also because histories of America from the turn of the century onwards have all too frequently been obsessed by effects rather than causes. Theories and generalizations based on such an approach have ignored concrete actions and intentions, and for this reason the study of consequences and effects has also been deficient. Assuming that the burden of proof is ultimately on the writer, I contend that the period from approximately 1900 until the United States intervention in the war, labeled the Progressive Era by virtually all historians, was really an era of conservatism. Moreover, the triumph of conservatism that I will describe in detail throughout this book was the result not of any impersonal, mechanistic necessity but of the conscious needs and decisions of specific men and institutions. There were any number of options involving government and economics abstractly available to national political leaders during the period 1900 to 1916, and in virtually every case they chose those solutions to problems advocated by the representatives of concerned business and financial interests. Such proposals were usually motivated by the needs of the interested businesses, and political intervention into the economy was frequently merely a response to the demands of particular businessmen. In brief, conservative solutions to the emerging problems of an industrial society were almost uniformly applied. The result was a conservative triumph in the sense that there was an effort to preserve the basic social and economic relations essential to a capitalist society, an effort that was frequently consciously as well as functionally conservative. I use the attempt to preserve existing power and social relationships as the criterion for conservatism because none other has any practical meaning. Only if we mechanistically assume that government intervention in the economy, and a departure from orthodox laissez-faire, automatically benefits the general welfare can we say that government economic regulation by its very nature is also progressive in the common meaning of that term. Each measure must be investigated for its intentions and consequences in altering the existing power arrangements, a task historians have largely neglected. I shall state my basic proposition as baldly as possible so that my essential theme can be kept in mind, and reservations and intricacies will be developed in the course of the book. For the sake of communication I will use the term progressive and progressivism, but not, as have most historians, in their common sense meanings. Progressivism was initially a movement for the political rationalization of business and industrial conditions, a movement that operated on the assumption that the general welfare of the community could be best served by satisfying the concrete needs of business. But the regulation itself was invariably controlled by leaders of the regulated industry, and directed toward ends they deemed acceptable or desirable. In part this came about because the regulatory movements were usually initiated by the dominant businesses to be regulated, but it also resulted from the nearly universal belief among political leaders in the basic justice of private property relations as they essentially existed, a belief that set the ultimate limits on the leaders' possible actions. It is business control over politics, and by business I mean the major economic interests, rather than political regulation of the economy, that is the significant phenomenon of the progressive era. Such domination was direct and indirect, but significant only insofar as it provided means for achieving a greater end: political capitalism. Political capitalism is the utilization of political outlets to attain conditions of stability, predictability, and security to attain rationalization in the economy. Stability is the elimination of internecine competition and erratic fluctuations in the economy. Predictability is the ability, on the basis of politically stabilized and secured means, to plan future economic action on the basis of fairly calculable expectations. By security I mean protection from the political attacks latent in any formally democratic political structure. I do not give to rationalization its frequent definition as the improvement of efficiency, output, or internal organization of a company. I mean by the term, rather, the organization of the economy and the larger political and social spheres in a manner that will allow corporations to function in a predictable and secure environment, permitting reasonable profits over the long run. My contention in this volume is not that all of these objectives were attained by World War I, but that important and significant legislative steps in these directions were taken, and that these steps include most of the distinctive legislative measures of what has commonly been called the progressive period. Political capitalism, as I have defined it, was a term unheard of in the progressive period. Big business did not always have a coherent theory of economic goals and their relationship to immediate actions, although certain individuals did think through explicit ideas in this connection. The advocacy of specific measures was frequently opportunistic, but many individuals with similar interests tended to prescribe roughly the same solution to each concrete problem, and to operationally construct an economic program. It was never a question of regulation or no regulation, of state control or laissez-faire. There were, rather, the questions of what kind of regulation and by whom. The fundamental proposition that political solutions were to be applied freely, if not for some other industry's problems then at least for one's own, was never seriously questioned in practice. My focus is on the dominant trends, and on the assumptions behind these trends as to the desirable distribution of power and the type of social relations one wished to create or preserve. And I am concerned with the implementation and administration of a political capitalism, and with the political and economic context in which it flourished. Why did economic interests require and demand political intervention by the federal government and a reincarnation of the Hamiltonian unity of politics and economics? In part the answer is that the federal government was always involved in the economy in various crucial ways, and that laissez-faire never existed in an economy where local and federal governments financed the construction of a significant part of the railroad system, and provided lucrative means of obtaining fortunes. This has been known to historians for decades, and need not be belabored. But the significant reason for many businessmen welcoming and working to increase federal intervention into their affairs has been virtually ignored by historians and economists. This oversight was due to the illusion that American industry was centralized and monopolized to such an extent that it could rationalize the activity in its various branches voluntarily. Quite the opposite was true. Despite the large number of mergers, and the growth in the absolute size of many corporations, The dominant tendency in the American economy at the beginning of the century was toward growing competition. Competition was unacceptable to many key business and financial interests, and the merger movement was to a large extent a reflection of voluntary, unsuccessful business efforts to bring irresistible competitive trends under control. Although profit was always a consideration, rationalization of the market was frequently a necessary prerequisite for maintaining long-term profits. As new competitors sprang up, and as economic power was diffused throughout an expanding nation, it became apparent to many important businessmen that only the national government could rationalize the economy. Although specific conditions varied from industry to industry, internal problems that could be solved only by political means were the common denominator in those industries whose leaders advocated greater federal regulation. Ironically, contrary to the consensus of historians, it was not the existence of monopoly that caused the federal government to intervene in the economy, but the lack of it. There are really two methods, both valid, of examining the political control of the economy during the period 1900 to 1916. One way would be to examine the effects of legislation insofar as it aided or hurt industries irrespective of those industries' attitude toward a measure when it was first proposed. The other approach is to examine the extent to which business advocated some measure before it was enacted, and the nature of the final law. Both procedures will be used in this study. The second is the more significant, however, since it points up the needs and nature of the economy, and focuses more clearly on the disparity between the conventional interpretation of progressivism and the informal realities. Moreover, it illustrates the fact that many key businessmen articulated a conscious policy favoring the intervention of the national government into the economy. Because of such a policy, there was a consensus on key legislation regulating business that has been overlooked by historians. Important businessmen did not, on the whole, regard politics as a necessary evil, but as an important part of their larger position in society. Because of their positive theory of the state, key business elements managed to define the basic form and content of the major federal legislation that was enacted. They provided direction to existing opinion for regulation, but in a number of crucial cases they were the first to initiate that sentiment. They were able to define such sentiment because, in the last analysis, the major political leaders of the progressive era, Roosevelt, Taft, and Wilson, were sufficiently conservative to respond to their initiatives. Although the main view in the business community was for a rationalization of the conditions of the economy through political means, advocates of such intervention, the J.P. Morgan interests being the most notable, were occasionally prepared to exploit the government in an irregular manner that was advantageous as well. The desire for a larger industrial stability did not exclude an occasional foray into government property, or the utilization of the government to sanction a business arrangement of questionable legality. Such side actions, however, did not alter the basic pattern. In addition, business advocacy of federal regulation was motivated by more than a desire to stabilize industries that had moved beyond state boundaries. The needs of the economy were such, of course, as to demand federal as opposed to random state economic regulation. But a crucial factor was the bulwark which essentially conservative national regulation provided against state regulations that were either haphazard or, what is more important, far more responsible to more radical, genuinely progressive local communities. National progressivism, then, becomes the defense of business against the democratic ferment that was nascent in the states. Federal economic regulation took two crucial forms. The first was a series of informal détentes and agreements between various businesses and the federal government, a means especially favored by Theodore Roosevelt. The second and more significant approach was outright regulation and the creation of administrative commissions intended to maintain continuous supervision over phases of the economy. We shall examine both forms from the viewpoint of their origins, intent, and consequences. We shall examine, too, a number of movements for regulation that failed to find legislative fulfillment of any sort but that provide insight into the problems and needs of the economy in the progressive era. If business did not always obtain its legislative ends in the precise shape it wanted them, its goals and means were nevertheless clear. In the long run, key business leaders realized, They had no vested interest in a chaotic industry and economy in which not only their profits but their very existence might be challenged. The questions of whether industrialism imposes narrow limits on the economic and political organization of a society, or on the freedom of men to alter the status quo in some decisive way, have been relatively settled ones for the large majority of social scientists. Max Weber, perhaps more than any social theorist of the past century, articulated a comprehensive framework which has profoundly influenced Western social science to answer such questions in the positive. The bureaucratic nature of the modern state and of modern industry, to Weber, restricted all possibilities for changing the basic structure of modern society. The tendency toward centralization in politics and industry, toward a mechanical impersonality designed to maximize efficiency, seemed to Weber to be the dominant theme in Western society, and the Weberian analysis has sunk deep roots into academic discussions of the problem. The systematic economics of Karl Marx as opposed to that of Marxists also sustained the argument that the basic trend in capitalist development was toward the centralization of industry. Indeed, such centralization was an indispensable aspect of Western industrialism, and could not be circumvented. Both Marx and Weber, one an opponent of capitalism and the other indifferent to it, suggested that industrialism and capitalism, as they saw both develop, were part of the unalterable march of history. The relevance of the American experience to the systematic theories of both Weber and Marx will be explored in greater detail in the conclusion, my argument being that neither of the two men, for all their sensitivity and insight, offered much that is of value to understanding the development of capitalism and industrialism in the United States. Indeed, the American experience, I shall try to contend, offers much to disprove the formal theories of probably the two greatest social theorists of the past century. It is perhaps unfair to Marx, who based his case on the conditions existing in England and Western Europe in the mid-19th century, to burden him with American history at the beginning of the 20th, but he was not terribly modest about its applicability, and any respectable theory should have the predictive value its author ascribes to it. Weber, on the other hand, frequently stated that the United States was the prime example of modern capitalism in the 20th century, if not the best proof of his theory. American historians, with some notable exceptions, have tended, without relying on comprehensive theoretical systems of the Weberian or Marxist variety, also to regard the development of the economy as largely an impersonal, inevitable phenomenon. All too frequently they have assumed that concentration and the elimination of competition, business giantism or monopoly was the dominant tendency in the economy. The relationship between the growth of new competition and new centers of economic power and the legislative enactments of the progressive era has been virtually ignored. On the contrary, federal legislation to most historians has appeared to be a reaction against the power of the giant monopoly, or a negative response to the very process of industrialism itself by a threatened middle class being uprooted from its secure world by corporate capitalism. A centralized economy, historians have asserted, required a centralized federal power to prevent it from damaging the public interest, and the conventional political image of the progressive era is of the federal government as a neutral, if not humane, shield between the public and the Morgans, Rockefellers, and Harrimans. Progressivism has been portrayed as essentially a middle-class defense against the status pretensions of the new industrialists, a defense of human values against acquisitive habits, a reassertion of the older tradition of rural individualism. Recent historians have, for the most part, assumed monopoly was an economic reality concomitant with maximum efficiency even where, as I shall show, it was little more than a political slogan. For it is one thing to say that there was a growth of vast accumulations of corporate power, quite another to claim that there existed a largely monopolistic control over the various economic sectors. Power may be concentrated, as it was, but the extent of that concentration is crucial. Historians of the period have too often confused the power of corporate concentration with total monopoly. The distinction is not merely important to American economic history, it is vital for the understanding of the political history of the period. and to the extent that historians have accepted the consensus among contemporaries as to the inevitable growth of monopoly at the turn of the century, they have failed to appreciate the dynamic interrelationship between politics and economics in the progressive era. I shall be accused of oversimplifying what historians have written about the progressive era, and with some justice. But I believe it can be stated that although there are important and significant monographic works or histories of specific phases of progressivism which provide evidence to disprove aspects of such a comprehensive interpretation, no other theory of the nature of the progressive era has, in fact, yet been offered. And even most of the critical historians have accepted the traditional view of progressivism as a whole. No synthesis of the specific studies disproving what is, for better or worse, the conventionally accepted interpretation among historians of the progressive period has been attempted. Nor has there really been a serious effort to re-examine the structural conditions and problems of the economy during the period and to relate them to the political and especially the detailed legislative history of the era. And it is here, more than any other place, that a new synthesis and a new interpretation is required. Yet the exceptional historical works that have raised doubts about specific phases of the larger image of progressivism are suggestive in that they indicate that the time for reinterpreting the progressive era and the nature, character, and purpose of progressivism is opportune. The work of the Handlins, Lewis Hartz, and Carter Goodrich, to name only a few, in showing the dependence of business on politics for government aid and support until the Civil War suggests that the unity of business and politics was still a relatively fresh memory by the end of the 19th century. Sidney Fine has pointed out how many businessmen treated laissez-faire and social Darwinian doctrine gingerly when it was to their interest to have the government aid them. William Miller has shown that the background and origins, and hence the status, of the triumphant industrialists was respectable and at least well-to-do, implicitly raising questions about the status conflict between the allegedly old elite and the new. John Morton Bloom has expressed doubts as to the radicalism of Theodore Roosevelt, whom he has portrayed as a progressive conservative, but ultimately a conservative. And, perhaps more than anyone else, Arthur S. Link has critically dissected the history of the Wilson administration in a manner that forces the historian to doubt whether the conventional usage of the term progressive really describes the new freedom. Although other monographs and studies can be cited, there are still too many loose ends in the traditional view of the progressive period, and no synthesis. More important, there has been no effort to study the entire period as an integrated whole. The very best work, such as Link's, deals with presidential periods, but the movements for legislative enactments ran through nearly all the administrations, and can only be really understood in that context. For without such a comprehensive view, the origins and motives behind the legislative components of the progressive period cannot be fully comprehended, assuming that there is some correlation between intentions or purposes and results. And although historians have increasingly been puzzled by the growing incompatibility of the specific studies with the larger interpretation, they have not been able to reconcile or explain the disparities. The progressive era has been treated as a series of episodes, unrelated to one another in some integrated manner, with growing enigmas as the quantity of new research into the period increases. The Progressive Party was one incident, the Food and Drug Act another, the conservation movement yet one more event. In this study I shall attempt to treat the progressive era as an interrelated and, I hope, explicable whole, set in the context of the nature and tendencies of the economy. Ultimately, the analysis that follows is of interest only if it throws light on the broader theoretical issues concerning the extent to which a larger industrial necessity imposed limits on the political structure, and the manner in which politics shaped the economic system. Chapter 1. Monopolies and Mergers, Predictions and Promises. Not merely present-day historians but also contemporary observers of the growth of big business were virtually unanimous in believing that the concentration of economic power and the growth of monopoly and the trust was an inevitable result of the modern capitalist and industrial process. This unanimity was shared not only by the conventional celebrators of the status quo, the businessmen, conservative journalists, and intellectuals, but also by the critics of capitalism. Indeed, at the turn of the 20th century a belief in the necessity, if not the desirability, of big business was one of the nearly universal tenets of American thought. It is to be expected, of course, that the large majority of the important businessmen who contemplated and wrote about the growth of big business were ideologically receptive to a rationale of it. The similarity of economic values held by both small and big businessmen was sufficiently great to undermine the serious possibility of the sort of social analysis capable of challenging the big businessman's belief in the necessity and desirability of the economic world as he saw it evolving. This agreement on fundamentals, needless to say, has never meant there could not be very substantial disagreement among businessmen on particular issues of specific importance to one type of industry, or to a business of a certain size. But the signal fact of American business history is the consensus among businessmen, of varying degrees of importance and in different industries, that the capitalist system is worth maintaining in one form or another. This has resulted in a general attitude that has not necessarily been opposed to decisive innovation in the economic sphere, but which has opposed radical economic programs that might, in the process of altering the concentration of economic power, also undermine the stability, if not the very existence, of the status quo. If the small businessman has at times joined anti-monopoly crusades, the least that can be said is that he has never pursued his beliefs to the point where his own stake in the existing economic order has been endangered. But, even granting the belief of so many historians in the existence of small businessmen who have challenged the supremacy of the great business enterprises, the evidence indicates that the vast majority accepted the inevitability of the monopoly movement in the economy even if they believed it undesirable. The prevalent non-academic analysis at the turn of the century was that the cold, hard facts of industrial life and technology favored the growth of big business, and that little could be done to change the limitations these facts placed on political programs for economic change. Such assumptions, based on a few years' experience with the merger movement, were as much wish fulfillment as descriptions of reality. By 1907 many big businessmen were aware that their world was more complicated, and their utterances were increasingly to become celebrations of a situation they hoped to attain rather than of the world they actually lived in. The inevitable monopoly. Important businessmen and their lawyers in the first years of the century were convinced that big business was necessary, inevitable, and desirable as a prerequisite to rationally organizing economic life. And the destructiveness of competition and the alleged technical superiority of consolidated firms were the catalytic agents of change which made industrial cooperation and concentration a part of the march of civilization, as S.C.T. Dodd, Standard Oil's lawyer, phrased it. Although there was a formal commitment to varieties of laissez-faire economic theory in most of the academic world, big businessmen developed their own functional doctrine very much opposed to competition as either a desirable mechanism or as a goal. The trust, wrote James J. Hill in 1901, came into being as the result of an effort to obviate ruinous competition. Competition is industrial war, wrote James Logan, manager of the U.S. Envelope Company in the same year. Ignorant, unrestricted competition, carried to its logical conclusion, means death to some of the combatants and injury for all. Even the victor does not soon recover from the wounds received in the conflict. 1. The instinct of survival made combination inevitable, for combination was caused primarily by the desire to obviate the effects of competition, or at least this was the dominant contemporary view of the matter. 2. At the same time, combinations were the logical outcome of technological considerations, according to big business opinion. The larger the output the smaller the cost of production, suggested Charles M. Schwab of United States Steel, and this meant lower supervision costs, better goods, and lower prices. The validity of the notion that corporate consolidation leads to industrial efficiency will be examined later. But a belief in this proposition was shared by virtually all of the important businessmen who wrote or commented on the matter in the pre-World War I period, and it is this belief which became the operational basis of their actions. Buttressed by this conviction, men such as Schwab, Albert H. Gary, John D. Rockefeller, and John D. Archbold were certain that their economic behavior was inevitably preordained. This synthesis of the doctrines of the efficiency of consolidations and the destructiveness of competition is echoed again and again in the later part of this period. Even when the big business community developed an involved and often shifting set of political goals, it never ceased to view itself as making the technologically efficient and inevitable response to the evils of unrestricted competition. Unrestricted competition had been tried out to a conclusion, an American tobacco company executive wrote in 1912, with the result that the industrial fabric of the nation was confronted with an almost tragic condition of impending bankruptcy. Unrestricted competition had proven a deceptive mirage, and its victims were struggling on every hand to find some means of escape from the perils of their environment. In this trying situation, it was perfectly natural that the idea of rational cooperation in lieu of cutthroat competition should suggest itself. 3. At least a decade before his younger brothers embarked on that gray, pessimistic intellectual discourse which now has a classic place in American intellectual history, Charles Francis Adams, Jr., president of the Union Pacific Railroad from 1884 to 1890, was announcing that the principle of consolidation is a necessity, a natural law of growth. You may not like it, you will have to reconcile yourselves to it. The modern world does its work through vast aggregations of men and capital. This is a sort of latter-day manifest destiny. Periods of intense competition were perpetually followed by combinations and monopolies, according to Adams. The law is invariable. It knows no exceptions. But, ignoring the fact that the essence of Brooks and Henry Adams' generalizations on the role of the corporation in modern me can be found expressed with great clarity in the earlier writings of their older brother, what is significant is that the widespread belief among important businessmen in the inevitability, if not the desirability, of the concentration of economic power was shared by most contemporary intellectuals and journalists. And although many intellectuals and journalists were critical of the functions or even the nature of the massive corporation, most, like Charles Francis Adams, Jr., resigned themselves to their necessity and shared the consensus on the character and future of the American economy. Academic economists of the historical school were less concerned about the classical preoccupation with the nature and conditions of competition than they were with fostering a positive attitude toward minimal government regulation of the economy. It was this tacit acceptance of a theory directed toward redressing the existing balance of social and economic power via political means that meant that, on an analytical basis at least, the probably most sophisticated group of American economic thinkers accepted the same fundamental premises on the nature of the industrial structure as most major businessmen. The variations on the businessman's essential theme are as diverse as academic minds are subtle, but a clear pattern can be distinguished. Richard T. Ely, for example, maintained that large-scale business was inevitable, but that, save for certain types of services, monopolies in the pure sense were not preordained. The burden of his writing was concerned with the desirability of government regulation of artificial monopolies that had sprung up rather than with regulation as a means for restoring purely competitive conditions. Henry C. Adams, one of the founders of the American Economic Association, saw in monopoly, which was natural only in railroads, the possibility of cheapness and efficiency, and was attracted by its advantages provided it was controlled by minimal government regulations. By and large, historical economists such as E. Benjamin Andrews, Arthur T. Hadley, Edwin R. A. Seligman, and Simon N. Patton were ready to accept, with little empirical analysis, the existence of a trend toward monopoly as a starting point on which to provide proof of their theories on the desirable relation of economics to government. And virtually all assumed that, whether monopolistic or not, combined capital avoided the waste of small-scale production. It is to be expected, of course, that the movement toward corporate concentration had less sophisticated supporters in the academic world as well. S. A. Martin, president of Wilson College, told the Civic Federation of Chicago's Trust Conference in September, 1899, "Trusts are here and here to stay as the result of the inevitable laws of industrial development." 5 less detached defenses of the alleged monopoly movement were as common as big business interest in cultivating a rationale for its existence. George Gunton, popular economist who spent a number of his years as editor of Gunton's magazine while on an annual retainer of $15,000 from Standard Oil of New Jersey, defended the necessity and desirability of big business. John Moody, whose data-gathering service probably gave him more factual insights into the workings of business than any of his contemporaries, was convinced that the modern trust is the natural outcome or evolution of societary conditions and ethical standards which are recognized and established among men today as being necessary elements in the development of civilization. 6. But even among the critics of business there was a general acceptance of the inevitability, and often the ultimate desirability of the trust. Ray Stannard Baker and John B. Walker, for example, thought monopoly to be progressive. Hardboiled Lincoln Steffens, who maintained that business was the source of political corruption, was nevertheless convinced that business concentration was inevitable. Only a small minority of the muckrakers were concerned with the causes rather than the consequences of the alleged business debauching of politics, and most of them assumed that there were always certain constants in American society, among which were the trusts. It is ironic that the greatest celebrators of the alleged trend toward corporate monopolies could be found among that element in American politics with attitudes sufficiently critical of the status quo to suggest programmatic alternatives to the growth of monopoly: the socialists. After the demise of the populist movement, only the socialists were in a position to explicitly reject a policy of economic change limited, as in the case of the advocates of laissez-faire, by a conservative fear of undermining the fundamental institution of private control of the economy in the process of attempting to restore competition. But American socialists were Marxists, and Frederick Engels, with characteristic sharpness, had made it clear that the progressive evolution of production and exchange nevertheless brings us with necessity to the present capitalist mode of production, to the monopolization of the means of production and the means of subsistence in the hands of the one, numerically small, class. Thus armed, American socialists shared the general belief in the inevitability of corporate concentration and monopoly, even after key business leaders began realizing it no longer fitted the facts. One cannot but acknowledge the natural development of the successive steps of the Standard Oil monopoly. The Social Democratic Party's campaign book of 1900 declared, "No better way could be invented by which the natural resources may be made available for the world's need. The lesson of the trust, how to secure the greatest satisfaction for the least expenditure of human energy, is too good to be lost." W. J. Gant, a socialist writer, saw an irresistible movement now almost at its culmination toward great combinations in specific trades. And these combinations would dictate the terms of existence for the small business permitted to survive. Even Henry Demarest Lloyd, who was not a Marxist but eventually joined the Socialist Party, gave up his vagueness on the possible alternatives to monopoly expressed in Wealth Against Commonwealth and concluded centralization was one of the tendencies of the age. But the resignation of the socialists to inevitable monopoly was not merely a passive commitment to an article of faith. It stimulated many of them to a personal admiration of big businessmen unequaled by most paid eulogists. Indeed, big businessmen were the vehicles of progress and the guarantors of socialism, and worth defending from personal attacks for the parts they played in an impersonal industrial process. For the socialists are not making the revolution, the Worker declared in April, 1901. It would be nearer the truth to say that Morgan and Rockefeller are making it. When Ida Tarbell's History of Standard Oil appeared, Gaylord Wilshire, publisher of the mass circulation socialist Wilshire's magazine, criticized her for not being more sympathetic to Rockefeller as an individual. The system was predestined and Mr. Rockefeller was forced by unavoidable circumstances to pursue his path of consolidation. The fault exists not in the individual but in the system. When J.P. Morgan died in 1914, the socialist Call wrote, "If Morgan is remembered at all, it will be for the part he played in making its socialism possible and assisting, though unconsciously, in its realization." 7. Although crucial aspects of the intellectual consensus on the role of big business in the American economy were challenged now and again, and a Louis Brandeis might question the necessary relationship between size and efficiency, or an Edward Dana Durand could suggest that monopoly was not inevitable and competition was somehow attainable, the significant fact is the pervasiveness of the proposition that economic concentration, if not monopoly, is inevitable and is the price to be paid for. Maximum industrial efficiency. Mergers and promoters. At the turn of the century, the vast majority of the businessmen who defended monopoly and corporate concentration believed in it as a goal, and often strove to attain it, but their beliefs were based on a very limited experience which they thought would extend into the future. Monopoly, however, was the exceptional and not the routine characteristic of most industries, and the use of the term monopoly or trust by defenders of the status quo was based more on wish fulfillment than on economic reality. By trust I mean effective control of an industry by one firm or a working alliance of firms. Contemporary usage of the term usually equated it with mere large size or concentration, without any specific reference to the extent of market control but with the implicit assumption that large size could be equated with control. Many big businessmen, such as Albert H. Gary, knew that monopoly and the total concentration of economic power did not exist even as they defended it as inevitable. What they were defending was concentration and their monopolistic aspirations that never materialized despite their enthusiastic efforts. These key businessmen believed concentration and combination led to efficiency and lower costs, and therefore worked for them energetically. And although we might find this inconsistency natural among the militantly unreflective, it can be suggested that what these men were defending was the status quo, their past actions and consolidation, their future actions and, hopefully, industrial domination. Point 8. Certainly it can be said that there was a revolution in the American business structure from about 1897 on, a revolution caused by the sudden rise of a merger movement and the capitalization of new combinations on an unprecedented scale. But the revolution was abortive, whereas the intellectual conclusions based upon it were projected into the future and survived long after the revolution's death. Indeed, the preoccupation with monopoly, which seemed imminent at the turn of the century, led to general intellectual confusion as to the important distinction between monopoly and concentration, and this confusion has seriously interfered with subsequent efforts for a proper understanding of the nature of the American economy and politics in the progressive era. In 1895 only 43 firms disappeared as a result of mergers, and merger capitalizations were $41 million. In 1898, 303 firms disappeared, and merger capitalization was $651 million, and in 1899 the peak was reached when 1,208 firms disappeared as a result of mergers, and merger capitalization soared to $2,263 million. In 1900 the movement declined precipitously to 340 firm disappearances, and a capitalization of $442 million, and in 1901 the last great merger movement, largely centered about the formation of United States Steel, occurred when 423 firms disappeared, and capitalization amounted to $2,053 million. But the merger movement declined sharply after 1901, despite the permanent impact it had on the modern American intellectual tradition. During 1895 to 1904 there was an annual average firm disappearance of 301 companies and a total annual average capitalization of $691 million. During 1905 to 1914 an average of only 100 firms disappeared each year, and average capitalization was $221 million. More important, from 1895 to 1920 only 8 industries accounted for 77% of the merger capitalizations and 68% of the net firm disappearances. In effect, the merger movement was largely restricted to a minority of the dominant American industries, and that for only a few years. The merger movement was caused primarily by the growth of a capital market for industrial stocks after the return of economic prosperity in late 1897. The railroad industry, which was the main preoccupation of European investors who had plunged $3.0 billion into the United States by 1890, was overexpanded and unprofitable. Capital invested in manufacturing increased 121% from 1880 to 1890, and despite the depression of 1893 to 1897 increased 51% over the next decade. In this context of shifting economic interests, The history of the 1890s is one of sharpening and extending the existing institutional structures for raising capital, and thereby creating movements for mergers, concentration, and, hopefully, monopoly in the American industrial structure. The stock exchanges of the major financial centers had specialized in railroads until the 1890s, although the Boston Stock Exchange had a copper mine section in the early 1850s which helped establish that city's domination over the American copper industry until the end of the century. Boston, in addition to textiles, was also to dominate the capital market for the electrical and telephone industries until the turn of the century. In 1890 no more than 10 industrial stock issues were quoted regularly in the financial journals. By 1893 the number increased to about 30, and by 1897 to over 200. Industrial capital until the late 1890s came mainly from short-term loans and self-financing out of profits, aiding instability and bankruptcies during the periods of economic decline or depressions. By the 1890s industrial shares became widely available as a result of the creation of new issues from mergers and the reconversion of many trusts, in the literal sense, into unified corporations. And many industrial leaders, ready to retire or diversify their fortunes, Andrew Carnegie is the most notable example, were anxious to develop outlets for their shares. Each new wave of mergers created new sources of capital in a sort of multiplier fashion, and, quite ironically, the very creation of mergers and new industrial combinations led to the availability of funds in the hands of capitalists, which often ended, as we shall see, in the creation of competing firms. The director and coordinator of this industrial metamorphosis was the promoter. To the extent that the dominant stimulus for the promoter was watered stock and his charge for the transaction, the economic concentration which took place at the turn of the century was based on factors other than technological elements inherent in any advanced industrial society. But even if not interested in the transaction fees per se, the promoter was invariably motivated by concern for his own profit position and financial standing, and merely regarded promotion as the means of maintaining or re-establishing it. Promoters included in their ranks both members of firms being merged and outsiders seeking to stimulate consolidations in order to obtain a share of the profits of the merger. In a number of spectacular instances, the insiders of a group of firms sought to interest outside promoters capable of financing or organizing the merger. Quantifications of the nature and source of all or a significant number of promotions do not exist, but some of the more important variations can be illustrated. William H. Moore and his brother, James H. Moore, were among the 3 or 4 most significant promoters. It would be difficult to regard them as anything more than brilliant gamblers. In 1898 William H. Moore organized, at the request of a committee of manufacturers, the American Tin Plate Company out of a group of 35 to 40 plants. He took options on the component companies and obtained loans to pay for them and provide working expenses. After choosing all officers and directors, he sold $18 million in preferred and $28 million in common stock to bankers and capitalists. Out of this sum he awarded himself $10 million. The Moore brothers were not always so fortunate, however. In 1899 they gave Andrew Carnegie $1 million for an option to try to raise $350 million from bankers to float the sale of Carnegie Steel. They failed, and Carnegie pocketed the money. Similar failures in 1896 forced the Moore brothers into insolvency. Not infrequently a single manufacturer would turn promoter in order to try to eliminate competition or instability. John W. Gates successfully proved in a lawsuit that he earned less than $400,000 through underwriting profits and the exchange of shares in the promotion of American Steel and Wire Company in 1899. His only substantial profits were on his component properties that he turned over to the new firm. In the case of the Amalgamated Copper Company, formed in 1899 to gain effective control over the copper industry, outsiders and insiders united. Thomas Lawson, Henry H. Rogers, and William Rockefeller, none of whom had any special competence in the copper industry, cooperated with Anaconda Copper. J.P. Morgan, the largest single industrial promoter and the dominating figure in railroad mergers, resorted to nearly every variation of insider and outsider promotions. Morgan, the Moore brothers, John R. Dos Passos, Moore and Sly, and Charles R. Flint collectively probably accounted for a minority of the total mergers and less than half of the value of all mergers. In addition, there were innumerable single individuals and investment bankers involved in the merger movement. If the merger movement as organized by promoters was the result of inevitable impulses within the capitalist economy, as well as technological imperatives to maximum efficiency, we should determine whether the organization of these new corporations was arranged in such a manner as to, 1. Make the competitive entry of new firms increasingly difficult, and, 2. Avoid the accusation of being organized primarily to create the profits of promotion. It is understood that unless the merger of firms within an industry obtained control of a crucial raw material, patents, or trade advantage, it would have to maintain a reasonable price and profit level or else run the risk of attracting new competitors or allowing existing ones to grow, the risk being scaled to the capital requirements of successful entry. Overcapitalization of the stock of a merged firm, therefore, is an indication of the extent to which a merger was executed to obtain maximum industrial efficiency, control over the competitive annoyances of the industry, or the profits of promotion and speculation. Watered stock meant higher prices in order to pay dividends, and higher prices opened possibilities of new competitive entries. It is significant, of course, that the heyday of the merger movement was restricted to a few years, and ended almost as abruptly as it began. There are now few academic defenders of the thesis that the merger movement was primarily the outcome of industrial rationality or a desire for control of economic conditions. Charles R. Flint, one of the more important promoters and organizer of 24 consolidations, naturally claimed that mergers were intended mainly to attack the evils of competition, and that the profits of promoters were greatly exaggerated by critics. Capitalization, he maintained, was not overinflated, and Flint published data showing that the average return on the market value of the stock of 47 merged firms was 13.6 per cent9. The evidence is overwhelming, however, to indicate that the watering and overcapitalization of the securities of merged companies was the general rule. This fact was widely acknowledged at the time by economists, by most promoters, and by many businessmen. It was simply not generalized upon or related to contemporary theories on the necessity and inevitability of the trust. Indeed, the incompatibility between the obvious ulterior motives behind the merger movement and social theory was ignored even by those attacking the evils of watered stock. J.P. Morgan's lawyer, Francis Lindy Stetson, frankly admitted that he opposed any scheme for limiting overcapitalization that risked taking away from men of enterprise their paramount motive for corporate organization. 10. A government study in 1900 of 183 industrial combinations shows that stocks and bonds valued at $3,085 million were issued for plants with a total capital worth of $1,459 million. The Department of Labor, in the same year, claimed that a substantial group of combinations they studied issued stocks valued at twice the cost of reproducing active plants. Arthur S. Dewing, in a study of 14 mergers, found that the average overcapitalization was well in excess of 50% of the assets. The large majority of mergers clearly capitalized their firms on the basis of preferred stock representing the cost of the real property or assets and common stock representing the costs of promotion, the expenses of amalgamation, and the expectations of future earnings as a result of the merger. John W. Gates, Henry O. Habmeyer, and John R. Dos Passos freely admitted that common stock represented the promoter's estimate of the potential earning power of consolidations. The profits of underwriters, in many instances, came exclusively from the sale of securities, not anticipated dividends, and this fact alone placed a premium on overcapitalization. 7 of the combined firms that later entered the United States Steel merger paid out $63 million in stock as commissions to promoters, excluding bonuses and other forms of commission. The tangible assets and property of United States Steel on April 1, 1901, were worth $676 million, and the average market value of the shares it acquired was $793 million in 1899 to 1901. The total capitalization of the firm was $1,403 million, and the cost of promotion and underwriting consumed over $150 million of this amount. United States Rubber, in much the same way, based its capitalization on 50% or watered stock, the common shares representing the increased earning capacity by reason of the consolidation. 11. Promotion, with its premium on speculation to maximize its profits, soon extended its heady gambling mentality to the general stock market. Brokers emphasized the more profitable speculative stock orders rather than investment buying, and they directed their customers to the speculative issues. The commission rates on speculative orders made investment orders less profitable, and by no later than 1904-1907 the volume of transactions on the stock market far exceeded investment demand. This trend alarmed a number of more conservative capitalists primarily concerned with the means, not the ends, of the merger movement, and led to dire predictions, most of which were realized by 1932. Russell Sage wrote in 1901 that watered stock has also produced a feeling of unrest and disquiet, industrial and political, that threatens, sooner or later, to bring serious results. Henry Cloos, the banker, was less restrained. Many of these combinations have been organized in disregard and defiance of legitimate finance, and have exposed the stock market and all the monetary interests depending upon them to risks and disastrous disturbances inseparable from organizations whose foundations rest largely on wind and water. 12. J.P. Morgan persistently overcapitalized his promotion schemes whenever he was able to do so. His greatest triumph was United States Steel, but when the merger initiative came from insiders, as in the case of International Harvester, Morgan restricted himself to more limited, yet amply lucrative profits. In every case, however, Morgan sought to obtain substantial, if not total, managerial control or board representation. Morgan's efforts were generally marked by success, and had he avoided managerial responsibilities his fortunes might have been larger and his reputation would certainly have been better. In the case of the formation of the International Mercantile Marine Company, Morgan became deeply involved in a grossly overextended venture. His firm initially received $5.5 million in preferred and common stock at PAR, and a share of the $22 million paid to bond underwriters. An additional $6 million went to shipper promoters, and the new firm was burdened with a total of $34 million in merger fees on a preferred and common stock issuance of $120 million and $50 million in cash. But the company was poorly conceived and poorly managed. In the end the Morgan firm lost about $2 million, and International Mercantile Marine went out of business after World War I. In the case of American Telephone and Telegraph, Morgan fought for effective control of the board, which he managed to obtain in 1907. As part of an overall effort to replace New England management and financial connections, a Morgan-led syndicate obtained a $100 million bond flotation, but was able to dispose of only $10 million before giving up the effort in 1908. Although Morgan's philosophy of trying to obtain managerial control along with the profits of promotion was, on the whole, profitable, it is questionable whether he increased managerial or industrial efficiency. The primary goal of promotions was, as Francis Lindy Stetson admitted, profits. Insofar as Morgan's profits were not immediate or short-range, but tied to the managerial and profit performance of the new company, Morgan tended to do relatively poorly. And in several spectacular instances Morgan either lost money or, as in the railroad industry, bankrupted companies. To the extent that promotions and mergers were organized among competing firms, the dominant causal factor behind the merger and consolidation movement can be said to have been the existence of internecine competition. A market for industrial securities did not exist in any significant form before 1897, but it most certainly continued after the decline of the merger movement in 1901, and the history of the movement must be explained by more than a market for securities. In the period 1897 to 1901, the merger movement was the unique result of the rise of a market for securities and an impetus to eliminate competition, and the success of outside promoters was dependent on both factors. But the decline of mergers was due to the collapse of the promises of stability, profits, and industrial cooperation. Save for the outside promoter who took his profit immediately and then broke his ties with the consolidation, the larger part of the mergers brought neither greater profits nor less competition. Quite the opposite occurred. There was more competition, and profits, if anything, declined. Most contemporary economists and many smaller businessmen failed to appreciate this fact, and historians have probably failed to recognize it altogether. This phenomenon, I maintain, is a vital key to understanding the political history of the period of reform preceding World War I. Most important businessmen did not comprehend the general demise of the merger and consolidation movement save in their own industry, and were unable to understand the larger economic context in which they operated. Businessmen, as a group, are not prone to reflection, much less theoretical generalization, but they did act to ameliorate their own illnesses. Now and again, however, a business journal commented on the failure of the merger movement and on the real trends, as opposed to commonly accepted mythology, in the American economy as a whole. In late 1900 the Iron Age lamented. Experience has shown that very few of the promises of the promoters of consolidations have materialized. That some of them are satisfactorily profitable is undoubtedly true. Others are less so, some are conspicuously unprofitable, some have dissolved, and more will have to dissolve within the next 2 or 3 years. Before another wave of the consolidation movement overtakes us, if it ever does, the experiment will have proved itself by the test of time. 13. Chapter 2. Competition and Decentralization, the Failure to Rationalize Industry. The first decades of the century were years of intense and growing competition. They were also years of economic expansion and, in a number of industries, greater internal concentration of capital and output. But neither of these phenomena was incompatible with increased competition. From 1899 to 1904 the number of manufacturing firms in the United States increased 4.2%, and from 1904 to 1909 they increased 24.2%, a growth of 29.4% for the entire decade. Of the 9 manufacturing industries with a product value of $500 million and up in 1909, only one, the iron and steel industry, had less than 1,000 establishments, and the exception had 446. In the 39 industries with products valued at $100 to $500 million, only 3 had less than 100 establishments. 1 The numbers of business failures from 1890 on followed the classic pattern of being high in depressions and low in periods of prosperity, and there is no evidence whatsoever that failures due to competition were any more numerous in 1900 than in 1925. The new mergers, with their size, efficiency, and capitalization, were unable to stem the tide of competitive growth. Quite the contrary. They were more likely than not unable to compete successfully or hold on to their share of the market, and this fact became one of utmost political importance. The very motives behind the merger movement, and the concern with promotion of enterprises irrespective of the health of the component firms or the advantages of combination, led to an immediate apprehension among well-informed businessmen. One question of great interest in relation to our new industrial combinations is whether a proper readjustment of their hugely inflated capital and excessive charges will place them permanently in a condition of efficiency, productiveness, solvency, and prosperity, or whether they will ultimately drift, one by one, into the hands of receivers, said Henry Close at the opening of the century. 2. This skepticism was more than justified by subsequent events, since the promises of the promoters were, by all criteria, mirages. 48 pre-World War I manufacturing mergers studied by the National Industrial Conference Board had a nominal return on their net worth in 1903 to 1910 averaging 5.8%, no greater than the average to other firms. Arthur S. Dewing, studying 35 mergers of 5 or more firms in existence at least 10 years before 1914, discovered that the steep fixed interest charges and contingent preferred stock dividends imposed by promoters led to a radical deflation of promoters' promises. The earnings of the pre-merger firms were about 1/5 greater than the 10-year average profits of the new consolidation. Promoter estimates of expected 10-year earning turned out to be about twice the actual performance. Another study by Doing reveals that heavy fixed charges on the basis of expected earnings, administrative difficulties, and continued competition caused 10 mergers to earn an average of 65% of their pre-consolidation profits. Shaw Livermore, in a study seeking to defend the success of 328 mergers formed during 1888 to 1905, nevertheless was forced to conclude that only 49% were successes in the sense that their rate of earnings compared favorably after 1918 to other companies in their field. 40% failed altogether, and 11% limped along at lower than average profit levels. He judged the main causes of failures to be poor judgment by promoters, dishonesty, and the decline of the industries. The inescapable conclusion is that mergers were not particularly formidable and successful, and surely were incapable of exerting control over competitors within their own industries. Mere bulk, whether of capital or of production, is not, per se, an element of strength, the Iron Age commented in 1900. Some of the new plants are better equipped, carry less dead weight of unproductive assets and can produce more cheaply per unit of output than the consolidations can. So far as can be judged, the great industrial aggregations, instead of discouraging competition, have rather encouraged it. Most of the new mergers started out with less than monopoly control, and virtually all lost their initial share of the market. This failure, discussed in detail later in the chapter, was due to the rise of important new competitors and the significant economies of size attainable at lower production levels. 13 consolidations studied by Doing controlled an average of only 54% of the output of their industries upon organization, and the U.S. Industrial Commission studied a sample with an average market share of 71%. Of 72 mergers listed by Ralph L. Nelson, 21 controlled 42.5 to 62.5% of their markets upon formation, 25 controlled 62.5 to 82.5%, 16 controlled over 82.5%, and 10 controlled large portions. There is also data to suggest that very large corporations as a whole did poorly, and many of these were recent mergers. Alfred L. Bernheim studied the 109 corporations with a capitalization of $10 million and up in 1903. 16 of these failed before 1914 and were dropped from the list, leaving 93. Only 22 of the remainder paid common stock dividends of over 5% during 1900 to 1914, and 24 paid nothing. Their average dividend on common stock over the period was 4.3%. The market value of the common stock of 48 of the companies declined over 1900 to 1914, and rose in only 45 instances. In the light of such mediocre profit records, it should not surprise one to discover that the mobility of giant firms out of the ranks of the largest 100 industrial corporations was high. Of the 50 largest companies in 1909, 7 could not be found in the ranks of the top 100 in 1919, and 20 could not be found there in 1929. For the top 100 corporations in 1909, the figures are 47 dropouts by 1919 and 61 by 1929. By comparison, of the top 100 industrials in 1937, only 28 could not be found in that category in 1957. Bernheim studied the fate of the 99 largest industrials of 1909 by 1924, and found that 47 of them could not be found among the largest 200 corporations of every type. Of this 47, 7 had dissolved, 3 had written down their capital to realistic proportions and were disqualified, 9 had become unable even to pay their preferred dividends in full, 2 had paid no common dividends, 10 had merged or reorganized without loss, and 16 had failed to grow fast enough after 1909.4. Many large corporations soon found their over-centralization unprofitable, and tried to reduce plant sizes and distribute plants more widely throughout the nation. In the case of United States Steel, as we shall see, the organizational structure was centralized only at the very highest policy level, and autonomous operating units and specialized staffs have been a general trend in the large corporate structure since the turn of the century. To the extent that Joseph A. Schumpeter was correct in holding that each significant new innovation was embodied in a new firm and the leadership of new men in a still dynamic capitalism, and that firms that do not innovate die, it can also be said that important competitive trends were inherent in the economic structure. The growth in the number of individual patents issued until the peak year of 1916 indicates that innovation was very much a part of the American economy and technology until World War I. Even if organized corporate and government research and development now dominates the field, and many private patents are purchased just to be suppressed, or are infringed merely because most private inventors are economically helpless, enough individuals were able to break into established fields, or to create entirely new ones, to make a significant economic difference. 5 For all of these reasons, the New York financier, in opposition to the vast majority of contemporary writers and modern historians, was correct when it observed in June, 1900, that the most serious problem that confronts trust combinations today is competition from independent sources. In iron and steel, in paper, and in constructive processes of large magnitude, the sources of production are being multiplied, with the resultant decrease in profits. When the papers speak of a cessation of operation in certain trust industries, they fail to mention the awakening of new life in independent plants. 6. This awakening of new life in the economy is the subject of the case studies that follow. The examples are significant not only because of their economic role, but also because of their political roles. Moreover, although these typologies reflect a trend, they also involve industries which most historians have been inclined to think proved the conventionally accepted thesis that the tendency in industrial life at the beginning of the century was toward economic concentration and monopoly. They are the classic examples of the trust: steel, oil, telephones, meat, and a number of others. And in all of these cases we find a fluidity of economic circumstances and radical changes generally slighted by the historian. The shifting markets and resources, the loss of relative power by the dominant companies, the specific failure of the merger movement in attaining either stability or economic control, these are the significant features that emerge from our case studies. The iron and steel industry. In 1889 there were 719 companies in the blast furnace, steel work, or rolling mill industry. 7 Many of these firms produced a whole range of steel and iron products, from wire to tinplate, and the steel and iron industry is best characterized as being highly competitive at the time. Since the capital requirement for the consolidation of any important segment of the industry was too high, and since there was no means of preventing the sufficiently powerful firms specializing in one branch of the industry from diversifying into others, the history of the steel industry in the late 1880s and 1890s is one of voluntary efforts to arrange a variety of pools and price and marketing agreements. These, as we shall see, were almost universally failures, and did not solve any of the basic problems inherent in a competitive market structure. The result was a series of mammoth mergers and consolidations which ultimately led to the formation of United States Steel, which also failed to attain stability and control of the market. The price of most steel goods declined more or less regularly until 1894 to 1895, and although prices generally rose in subsequent years, there was continual insecurity within the industry as to what each competitor might do next. The apprehension was later justified. The dozens of attempts at voluntary pools in various sections of the steel industry took place after periods of intense price competition, and the pools were in effect agreements to recuperate before more internecine wars. The Bessemer Pig Iron Association and the Bessemer Steel Association were formed in the mid-1890s and failed to control either prices or excess output. The steel billet pool failed, as did the wire and wire nail pools. No sooner was an agreement made than a single firm would decide to violate some phase of it and eventually bring the whole structure down. Only the steel rail pool, among the many tried, was moderately successful. Its unique position was due to the small number of competing firms, their willingness to accept low profit levels, and the fact that the pool handed 53% of the market over to the major pool buster, Andrew Carnegie. The Addiston Pipe decision by the Supreme Court in December 1899 ended the possibility of lawfully resurrecting the pool system by declaring illegal the division of markets and price fixing. The voluntary pool period, having failed to attain its aims, was followed by a period of mergers between competitive firms which came little short of failure as well. The Moore brothers organized the American Can, American Steel Hoop, National Steel, and American Tin Plate Companies. In 1898 Morgan formed the Federal Steel Corporation with a capitalization of $200 million, the largest of the 21 major iron and steel consolidations during 1898 to 1900. In 1899 John W. Gates merged 17 wire companies into the American Steel and Wire Company. Despite the ample amounts of watered stock available for new mergers and the gargantuan efforts of Morgan, Gates, and the Moores, the steel industry in 1899 remained competitive. Although the number of firms with blast furnaces declined 27% from 1889 to 1899, there were still 223 establishments left. And the number of steel work and rolling mill companies increased 7% over the same period, to 445. With the merger movement at least temporarily failing to attain stability and control within the industry, the 10 or more large and powerful new consolidations confronted each other in an uneasy armed neutrality. The crisis came in the spring of 1900 when Carnegie decided to build a large tube plant at Conneaut, Ohio, his first in that field, thereby threatening J.P. Morgan's new promotion, the National Tube Company, and shattering the general agreement within the industry not to diversify into competitive areas. National Tube withdrew its contracts with Carnegie and proceeded to plan its own steel works. In June 1900, American Steel and Wire decided to begin producing its own steel and cancelled its contract with Carnegie. The American Bridge Company followed suit, National Steel began preparing for its own production, and Federal Steel indicated its interest in beginning to produce wire goods. American Steel Hoop cut its steel orders with Carnegie and prepared to enter the wire, rods, and nail business. The working, informal détente between the Morgan, Gates, and Carnegie empires collapsed amid threatening diversification and price competition that promised to drive the overcapitalized steel mergers to bankruptcy and ruin. Carnegie and Gates were clearly dangerous nuisances to Morgan, especially since Carnegie probably had the lowest steel costs in the nation and could be especially formidable in any competitive struggle. Moreover, Carnegie was threatening Morgan on another front. In 1899 Alexander J. Cassatt became president of the Pennsylvania Railroad and moved to end a long-standing rebate agreement established by Carnegie and Thomas Scott, former Pennsylvania president. The agreement had allowed Carnegie to receive rates equivalent to what he would have charged himself had he built his own railroad, often cutting rates by one-half. Carnegie decided to retaliate against Cassatt by making an agreement with George Gould, son of Jay Gould, to build a railroad to Baltimore parallel with the Pennsylvania Railroad for much of the way, thereby threatening the entire Eastern Railroad system. With Gates calling for renewed competition and Carnegie endangering the Morgan Steel and Railroad empire, it was inevitable that attempts at permanent reconciliation via a merger be made. By the end of 1900 both Gates and Carnegie were having sober second thoughts about the desirability of a full-scale conflict with the Morgan Steel companies. In addition, since 1898 Carnegie had been undergoing a series of internal company disputes with Henry Clay Frick which eventually led to a total break and a reorganization of the company. The old man was tired, and the idea of retiring must have appealed to him. Carnegie authorized Charles M. Schwab to hint at a banquet in New York in December 1900, at which Morgan was present, that the integration and specialization of the entire steel industry was a desirable goal. Within a month Schwab, Gates, Morgan, and Carnegie completed all negotiations, and the United States Steel Corporation was officially organized in New Jersey on February 23, 1901. But the integration of the steel industry was not the primary goal of the merger, since the company started with substantial competition left in the field. The goal was to eliminate the two most important and irrational steel producers in the industry, and, hopefully, to introduce stability, not control, over the steel market. Approximately 40% of the steel industry was left outside the merger. Instead of making an effort to extend control over it, Morgan chose to capitalize United States Steel with over 50% water and to filter over $150 million of U.S. Steel's $1,403 million capital to the promoters and underwriters. United States Steel consisted of what had once been 138 different companies. Some of these, such as Carnegie, were highly efficient industrial units run with probably maximum economy. American Steel and Wire, on the other hand, closed down approximately 2/5 of the plants it acquired in 1899 as antiquated or unnecessary. All, however, were absorbed by U.S. Steel. Had the motive behind the formation of United States Steel been efficiency and integration, weaker combinations would have been excluded. Thus it is clear that the merger was directed at minimizing potentially devastating competition. The organizational structure of the new company reflected this fact as well. United States Steel was not an operating company but essentially a security holding company with a board of directors and finance committee which controlled the power in the last instance, but often had great difficulty in establishing hegemony over each of the 10 great divisions within the corporation. Each of these components had its own president and board and practical jurisdiction over its own operations and labor policy. Judge Gary, chairman of U.S. Steel's board, freely admitted that this decentralization policy was the most efficient method of management. In the process of constructing the organizational hierarchy for the new corporation, the tensions between the executives with backgrounds in steel making, especially those from Carnegie Steel, and the new financial controllers led to immediate conflicts which undercut the assertion that the corporation was the inevitable outcome of industrial technology. Charles Schwab, who had worked his way up the Carnegie ranks, became the first president of U.S. Steel, and immediately clashed with Judge Elbert Gary, chairman of the executive committee and Morgan's representative. By July 1901, Schwab was threatening to resign because of the new financiers who do not understand the whole steel situation. Schwab later complained that the outsiders on U.S. Steel's board, especially Marshall Field and H. Rogers, were trying to exploit the corporation for their own purposes by selling it assorted companies or schemes. Over the next few years the power in the firm was shifted from the board of directors entirely to the finance committee, chaired by Morgan's partner, George W. Perkins, and Schwab resigned in late 1903. He was followed in the presidency by another Carnegie steel maker, William E. Corey, who lost his job in 1909 for siding with the presidents of subsidiaries against Gary. Many of the presidents were ignoring central directives and continued to do so for many years. The efficiency of the new merger was exhibited by the financial crisis that gripped the corporation during its first years. Henry C. Frick, anticipating that the overcapitalization and the new managers might ruin U.S. Steel, quietly began unloading nearly $50 million of his shares in the company. His suspicion was justified. U.S. Steel common shares, which sold at a high of $55 in 1901, reached a low of $9 in 1904. The market value of the firm's stocks and bonds fell $270 million below par value during its first year. In 1902 the company decided it needed $50 million cash to further integrate its component companies and failed to raise 1/4 of that amount. Even more alarming, however, was the precipitate drop in the profits of the corporation at the end of 1903, when a general slump affected the steel industry. In the fourth quarter of 1903, the common dividend of U.S. Steel was cut in half, and it was dropped altogether for the next 2 years. In 1904 U.S. Steel earned 7.6% on its investments, as compared to 15.9% in 1902. Stabilization was clearly yet to be attained. Even more indicative was the fact that during 1901 to 1910 U.S. Steel ranked third among 8 steel companies on their operating profits as a percentage of gross fixed assets. Profits, too, seemed disappointing in comparison to the promises. If the Steel Corporation is to be a permanent success, it seems to me that it must at least accomplish two things, George W. Perkins wrote John D. Rockefeller in July, 1903. 1. Regulate and steady prices, both in times of good and bad business conditions. 2. Be very far-sighted in its financial policy and management. 9. Price maintenance in periods of prosperity was an easy task, and save for a small decline in 1904, steel output increased steadily through 1907. The formation of U.S. Steel had not affected prices because of the company's desire not to attract new competitors, and during the boom of 1906 to 1907 the average price of steel was lower than it had been during the boom of 1901 to 1902. In late 1907, however, the market for steel began declining. In 1908, steel output was 40% or less than in 1907, and U.S. Steel faced its first real test of bad business conditions. On November 21, 1907, 49 steel industry leaders met at the Waldorf Astoria in New York to participate in the first of what were soon dubbed the Gary Dinners. Gary not only invited the steel men, however, he also notified the steel trade journals, the Department of Justice, the Department of Commerce, and the newspapers. Gary was anxious to avoid the impression that he was creating illegal price-fixing agreements or that there was anything secretive in his actions. At the meeting he stressed the need for industry cooperation, and all the executives present attacked the demoralization of prices that had resulted from invasions of each other's markets. In the hope of attaining price stability, the group agreed not to reduce prices without mutual consultation, and a committee of 5, including Gary, was elected to give advice and conciliate differences. Gary insisted that the meeting was not an effort to fix prices but was instead an effort to maintain them by gentlemen's agreements. In late January, 1908, a larger number of steel executives, representing over 90% of the industry, met again at the Waldorf. According to Gary, every manufacturer present gave the opinion that no necessity or reason exists for the reduction of prices at the present time. This viewpoint was based not on a formal agreement, but on a consensus. The industry wanted competition, but not bitter warfare. Gary, at the same time, took steps to prevent government prosecution of his voluntary agreements. He wrote Attorney General Charles Bonaparte in February, 1908, that the understanding had been made at the initiative of large steel customers with expensive inventories who wanted the steel industry to maintain prices. Still insisting no formal agreements had been made, Gary wrote that we are perfectly satisfied to limit the amount of our business to our proportion of capacity and to do everything possible we can to promote the interests of our competitors, and by frequent meetings and the interchange of opinions we have thus far been able to accomplish this result without making any agreements of any kind. 10. The meetings continued. By May, 1908, however, breaks again began appearing in the United Steel Front. And Perkins complained to Morgan that U.S. Steel's independent barons, still oriented toward industrial production rather than financial control, were among the leading troublemakers. But rumors were circulating that price cuts were being made or were imminent, and in late May the steel men again gathered to reaffirm their loyalty to the Gary understandings. But it was of no use, and several weeks later they met again to reduce prices on a large number of major steel items to counter the secret price cutters. After June, 1908, the Gary Agreement was nominal rather than real. Smaller steel companies began cutting prices and distressed U.S. Steel sales managers clamored for steps to meet the competition. Customers began hedging their buying in the hope that more price cuts would follow, and in February, 1909, the major steel companies met, admitted they had cut prices to meet competition, and formally terminated the Gary agreements without setting minimum prices. So large a part of the current business has been going to those who were either willing or compelled to make lower prices that the situation finally became unendurable, concluded the Iron Age. 11. The collapse of the Gary agreements is an important turning point in the history of steel, for it represents the final failure of the promised stability and profit that motivated the U.S. Steel merger. It represents, as well, the opening of a period of intense competition for steel markets, in which price competition was an important element, which lasted until World War I and the establishment of a working coordination over prices under the auspices of the American Iron and Steel Institute. In 1908 the prices of most important steel products fell sharply according to published data, and even more sharply if individual secret rates are taken into account. It was not until 1916 that the prices of the peak years of 1902 and 1907 were restored in most lines of steel, even though output in 1909 and subsequent years was as great, if not greater, than in 1907. The formal termination of the Gary dinners did not result in as much demoralization of steel prices as had been expected, Perkins wrote Morgan in March, 1909. But the demoralization had already gone as far as it could, and now steel makers expressed the fear that they were being forced to embark on expansion programs leading to overproduction and excess facilities. In October, 1910, Perkins jealously wrote Morgan that he admired the European steel industry's cartel structure and the fact that the members of the industry had resorted to cooperation rather than cutting one another's throats. 12. Even if the founders of United States Steel did not intend to extend control over the entire steel industry, it is at least certain that they were anxious not to lose their substantial original position. The new company pursued a fairly active policy of acquiring existing firms Union Steel in 1902, Clairton Steel in 1904, and Tennessee Coal and Iron in 1907, as well as a few minor firms, but made no overtures toward the bulk of its competitors. Presumably the initial size and consequent industrial efficiency of the new giant would have left it with an open field in what was, in fact, a competitive steel market. Despite its several significant mergers and a policy of keeping the price of iron ore high to exclude new competitors, it owned about 3/4 of the Minnesota ore fields. United States Steel during its first 2 decades held a continually shrinking share of the steel market. In 1901 to 1905 United States Steel accounted for 62.9% of the nation's output of ingots and castings, as opposed to 52.5% in 1911 to 1915 and 46.2% in 1921 to 1925. U.S. Steel accounted for 43% of the nation's pig iron production in 1901, 43% in 1910, 50% of finished rolled products in 1901, 48% in 1910, 66% of wire nails in 1901, 55% in 1910. U.S. Steel's share of the entire steel output of the nation sharply fell from 61.6% in 1901 to 39.9% in 1920. U.S. Steel's decline was in large part due to its technological conservatism and its lack of flexible leadership. The iron and steel industry as a whole was in a state of rapid growth and flux from 1900 on, and accounted for 6.9% of the total capital of manufacturing in 1900 but 11.4% in 1919. Technologically, open hearth steel making replaced the Bessemer process. It accounted for 28% of the steel ingot and castings tonnage in 1899, 79% in 1919. U.S. Steel's basic investment in 1901 was essentially in the Bessemer process, and its expansion program was limited in the belief that its existing facilities were largely adequate. With the exception of the establishment of its Gary, Indiana works and its improvement of its Tennessee coal and iron property, U.S. Steel failed to alter the location of its facilities sufficiently or to improve its technology at a time when its competitors were rapidly moving ahead. Moreover, the market for steel goods began shifting radically to lighter steel products, a field which U.S. Steel was slow to enter. The introduction of alloy steels and the continuous rolling mill, and the increasing use of scrap rather than ore U.S. Steel was heavily committed to or only aggravated the firm's decline. U.S. Steel, in short, was a technologically conservative, increasingly expensive operation that illustrates the inadequacy of the dominant theories on the positive relationship between size and efficiency current since the end of the 19th century. U.S. Steel never had any particular technological advantage, as was often true of the largest firm in other industries. Charles M. Schwab admitted in 1901 that a monopoly could not be established without exclusive patents. With the exception of the Bessemer process, patents in the industry were traditionally used for collecting royalties rather than restricting entry. But patents were important to give a firm a lead in a field, as well as royalty income. When Henry Gray offered a new process for making structural steel to U.S. Steel, the corporation turned it down. Schwab, now president of Bethlehem Steel, bought it and established his firm's leadership in that area. In 1909 there were 11 firms other than U.S. Steel with at least $25 million in assets engaged in some aspect of the steel industry. Since this is approximately the figure at which peak industrial efficiency was reached, each of these firms was capable of meeting U.S. Steel on most terms. Moreover, in 1909 there were still 208 companies with blast furnaces, a decline of only 7% since 1899. The number of companies with steel works and rolling mills increased by 1 over the same period, to 446. The number of firms engaged in making tinplate and turnplate fell from 57 to 31 over the period of 10 years, but the number of wire mills using purchased rods increased from 29 to 56. U.S. Steel increased its total output 40% during 1901 to 1912, thus having a growth rate far lower than any of its older competitors. If nothing else, the steel industry was competitive before the World War, and the efforts by the House of Morgan to establish control and stability over the steel industry by voluntary, private economic means had failed. Having failed in the realm of economics, the efforts of the United States Steel Group were to be shifted to politics. The oil industry. The alleged triumph of Standard Oil over the oil industry was based in large part, as far as there was a triumph, on its ability to extract rebates from the railroads on its shipments. Rebates provided it with the capital and savings which were the key to its expansion, and Standard's defenders and critics alike acknowledge their importance to Standard's growth. Indeed, the secretive nature of the rebating made Standard among the most unpopular of trusts, and the fact that it continued receiving rebates long after the passage of the Interstate Commerce Act in 1887, and even after the passage of the Elkins Anti-Rebating Act of 1903, did little to enhance its popularity. Rebating left Standard naked before public attacks and accusations, and the company became the focus, standing almost alone, of a substantial part of the anti-monopoly sentiment at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century. For many, not the least of whom was Theodore Roosevelt, Standard was not merely the reflection or example of the potential evils of trusts, but the evil itself. 13 The rebate, Attorney General William H. Moody concluded in 1906, was the key to Standard's monopoly. However onerous the burden of rebates on the railroads, a burden which the railroads usually passed to the other shippers and eventually the consumer in the form of higher rates, it is nevertheless true that Standard treated the consumer with deference. Crude and refined oil prices for consumers declined during the period Standard exercised greatest control of the industry, 1875 to 1895, and rose thereafter along with prices for most consumer goods. Standard's ignominious reputation was based primarily on its relations to the independent oil producers. The company acted ruthlessly to keep prices low at the expense of small producers. Ironically, had the producers won, the consumer's price of oil would have been significantly higher. Indeed, the whole purpose of the Petroleum Producers Union of Pennsylvania in the late 1870s and early 1880s was to raise prices by restricting output and controlling other producers unable to withstand the enticing and often enriching prospect of selling to Standard, to make clear the way for a deliverance of the business from the condition in which it has been placed by the irrational course of producers, not less than by the unjust and unnatural restrictions placed upon it by those who seek to monopolize its control. 14 By controlling production, and creating their own monopoly, the producers hope to become independent of the most powerful buyer, Standard Oil. Standard never controlled a consequential share of the oil-producing industry, but restricted itself to refining and sales. As a producer of oil, Standard accounted for 11% of the output in 1906. Its somewhat ruthless relationship with the not altogether altruistic producers has often erroneously been projected onto its relations with competitive refiners. Standard attained its control of the refinery business primarily by mergers, not price wars, and most refinery owners were anxious to sell out to it. Some of these refinery owners later reopened new plants after selling to Standard. In 1899 Standard refined 90% of the nation's oil, and reached the peak of its control over the industry. During 1904 to 1907, however, Standard refined 84% of the oil, and in 1911, the year of the dissolution, it refined 80%. The dissolution decree left the component Standard companies in non-competitive positions with one another, and the combined share of refining of this conglomeration declined to 50% in 1921 and 45% in 1926. It is clear that from 1899 on Standard entered a progressive decline in its control over the oil industry, a decline accelerated, but certainly not initiated, by the dissolution. And until 1920 it faced uncertainty and growing competition. In 1899 there were 67 petroleum refiners in the United States, only one of whom was of any consequence. Over the next decade the number increased steadily to 147 refiners. Until 1900 the only significant competitor to Standard was the Pure Oil Company, formed in 1895 by Pennsylvania producers with $10 million capital. It concentrated on the heavy lubricants field and grew despite Standard attacks, and after 1900 spread into other important phases of refining. By 1906 it was challenging Standard's control over pipelines by constructing its own. And in 1901 Associated Oil of California was formed with $40 million capital stock. In 1902 the Texas Company was formed with $30 million capital, and in 1907 Gulf Oil was established with $60 million capital. In 1911 the total investment of the Texas Company, Gulf Oil, Tidewater Associated Oil, Union Oil of California, and Pure Oil was $221 million. From 1911 to 1926 the investment of the Texas Company grew 572%, Gulf Oil 1022%, Tidewater Associated 205%, Union Oil 159%, and Pure Oil 1534%. In 1926 all of the Standard companies combined represented only 60% of the industry's investment. This is not to say that the industry was competitive in the 1920s. Important patent pools prevented that, but that the decline of Standard was substantial and continuous. Standard's failure was primarily its own doing, the responsibility of its conservative management and lack of initiative. The American oil industry passed through a revolution from 1900 to 1920, and Standard failed to participate fully in it. The first factor in this revolution was the shift in the oil-producing areas from the east to the west in a few short years. Standard had developed its power over producers and railroads in the Appalachian and Lima, Indiana oil-producing fields, which in 1900 accounted for 95% of America's crude output. But in 1905 this area was producing less than 40% of the crude oil, and by 1912 the new California fields and the Mid-Continent fields were each producing more oil than the Appalachian, Lima, Indiana, and Illinois fields combined. Standard had important investments in both of these new areas, but its basic strength was in the east. Moreover, in the Gulf and Texas areas, as well as in the California and the Mid-Continent fields, large independent producers had made sufficiently large fortunes to move into refining. In the Texas and Gulf areas Standard was especially slow to compete, and by the time it entered the fight it was hopelessly handicapped. The second major cause of Standard's decline was the radical transformation of the uses for oil as a result of the advent of the automobile and electricity. Standard made its early fortune primarily in illuminating oils and kerosene, which accounted for 63% of the industry's production in 1899. By 1919, however, electricity had eliminated the demand, and this type of production accounted for a mere 15% of the industry's output. Fuel oil spiraled from 15% to 52% of the output over the same period, and light oil products, including gasoline, increased from 14% of the industry's output in 1899 to 27% in 1919 and 48% in 1929. Between 1910 and 1925 the number of auto registrations increased 40 times, and gasoline and its distribution became the central core of the industry. In this area the independent oil companies led the field, pioneering in gas stations in the same way that they had surpassed Standard in developing improved tank cars and trucks as well as most of the major innovations in petroleum chemistry. In a spiraling market for oil such as existed from the turn of the century on, Standard, conservative and technologically uncreative, was no match for the aggressive new competitors. The Dissolution Decree of 1911 tended to knock Standard out of its lethargy, and its component companies began merging with many of the new independents to diversify and integrate in all regions. Without the managerial skills the managers of these independents brought with them to Standard, it is likely that the former near monopoly would have been even weaker in the 1920s. The oil industry, as well, had failed to establish stability and integration via voluntary economic means in the period before World War I. The automobile industry. The automobile industry is an excellent example of a fundamental technological innovation that led to a proliferation of wealth in new hands and the creation of new centers of power in the economy. And, in the Progressive era, it was a source of additional intense competition. 15. Entry into the auto industry was exceptionally easy prior to World War I. Technological innovation and managerial skill, not capital, were the key to success, though ample capital did not hinder progress and it saved at least one wild speculation. The extremes, while perhaps not fully representative, are interesting. Ford started with $28,000 capital and succeeded, the electric vehicle company began with $20 million and failed. Many of the early auto manufacturers first started in the bicycle, carriage, or marine motor industry and diversified into automobiles. Most automakers were really assemblers of parts produced by independent machine shops, and by requiring customer deposits on orders and cash on delivery they were able to shift the capital burden onto their parts suppliers. Only one of the successful major auto firms, General Motors, was able to attract significant investments from established investment centers before 1912. The other major promotions of organized finance, such as the United States Motor Company and the Electric Vehicle Company, failed. By 1926 7 of the 8 major auto producers had managed to obtain virtually all of their invested capital out of their profits, and to thereby establish a new center of economic power in Detroit. The output of autos increased from 19,000 in 1904 to 122,000 in 1909 and 1,557,000 in 1919, and in this type of market, with demand high and brand loyalties as yet weak, new companies might expect to survive, profit, and grow despite the furious competition. Estimates on the number of companies entering the automobile field vary sharply, but even the conservative data indicate a high entry rate and competition. According to Motor in 1909, 502 companies entered the auto business during 1900 to 1908, 273 of these failed and 29 entered still other fields. In 1904 there were 104 auto builders, according to census data, and in 1909 there were 265. The most conservative figures, compiled by Ralph C. Epstein, indicate that in 1903 to 1924 there were 180 companies actually making and selling autos, as opposed to merely planning to do so. By 1926, 121 of this number died, leaving 59 in the field, still a rather substantial number. It is only after 1920 that new entries into the industry drop off sharply. The mortality rate was high even among the major firms. Of the 10 leading producers in 1903 only one was in the top 10 in 1924, and of the 10 leading firms in 1912 only 5 were in the top 10 in 1924. After 1912 the mortality rate declined and significant concentration began taking place within the industry. At the same time, the standardization of parts and integration within each company resulted in comparative stability for the major firms. Given the incredible chaos in the industry, it is not at all surprising that steps were taken to bring it under control. The electric vehicle company, among other things, acquired the Selden patent on gas cars, hoping to collect a royalty on every gas car produced on the theory that they all infringed on its patent. The relatively powerful Packard Motor Company and Olds Motor Works were attracted to the patent as a means of destroying existing fly-by-night companies and preventing the creation of new ones. An association of licensed automobile manufacturers was formed in early 1903 to collect a royalty of 1/14% of the retail price of each car made under the patent, with most of the revenues devoted to imposing the association's control over the industry. Ford was refused a license by the association, and in late 1903 it opened a suit against him. Ford, in the meantime, ignored the patent and in 1905 helped form a new competitive association. In 1909 Ford lost his patent suit, but an appeal brought him victory in January, 1911, and broke up the Selden Association. The result of Ford's legal victory was to destroy partially the patent system within the auto industry. In 1915 the National Automobile Chamber of Commerce was formed by 100 producers to freely cross-license routine patents among themselves. This policy lasted until 1935, and helped keep the industry competitive. After 1935 the possibility of patent exclusion and market growth became too great an attraction to resist, and the system largely collapsed. General Motors is an excellent example of the interaction between major finance and the auto industry. G.M.'s involvement with organized finance at a time when all of the major auto firms were largely financing themselves was mainly due to the personality and grandiose ambitions of its first president, William C. Durant. Durant's philosophy was one of trying to absorb every promising company on the theory that in an industry in state of rapid flux any one of them might eventually emerge as the leading manufacturer. He started with Buick in 1904 and made sufficient profit to acquire 20 more firms, most of which were failures. Until 1910, despite earlier discussions with J.P. Morgan and Company, Durant largely financed his own expansion. In 1910 a banking syndicate under Kuhn and Loeb, Lee, Higginson & Co., and J&W Seligman & Co., took over General Motors for a 5-year period, ostensibly to straighten out the financial chaos Durant had created. The syndicate loaned General Motors $15 million, taking for itself at least $2.5 million of it for floating the bond issues. I consider it an excellent piece of business and the terms most liberal. Henry Seligman wrote in September, 1910.16 by the time the syndicate had finished centralizing the company under the supervision of James J. Starrow of Lee, Higginson, General Motors' share of the American auto market had declined to 14% in 1915 as compared to 21% in 1908. Durant, in the meantime, continued his speculations, picked up Chevrolet and formed an alliance with DuPont to buy back General Motors, which they took over in late 1915. In 1920 J.P. Morgan and Company moved into the alliance and Durant was pushed out, eventually dying in near poverty after losing at least $100 million. After Alfred Sloan, an engineer, took over as G.M.'s president in 1923, he reversed Durant's and the bankers' policy of equating efficiency with centralization by introducing a decentralization policy and eventually making GM the most profitable company in the industry. We would set up each of our various operations as an integral unit, complete as to itself, Sloan wrote about his new departure. We realized that in an institution as big as General Motors was even then, to say nothing of what we hoped to make it, any plan that involved too great a concentration of problems upon a limited number of executives would limit initiative, would involve delay, would increase expense, and would reduce efficiency and development. 17. The agricultural machinery industry. The ostensible and probably actual reason behind the formation of the International Harvester Company in late 1902 was the intense competition in the agricultural machinery industry. But competition and overexpanded production and sales facilities within the industry had existed for many years, and repeated efforts by the McCormick Company and the Deering Manufacturing Company to merge led to repeated failures. It was only when the Deering organization began buying iron ore lands and building its own rolling mill in 1901, and the interests of Morgan and the new U.S. Steel merger were threatened, that progress was made. Gary directed the problem to the attention of George W. Perkins, and he, in turn, brought the full weight of the House of Morgan behind the existing merger sentiment. Point 18. The amount of water in the $120 million preferred stock issued by the new corporation was slight, if there was any at all, mainly because of the strenuous insistence of the McCormick family that the stock be conservatively valued. But the new merger was singularly unprofitable during its first years, and the McCormicks and Deerings complained to the Bureau of Corporations in early 1907 that the 3 and 4% dividends that the company paid have been a disappointment to its organizers. More important, the Deerings and McCormicks soon began feuding with one another and nearly brought about a dissolution of the merger and a restoration of the separate companies. With dissension in the firm, inadequate profits, and many of the former brands still competing with each other in the industry at great cost of duplication, the company was forced to adopt radical organizational changes in late 1906 by eliminating the older managers inherited from the various firms. But the duplication of products continued until at least 1909. In 1910 the company finally began paying dividends on its common stock. Its rate of earnings on its capital stock increased from 4.7% in 1902 to 9.9% in 1911. But the company's executives complained in 1907 that when International Harvester was formed the selling agents went to sleep, and spent a good deal of time competing with the company's own brands. 19 Their lethargy, stimulated by poor organization and overconfidence, was most unfortunate for International Harvester. In 1903 the company sold 96% of the binders in the United States, it sold 87% in 1911. Its share of the mower market declined from 91% to 75% over the same period. And its share of the harvester market fell from 85% in 1902 to 80% in 1911 and 64% in 1918. At the time that International Harvester was formed, Deere & Co., J.I. Case & Co., Oliver Farm Equipment Co., etc., were left out of the merger, and these firms quickly developed a full line of agricultural machinery. Although the number of manufacturers of agricultural implements declined slightly over the preceding decade, in 1909 there were still 640 in the United States. And after 1915, when Alice Chalmers diversified into tractors, auto companies also began entering the industry. The telephone industry. From its foundation in 1877 until 1894, the Bell Telephone Company, AT&T, had a virtual monopoly over the telephone industry. 20 Its position was based on its control of all crucial patents necessary for the industry, and its conservative Boston owners and managers restricted the extension of telephone service by financing most expansion out of profits. In 1894, with many of the key patents no longer in effect, vast areas of the United States were without service, and local capital was quite ready to finance independent companies. Bell immediately adopted a policy of harassing the host of aspiring competitors that sprang up in 1894 by starting suits against them 27 in 1894 to 1895 alone for allegedly infringing Bell patents. It refused, in addition, to allow its subsidiary, Western Electric, to sell equipment to the new firms. This policy failed largely because many of the new competitors had important patents of their own and were aggressive in research and development. At the same time, new firms, such as Kellogg Switchboard, Stromberg Carlson, and Automatic Electric Company, sprang up to supply equipment to the new independents. The telephone market, especially in the West and in rural areas, was available to virtually anyone ready to take it. but the telephone independents had no access to ample supplies of capital. The independents recognized that mutual cooperation was crucial if any were to survive, and in 1897 organized a national association designed to establish long-distance service between their cities. In late 1899, however, it appeared as if the independents would finally receive major financial backing. The telephone, telegraph, and cable company was formed in New Jersey, with $30 million capital, for the purpose of uniting the independent companies into a national network. Supporters of the company included John Jacob Astor, Peter A. B. Widener, Thomas Dolan, Frank Tilford, and other important public utility and oil industry figures, a formidable group indeed. Unfortunately for the new venture, J.P. Morgan became interested in the Bell system, though he did not control it at this time, and was in a position to help the Widener interests in an important gas utility war then going on in New York City. Widener, W.I. Elkins, and Dolan were induced to withdraw from the new telephone company, and it collapsed. Despite massive capital support and the weaknesses of the independents, AT&T faced intense competition and began losing control of the industry. In 1902 there were 9,100 independent telephone systems, and by 1907 there were 22,000. The number of phones in the independent system expanded so rapidly that in 1907, the year of peak relative strength for the independents, AT&T had 3.1 million phones in service, the independents 3.0 million. The number of independent phones continued to grow in subsequent years, but by the 1920s AT&T far outstripped them. The pressure of competition increased AT&T's need for capital, and from early 1902 to early 1907 J.P. Morgan was an important minority faction within the board of directors. 1907 saw his victory over Boston Control. Morgan's financial aid to the company, however, was singularly unsuccessful in 1906 to 1908. His major contribution was to reorient the company's policy from competing with the independents, where AT&T had been most unsuccessful, to attempting to merge with them. Theodore N. Vail, the new president, asserted that the independents were all essentially promoters, that large size and centralized general control created economies, and that the public opposed competition in telephones. At the same time, however, AT&T began selling equipment to the independents and trying to cut off their access to capital. The independents complained that AT&T was treating them all as prospective mergers and was trying to obtain control over the independent telephone equipment companies. By 1911 Vail was freely admitting that the policy of the company was to merge with independents. Reversing the earlier centralization of its organization, which Vail granted was largely based on accident, AT&T broke up into 8 to 10 decentralized and semi-autonomous divisions. Thus able to compete more successfully with the independents, or to merge with them, AT&T's relative strength began growing. In early 1913 Attorney General Wickersham forced the company to dispose of Western Union, which it acquired in 1909, to agree to cease its merger policy, and to connect with the independents for toll service, an order that was effective only until 1919. It is true that many of the independent telephone companies were poorly run, inadequately financed, and based largely on the power of local franchises. But the independents were primarily responsible for the rapid growth of the telephone system, and even the growth of the Bell system. During its period of total monopoly, 1885 to 1894, Bell's phones increased at a rate of 6.3% a year, but during 1895 to 1906 they increased at an annual rate of 21.5%. Moreover, by 1907 many of the independents were extremely well-run and profitable firms. In 1907, a year of business decline, all but a few of the independents in Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois paid dividends of 4 to 12% on their stock. AT&T subsidiaries did no better, and many made smaller profits. Even more important, however, is the fact that independents forced telephone rates down and created a mass market for their services and for the industry. Comparative rate data is scarce, but every indication is that independent rates were substantially lower than AT&T's. In Philadelphia, for example, Keystone Telephone forced unlimited business service rates down from $160 to $90 a year in a few years' time. In 1895, Bell received an average of $88 revenue for each of its stations, but it received only $41 in 1914 to 1915. Vail admitted in 1911 that average AT&T rates were higher than those of the independents, even where the independents had not fulfilled their initial promises of yet lower rates. In 1911, AT&T, despite its higher rates, paid dividends of only 6.3% on its outstanding stock. Even more significant is the fact that most of the important technological innovations in the industry were not produced by AT&T, and this often aided the competitive position of the independents. Until 1907, engineering and research was consciously relegated to a secondary role in AT&T loading coils, the mercury arc repeater, and the three-element vacuum tube, for example, were all developed by independent inventors, and AT&T was forced to buy them from the inventors. The essential characteristic of the telephone industry in the first decade of the century was its competition and rapid change. And the industry, with its insecurity and unpredictability, serves as an additional example of the basic trend in the American economy at the beginning of the century away from centralization or monopoly. The copper industry. The history of the copper industry in this period is, in outline, one of attempted consolidations and pools, and a continuous unsuccessful effort to establish control over the industry. 21 The industry was viciously competitive, and the mood is best illustrated by Henry Seligman in 1885, upon hearing from his brother Albert in Montana that one Murphy, a competitor, had been lynched. Seligman said, "As a rule I do not approve of taking the law into one's own hand, but in this instance I believe the result will prove very beneficial." 22. In the first important copper-producing area, Upper Michigan, the Boston-owned Calumet and Hecla Company was able to control a peak of 65% of the region's output in 1872. By 1883 it accounted for only 56% of the region's production, and a number of efforts to establish price and output pools in the 1880s failed, in part because of the growing competition from Arizona Copper. In 1887 a World Copper Pool organized by French interests involved many of the major American producers, but smaller American firms took advantage of the higher prices it created to increase their output, and the pool failed by 1889. Another effort was made in 1893, but it also failed. Since voluntary means proved inadequate, in 1899 to 1906 new combinations, stimulated by the doubling of the price of copper, were formed to exploit approximately 24 older mines. 5 of these combinations crashed. The most important copper consolidation of the period was the Amalgamated Copper Company, formed in 1899 by Thomas Lawson, Henry H. Rogers, William Rockefeller, and the Anaconda Copper interests. The firm excluded the largest Michigan producer, Calumet and Hecla, and instead of extending its control over the American copper industry, by 1904 its share of U.S. output fell to about 40%. The efforts of private interests to control or consolidate the copper industry were singularly fruitless. Calumet and Hecla, with a conservative management, never seriously expanded into the western mining areas, and the Michigan copper industry's decline eliminated it as a serious factor in the industry. It produced 23% of the nation's copper in 1890, 13% in 1900, 7% in 1910, and 11% in 1920. The Anaconda Amalgamated Copper interests accounted for 29% of the nation's output in 1890, 39% in 1900, 25% in 1910, and 12% in 1920. The nation's four largest producers of copper declined from 76% of the output in 1890 to 66% in 1900, 49% in 1910, and 39% in 1920. The American copper industry is an excellent example of the rise of instability and competition during this period. Instability due to the rapid shifts in the location of major deposits and the inability of any one group to control all the factors of production. The meat packing industry. Here is something compared with which the Standard Oil Company is puerile, wrote Charles Edward Russell about the meat packing industry in 1905.23. Russell's articles were a typical reflection of the dominant contemporary view of the industry and an excellent example of the general confusion on the trust that pervaded most discussions of corporate concentration at the beginning of the century. Among other things that Russell claimed for the trust was the power of absolute price fixing and ownership of nearly all packing houses. The trust, if one looked beyond Russell's title, in reality consisted of the Big Six, something quite different than a totally unified Standard Oil. 24. There is no question that the major meat packers cooperated with one another. The real issue is whether they were able to control the industry through their efforts. During the late 1880s, the key Chicago packers Armour, Swift, Allerton, Hammond, and Morris attempted to fix prices and divide the market. In 1893, Cudahy and St. Louis dressed beef and provision were brought into the agreement, and the pool met once a week to divide markets and adjust volume. From May, 1896, to January, 1898, the pool was unable to function because of competition from a major outsider, Schwarzschild and Sulzberger, but it resumed operation after bringing the intruder into the pool. In May, 1902, the pool disbanded under a Department of Justice injunction. For the most part, the pool was largely a way for the packers to maintain peace among themselves and to prevent unbalanced inventories of a perishable product in certain regions and during special times of the year. Since they had no way of regulating the output and supply of meat, which was the exclusive responsibility of thousands of stock raisers, it is doubtful the pool had any significant control over meat prices. Armour, Swift, and Morris proceeded during 1902 to plan a merger of their own firms and other major packers, and collectively purchased 13 packing companies. But lack of capital, the negative advice of Kuhn, Loeb, and Co. as to the advisability of the merger, and public criticism destroyed the venture. The 13 companies were then formed in 1903 into the National Packing Company, with Swift owning 47% of the stock, Armour 40%, and Morris 13%. Using National Packing as an umbrella, the three firms regulated their own affairs in much the same way as under the old pool. In 1912 the company was ordered dissolved, and the property was divided among the owners. In 1900 most of the founders of the meat industry were dead and their children were in charge of their companies. The results were not altogether happy. Armour, Morris, and Schwarzschild all suffered in the hands of the second generation, and this tended to open the markets of the industry to additional competition. By 1906 competition within the industry was intense, and efforts to mitigate it by creating the American Meat Packers Association, failed to change the situation. The price of meat rose consistently from 1890 to 1916, and this fact was often cited as proof of monopolistic control in the industry, but so did the prices of many other foods and the prices of all foods and farm products combined. It was easier for the large packers to obtain railroad rebates on large shipments than to try to have the consumer pay for allegedly greater than average profits. Profits were certainly substantial, but not because of higher than competitive prices. As Edward F. Swift explained in 1905, even if these large packers were acting in harmony, which they were, they would not be able to control prices to any considerable extent, for the reason that there are a sufficient number of other individuals, companies, or corporations in the business, who would increase the volume of their business the minute abnormal profits appeared. Therefore they would gradually take away the business from the large packers, should the latter attempt to buy their cattle unreasonably low or sell their beef unreasonably high. 25 In smaller towns, the packers frequently cut prices to meet local competition during certain times of the year when local beef was plentiful, but in most of these places the proportion of the total business done by the large packers was generally quite low. Entry into the packing industry was, and still is, comparatively easy. The raw materials were freely available and could be produced virtually anywhere. The major difference in profits was the exploitation of the byproducts of meat. Local slaughterers had less expense per head for refrigeration and freight, and usually had lower administration, sales, and accounting expenses as well. For identical grades of meat, local meat often commanded higher prices than Western meat. Liabilities were many as well, ranging from the cost of slaughtering to economies of mass purchases of animals, but the assets were sufficiently important to create serious competition. The Bureau of Corporations' study of the meat industry in 1905 concluded that the Big Six killed and sold about 45 to 50% of the nation's beef. Packing firms other than the largest three companies accounted for 65% of the meat output in 1905, and 78% in 1909. The number of slaughtering and meat packing establishments increased sharply during our period from 1,080 in 1899 to 1,641 in 1909. This increase in the number of packers by 52% in one decade later had the greatest significance for the political role of the meat industry in the Progressive period. Numerous other examples of the trend toward competition and the failure of mergers can be found in other important fields. In industries where rapid technological innovation was the key to success, as in electrical manufacturing and chemicals, the major companies began losing their share of markets and new entrants swarmed in during the first decade of the century. Where the level of necessary investment was comparatively low, as in paper, textiles, and glass, the number of new companies entering the field grew consistently and often spectacularly. And even when entries were not great, the reallocation of market shares tended to deprive giant, well-capitalized mergers of their supremacy. In several industries, tobacco being the most notable, revolutionary changes in consumer tastes upset the dominance of key firms. 26. Additional cases and examples abound, and there is no point in tiring the reader with them. The trend is altogether clear. The manufacturing sector of the economy after the period of numerous mergers in 1897 to 1901 was growing increasingly competitive. Private efforts to establish stability and control within the various manufacturing industries had largely failed. The economic and industrial development of the United States from 1890 until World War I assured a fluidity of conditions that made economic rationalization and stability by voluntary means substantially impossible. 27 If the growth of big business was spurred by the expanding urban markets, the consolidation of the economy into a few hands was made impossible by the shifting locations of markets and resources, changes that meant few companies were sufficiently well managed to hold on to their share of the market and prevent new entries. America was too diverse, the economic resources and opportunities too decentralized, to prevent the creation of an American economic frontier. The idea that economic opportunities were closed to middle-level wealth is not in accord with the facts. There was sufficient product and service development. The distribution and service industries increased sharply in this period to dispel that notion. Rapid technological innovation in this period often meant, as Schumpeter suggested, innovation embodied in new firms. This was certainly true in totally new industries, such as the automobile and electrical manufacturing industries, where older wealth was loath to speculate, and generally true within established industries as well. New products, new methods of production, new markets, new sources of supply, and new business combinations always affected the existing distribution of power and shares in older industries. Established firms participated in this growth, but were rarely able to prevent intruders from grabbing their share as well. All grew, but the smaller entries generally grew more rapidly. Internal financing out of profits or rapidly decentralizing sources of cash made it possible for many of these new entries to prosper quite independently of the larger financiers whose major efforts went into the merger movement. It is, of course, true that the economic and industrial mobility described does not warrant a belief in the Horatio Alger myth which has been so thoroughly analyzed, and largely disproven, by William Miller and his associates. Occupational or educational mobility and income or power mobility are two separate questions, however, and the burden of Miller's work has been in critically examining the oversimplified notions of apologists of the status quo on the social origins of the business elite. Many of our new business leaders came from those wealthier educational and occupational backgrounds capable of providing the prerequisite for that genuine, decisive mobility which is significant in power and income terms. And the dynamics of economic growth were such in the period that those individuals with the educational criteria, social manners, and minimum capital could and often did obtain radically magnified positions of economic importance without necessarily altering their precise family educational status or formal occupational designations. What should not be ignored are the important distinctions within that broad category, the upper class. The failure of the merger movement to attain control over the economic conditions in the various industries was brought about by the inability of the consolidated firms to attain sufficient technological advantages or economies of size over their smaller competitors, contrary to common belief and the promises of promoters. The consolidations were formed not because of technological considerations but primarily to create profits for promoters and incidentally because of the desire to eliminate competition. The amalgamation of industrial facilities and resources on a massive scale often has the sort of efficiency in a capitalist economy which is guided less by purely technological considerations than by uniquely capitalist ones: economic warfare, private profit, market instabilities. But such considerations are insufficient to prevent the entry of competitors who often can operate successfully at levels of production well below those of the larger combinations, and can exploit new opportunities for profit more ably. In these circumstances, the power of a giant corporation is based on transitory or variable factors, and the decentralization movement within many large corporations is a concession to the efficiency of the successful smaller competitors. Voluntary agreements among corporations in the form of pools and agreements of every kind usually failed. Consolidations and mergers were the next logical step, and also failed. The proliferation of new competitors undermined the possibility of attaining economic rationalization, with profit, by voluntary economic means. But whether the passage of the control of an industry from one firm to 10 or 20 is relevant to the social, as opposed to the political, role of business is quite another matter. To ignore the social function of business, and its relation to the remainder of society, by concentrating on internal organizational and structural changes within industries would be a great error. Whether there are a few or many companies does not change the basic control and decision-making power of the institution of business in relation to the other important classes of society, but only the detailed means by which that power is exercised and certain of the ends toward which it is directed. Chapter 3. Theodore Roosevelt and the Foundations of Political Capitalism, 1901 to 1904. All of the efforts of Morgan and the corporate promoters to introduce economic stability and control over various industries, and to end the bane of destructive and unprofitable competition, were heading toward failure. Monopoly and business cooperation were raised to the pinnacle of desired goals at the very time that popular and academic advocates of conservative social Darwinism were attempting to utilize the doctrines of Herbert Spencer and William Graham Sumner as a justification of the existing distribution of economic power and laissez-faire. Laissez-faire provided the businessman with an ideological rationale on an intellectual plane, but it also created instability and insecurity in the economy. The dominant fact of American political life at the beginning of the century was that big business led the struggle for the federal regulation of the economy. If economic rationalization could not be attained by mergers and voluntary economic methods, a growing number of important businessmen reasoned, perhaps political means might succeed. At the same time, it was increasingly obvious that change was inevitable in a political democracy where Grangers, populists, and trade unionists had significant and disturbing followings and might tap a socially dangerous grievance at some future time and threaten the entire fabric of the status quo, and that the best way to thwart change was to channelize it. if the direction of that change also solved the internal problems of the industrial and financial structure, or accommodated to the increasingly obvious fact that the creation of a national economy and market demanded political solutions that extended beyond the boundaries of states more responsive to the ordinary people, so much the better. Nor was it possible for many businessmen to ignore the fact that, in addition to sanctions the federal government might provide to ward off hostile criticisms, the national government was still an attractive potential source of windfall profits, subsidies, and resources. Only if we mechanistically assume that government regulation of the economy is automatically progressive can we say that the federal regulation of the economy during 1900 to 1916 was progressive in the commonly understood sense of the term. In fact, of course, this assumption has dominated historical writing on the period, and historians have replaced the mythology of laissez-faire with the mythology of the federal government as a neutral or progressive intermediary in the economy. This theory of the nature of political democracy and the distribution of power in America has shaped our understanding of the American political experience, our understanding of who directed it, and toward what ends. At the same time, I will maintain, this perspective has overlooked the informal realities, has failed to investigate the nature, motives, and detailed character of each phase of the regulatory process, and has led to a facile misunderstanding not only of the full nature of the American political experience but also of the character of American economic development. If the criterion is not the presence or absence of government intervention but the degree to which motives and actions were designed to maintain or preserve a particular distribution or locus of power, the history of the United States from Theodore Roosevelt through Woodrow Wilson is consistently conservative. Nor is the extension of federal regulation over the economy a question of progressive intent thwarted by conservative administration and fulfillment. Important business elements could always be found in the forefront of agitation for such regulation, and the fact that well-intentioned reformers often worked with them, indeed, were often indispensable to them, does not change the reality that federal economic regulation was generally designed by the regulated interest to meet its own end, and not those of the public or the common weal. The course of business action in the federal political sphere was motivated by a number of crucial factors that too often have been ignored by historians. First in importance was the structural condition within the economy, described in chapters 1 and 2, which imposed the need for rationalization on many American industries. The second is the fact that, in the long run, business has no vested interest in pure, irrational market conditions, and grew to hate the dangerous consequences inherent in such situations. Moreover, the history of the relationship between business and government until 1900 was one that could only inspire confidence in the minds of all too many businessmen. The first federal regulatory effort, the Interstate Commerce Commission, had been cooperative and fruitful. Indeed, the railroads themselves had been the leading advocates of extended federal regulation after 1887. The ties between many political and business leaders were close, not merely because Mark Hanna ran the Republican Party or Grover Cleveland had been the partner of J.P. Morgan's lawyer, but for social and ideological reasons as well. As I shall show in the following pages, the business and political elites of the progressive era had largely identical social ties and origins. And, last of all, the federal government, rather than being a source of negative opposition, always represented a potential source of economic gain. The railroads, of course, had used the federal and local governments for subsidies and land grants. But various other industries appreciated the desirability of proper tariffs, direct subsidies in a few instances, government-owned natural resources, or monopolistic privileges possible in certain federal charters or regulations. For all of these reasons the federal government was a natural ally. Business reliance on the federal government may have been variable in its emphasis, but it was consistent in its use. It was perfectly logical that industrialists who had spent years attempting to solve their economic problems by centralization should have been willing to resort to political centralization as well. It is irrelevant whether one accepts, or dismisses, this phenomenon as a conspiracy theory of elites working out of public sight, or describes it as open channels between personnel with similar values or contacts. Labels are irrelevant, the phenomenon is not, and the facts still remain whether we like them or not, or even if we are unaware of them. It was never a question of regulation or no regulation among businessmen during the Progressive Era, or of federal control versus laissez-faire. There was, rather, the question of what type of legislation at what time. On the fundamental proposition that the government was to be utilized freely, if not for someone else's problems then at least for one's own, there was never any disagreement in practice, and frequently little in theory as well. If American business did not always obtain its legislative ends in the precise form it wanted them, its goals and means were clear. And the dominant trend in the political decisions that were made, with few exceptions, preserved the type of distribution of power and decision-making that also ensured the power of regulated industries. It is possible, of course, to find division in the ranks of business if the opinion of a Morgan lawyer is balanced off by a resolution of the Alabama Board of Trade. Such a procedure assumes that there are no operational power centers and that one opinion is as influential as another, a proposition almost disproven by stating it in a manner which allows one to realize what it really alleges. What is crucial is the opinion of key power groups, first of all, and the majority of all interests within a specific industry in which state or federal regulation is an issue. And, as so often happens, even if groups in different industries disagree on the broader theoretical propositions implicit in the general regulation of the economy by the federal government, it is the opinion of key power groups with interests in many fields that is the dominant concern to anyone studying general trends. It is possible to state that many businessmen, the drugstore operator being equated with the steel company president, opposed government regulation most of the time, even though most businessmen supported it at least when it was to their interest to do so. The group that supported it consistently, the men in the top echelons of finance and industry attempting to attain economic centralization and stability, and with important political connections, are the men who will primarily concern us here. Outside of the realm of legislative and political activity there remain the larger intellectual issue of accepted social values. The view that government and business were equally valued in the Progressive Era, or that government was given higher value, is incorrect. For business held the ultimate reins of accepted ideology and defined the outer limits of potential reforms. All major parties paid tribute to the basic institutional rights and interests of business, and to the mythology of social values which allowed it to survive all onslaughts. More important, the net effect of federal legislation, and usually the intent, was to implement the economic political goals of some group within an industry. The pervasive reality of the period is big business control of politics set in the context of the political regulation of the economy. The antitrust legacy. The antitrust legacy handed to Theodore Roosevelt was little more than an amorphous social sanction, vague and subject to broad interpretation, or to inactivity. Ignoring the pro-laissez-faire predisposition of the majority of intellectuals and academicians, the belief in competition as an abstract proposition was shared by the average middle-class businessman. But this commitment, with all its fuzziness, never was defined in any intellectually or politically meaningful way, and its obscurity was reflected in the Sherman Act and the role of the trust issue in the political history of the 1890s. The Sherman Antitrust Act, written by Senators Cheney, Edmunds, Turpin, George, and others, was the only politically concrete heritage of the antitrust movement bestowed on Roosevelt. It is difficult enough to give a legal definition of monopoly power, short of 100% control, acceptable to any large group of economists. The Sherman Act merely referred to a definition, the common law, which was as vague and multidimensional as the last lawyer's interpretation. Senator John Sherman made it clear in March, 1890, that the object of this bill, as shown by the title, is to declare unlawful trusts and combinations in restraint of trade and production. It does not announce a new principle of law, but applies old and well-recognized principles of the common law to the complicated jurisdiction of our state and federal government. This bill does not seek to cripple combinations of capital and labor, the formation of partnerships or of corporations, but only to prevent and control combinations made with a view to prevent competition, or for the restraint of trade, or to increase the profits of the producer at the cost of the consumer. It is the unlawful combination, tested by the rules of common law and human experience, that is aimed at by this bill, and not the lawful and useful combination. Point 1. The result, if not the intent, was clearly to establish a rule of reason with a variable, if not ambiguous, definition of the restraint of trade. Despite Sherman's disclaimer that the law would not be applied to trade unions or farmer organizations, many of his colleagues in the Senate predicted that it would be a weapon in the hands of the rich against the poor, and they anticipated the law's subsequent use against unions. Point 2. But the law, with its loose emphasis on intent rather than specific actions, and its curiously abstruse lack of precision, was clearly ready-made for free interpretation by some administrative agency. If the Attorney General, Richard Olney, happened to be a former State Street lawyer for the Boston and Maine Railroad, a member of good clubs, and a director of railroads, the results justified the anxieties of the skeptical senators when Olney ordered federal troops to intervene in the Pullman strike of 1894. And if the Supreme Court, deeply committed to laissez-faire and a literalist interpretation of the law, saw the Sherman Act as a justification for thwarting big business desires for concentration and cooperation, as in the Addiston Pipe decision, 1899, and the Trans-Missouri decision, 1897, the law could be as disturbing to business leaders as to labor unionists. For the small merchant, beleaguered farmer, and unemployed worker, monopoly was a political slogan, inherited in part from the earlier part of the 19th century when corporation charters were in fact equivalent to monopoly privileges. And, with the advent of economic concentration, vast aggregations of economic power, and a merger movement, it seemed indeed as if monopoly and trust referred to economic realities, or at least to the direction of things. In the political sphere, however, the trends were more definite. While it is not my purpose to give a history of the 1890s, the least that can be said of the political history of that mauve decade, as Thomas Beer termed it, was aptly summarized in the exchange between Henry Clay Frick and his partner, Andrew Carnegie, on the election of 1892. "I am very sorry for President Harrison," Frick wrote, "but I cannot see that our interests are going to be affected one way or the other by the change in administration." Cleveland. Landslide. Carnegie replied, "Well, we have nothing to fear, and perhaps it is best. People will now think the protected man will be attended to and quit agitating. Cleveland is pretty good fellow. Off for Venice tomorrow." 3. Cleveland was indeed a pretty good fellow. Upon leaving the presidency in 1889, he entered a law partnership with Francis Lindy Stetson, J.P. Morgan's lawyer and a power in the Democratic Party. After Cleveland's re-election, Stetson remained an important business pipeline to the president. Even more important was Richard Olney, who actively encouraged his Boston friends, the Forbes, Higginsons, Endicott's, Hollowells, and Jacksons, to send him their observations and recommendations on the business situation. This they did, as William Endicott, Jr. phrased it, in order to get as near as possible to the source of power, for McKinley, no less than Cleveland, welcomed the aid of the Republican counterparts of the Olneys and Stetsons, especially during the expensive campaign of 1896, when Mark Hanna was responsible for raising the wherewithal to defeat William Jennings Bryan. The Sherman Act was not, with rare exceptions, enforced throughout the 1890s. By the end of the century the issue could no longer be ignored, if only because it was becoming politically inexpedient to continue to do so in the face of mounting concern over the growth of big business. In June 1898, Congress created the U.S. Industrial Commission to study the entire economic structure and to take testimony from those interested in the problem. Composed of House and Senate members, but primarily of representatives of a variety of economic organizations, the commission functioned for 3 years, and its 19 volumes of testimony and reports are a goldmine of information on every aspect of the American economy at the beginning of the century. The Industrial Commission accepted the necessity and inevitability of industrial combinations, urging that their power for evil should be destroyed and their means for good preserved. More significantly, the Commission's hearings provided a forum for key businessmen on the question of federal regulation. The majority of the sentiment was for national regulation of some type in some specific area, and no interest was as strong in this demand as Standard Oil. John D. Rockefeller, John D. Archbold, and H. H. Rogers of Standard called for a national incorporation law and the federal regulation of accounts and financial publicity. Inconsistent state regulation, the Standard spokesman claimed, was vexatious. There should be, Rockefeller suggested, first, federal legislation under which corporations may be created and regulated, if that be possible. Second, in lieu thereof, state legislation as nearly uniform as possible encouraging combinations of persons and capital for the purpose of carrying on industries, but permitting state supervision. 5. They were joined by Albert H. Gary, of Morgan's Federal Steel, who called for full publicity of financial data, and by John W. Gates and Max Pam of American Steel and Wire, who wanted strict federal incorporation laws and a national manufacturing commission to supervise incorporation, and by James B. Dill, the promotion lawyer, who also favored federal incorporation. There was, of course, significant opposition to federal incorporation from John R. Dos Passos, the promoter, and Francis Lindy Stetson, but it is clear that important, if not dominant, big business sentiment was very much in favor of federal regulation. Standard Oil took its views seriously, and thought it crucial that the Industrial Commission's report not conflict with them. In early 1900, Senator Boyce Penrose, the Republican political boss of Philadelphia, sent Archbold an advance copy of the proposed Industrial Commission report, and Archbold thought it so fair that we will not undertake to suggest any changes. Having approved of the Commission's preliminary report, Archbold tried to get Penrose appointed chairman of the Commission when its original chairman died in mid-1901. Penrose did not want the job, however, for the Commission never interested him, and Archbold switched his support to Albert Clark, not a member of Congress, and rounded up the votes to elect him. We do not want, Archbold wrote Mark Hanna, a radical report making political capital against the so-called trusts. 6. There was never, of course, a radical report. By 1900 the politicians could no longer ignore the trust issue. Sentiment within the House for action was very great, and the 1900 Democratic platform pledged the party to an unceasing warfare in nation, state, and city against private monopoly in every form. Even the Republicans, after years of relative silence or indifference on the issue, managed to condemn all conspiracies and combinations intended to restrict business, to create monopolies. We favor such legislation as will effectively restrain and prevent all such abuses. Roosevelt, running for the vice presidency, was allowed to carry the burden of the trust issue in 1900, but McKinley, according to Roosevelt, was uneasy about this so-called trust question and was reflecting in his mind what he should do in the matter. 7. McKinley resolved to press the issue with the Senate, after making changes in the reciprocity agreements, but in September, 1901, 2 bullets fired at the president by Leon Czolgosz left the matter to Theodore Roosevelt. A new president. During the first year of his presidency, Roosevelt moved as cautiously on the trust issue as McKinley would have. He inherited McKinley's Attorney General, Philander Knox, formerly attorney for Andrew Carnegie, and the equivocal Republican trust plank written by Mark Hanna. Moreover, the Republican Party was still dominated by Hanna. But, most important of all, Roosevelt had no firm convictions on the question of antitrust policy. His message to the New York legislature on the question in January, 1900 was in large part a verbatim transcription of a letter that had been sent him by Elihu Root, the lawyer of Thomas Fortune Ryan and other major capitalists, in December, 1899. He had never written on the question, his understanding of economics was conventional if not orthodox, and his expressions on larger questions of social and economic policy were decidedly conservative. As governor of New York, he had cooperated handsomely with George Perkins and the New York Life Insurance Company in quashing a bill passed by the legislature limiting the amount of insurance which could be carried by any state-chartered company. Perkins, in return, was very active at the Republican National Convention in winning the vice presidential nomination for Roosevelt, a conscious step, as John Morton Bloom rightly suggests, in advancing the political career of Roosevelt. His relationship to Mark Hanna was proper, if not cordial, and Hanna's differences with Roosevelt were those of conflicting personal ambitions and not of principle. Hanna was as pro-union as one could be without giving up a commitment to the open shop. He, like McKinley, favored moderate action or statements on the trust issue, and he defended the economic advantages of corporate concentration in much the same terms as Roosevelt later did. The relationship between business and government was essentially a pragmatic one. More fundamental questions did not have to be discussed simply because neither Hanna nor Roosevelt conceived of a governmental policy which challenged in a fundamental manner the existing social and economic relationships. Both men took that relationship for granted. Both accepted the desirability of a conservative trade union movement, responsible business, industrial conciliation, and government action to stop the menace of today, the spread of a spirit of socialism among workers. 8 Both allied themselves with the pro-conservative union, pro-big business, welfare-oriented National Civic Federation. Roosevelt's first annual message to Congress, on December 3, 1901, was carefully shaped to suit all tastes. Roosevelt discussed the matter with George Perkins, now a Morgan partner, at the beginning of October, and gave him a first draft for his comments and recommendations. Perkins regarded the draft as perfectly acceptable, and was particularly pleased by the section endorsing national rather than state regulation, but Roosevelt apparently mistook a few critical comments for opposition. He wrote to Douglas Robinson that he considered his older views on the topic to be no longer sufficient. I intend to be most conservative, but in the interests of the big corporations themselves and above all in the interest of the country I intend to pursue, cautiously but steadily, the course to which I have been publicly committed again and again. His old position in the New York legislature, on one hand, was insufficient, but his insistence on carrying through the course to which I have been publicly committed again and again indicates Roosevelt was in reality most unsure of his course. To play it safe, however, he told Robinson he would in strict secrecy let you show such parts of it as you think best to prominent men from whom we think we can get advantageous suggestions or who may state objections. 9. By the time Perkins, Robert Bacon, another Morgan partner, and assorted prominent men got through with the draft, virtually nothing in Roosevelt's message warranted anxieties on their part. His statement was a defense, if not a eulogy, of big business. The process of industrial development has aroused much antagonism, a great part of which is wholly without warrant. It is not true that as the rich have grown richer the poor have grown poorer. The captains of industry who have driven the railway systems across this continent, who have built up our commerce, who have developed our manufactures, have on the whole done great good to our people. Success was based on ability, and foolish attacks on corporations would hinder our position in the world market. It cannot too often be pointed out that to strike with ignorant violence at the interests of one set of men almost inevitably endangers the interests of all. With the welfare of the nation thus dependent on the security and stability of big business, Roosevelt then attacked the reckless agitator and made it clear that the mechanism of modern business is so delicate that extreme care must be taken not to interfere with it in a spirit of rashness or ignorance. Occasional evils that did arise, such as overcapitalization, could be taken care of by publicity, and publicity is the only sure remedy which we can now evoke. 10 And, as a final gesture of goodwill to business, Roosevelt advocated the supremacy of federal over state legislation as the solution to the anarchy of dozens of distinct state laws. Such caution was indeed gratifying. But Roosevelt's next step was less pleasing, if not surprising. Philander Knox, certainly no radical before or after the Northern Securities case, opened the case against the Northern Securities Company on behalf of the federal government. The details of the incident have been discussed in every standard history of the period. Suffice it to say here that the effort of the Harriman Railroad interests to reach a formal accord with the Morgan Hill interests to end internecine competition for the control of the Chicago, Burlington and Quincy Railroad via joint ownership resulted only in banning the formal device of the holding company. The actual ownership of the railroad by the two power blocks was not altered, nor did they have to give up their railroad holdings, which still faced competition for 3/4 of their traffic. Preparation of the case was begun secretly by Knox, and not even Elihu Root was consulted. Perhaps it is true that Roosevelt wanted to assert the power of the presidency over Wall Street, or aggrandize his ego, but neither precedent nor the subsequent events justify such a view. The agitation for action against the company was intense in the Midwest, but this alone does not explain the event. The Northern Securities case was a politically popular act, and it has strongly colored subsequent historical interpretations of Roosevelt as a trust buster. It did not change the railroad situation in the Northwest, the ownership of the railroads in that region, nor did it end cooperation among the Hill, Morgan and Harriman lines. Roosevelt never asked for a dissolution of the company, or a restoration of competition. Knox's motives can be evaluated quite explicitly, and Roosevelt's intentions in the matter can be judged largely on the basis of his subsequent actions. Knox certainly never intended to restore competition among the involved railroads, and his concept of alternatives never reached a sufficiently articulate condition to allow either him or Roosevelt to shape the course of events toward some significant change. The final solution, Knox mused, by which the good of combination will be preserved for the community and the evils be excluded, may combine a just measure of scope for the operation of both principles: competition, which is the healthful economic reminder of the law of the survival of the fittest, and combination, which is the economic expression of the social force of cooperation, and both these forces may therefore in this ultimate solution properly modify yet support each other, rather than destroy and exclude. Regulated combinations, he predicted, will show even greater common benefits. 11 At about the same time, Knox did not think there was anything incongruous in asking Henry Clay Frick, his former client and a major shareholder in Morgan's United States Steel, to invest large sums of money for him in Pittsburgh banks. The Northern Securities case caught Wall Street by surprise, less because it actually damaged concrete interests than because it seemed to threaten the autonomy of the business decision-making process. This is not to say that business did not desire government regulation in certain areas, but this was surely not one of them. The classic version of Morgan's response has it that J.P. Morgan, who allegedly regarded the president as little more than a businessman in politics, visited Washington on March 10, 1902, to discuss the threatened change in Washington Wall Street relations with Roosevelt. The discussion, according to the initial source, included the following dialogue. "If we have done anything wrong," said Mr. Morgan, "send your man," meaning the Attorney General, "to my man," naming one of his lawyers, "and they can fix it up." "That can't be done," said the President. "We don't want to fix it up," added Mr. Knox, "we want to stop it." Then Mr. Morgan asked, "Are you going to attack my other interests, the Steel Trust and the others?" "Certainly not," replied the President, "unless we find out that in any case they have done something that we regard as wrong." 12. Certain aspects of the version are incorrect on their face value. Neither Roosevelt nor Knox ever intended to stop it, if by that term it is meant to dissolve the basic structure of ownership or control in any industry. The significance of the discussion has never been fully appreciated. Morgan made an offer, and whether he consciously decided for it at the time or not, Roosevelt operationally accepted it. Indeed, the event was the most decisive in the subsequent history of Roosevelt's trust policy. In June 1902, Perkins approached Roosevelt, Knox, Root, and others about the government designating some safe plan for us to adopt in forming the International Mercantile Marine Company. Knox refused to comment on the scheme Perkins presented, but it is evident that the House of Morgan was quite serious about obtaining a government dispensation for its undertakings, especially since, in this case, a subsidy from Congress for the new shipping company was also desired. Their belief that such a détente might be arranged was undoubtedly stimulated by Roosevelt's speeches. "The line of demarcation we draw must always be on conduct, not on wealth," Our objection to any given corporation must be, not that it is big, but that it behaves badly. 13 At the same time, Roosevelt turned to Perkins for aid in passing his first important legislation for federal regulation of industry. Agitation for a Department of Commerce had been carried on by business organizations throughout the 1890s. The idea was not particularly controversial and was especially welcomed by advocates of expanded foreign trade. Only lethargy and a desire to reduce expenditures prevented earlier action. Big business sentiment for comprehensive federal regulation eliminating troublesome state regulation also stimulated interest in a federal agency that might lead to this end. Federal incorporation seemed to hold out the possibility of solving these problems, and affording the protection of the national government against conflicting state legislation and local political enactments, and what is equally important, enforcing well-considered regulations and wholesome restrictions incidental to national institutions. As the important corporation lawyer, James B. Dill, phrased it. 14 Roosevelt's second message to Congress in December, 1902, couched in soothing, conservative terms, asked Congress to create a Department of Commerce. A fundamental base of civilization is the inviolability of property. State regulation could not adequately prevent the misuse of corporate power that was possible. In calling for national regulation, Roosevelt insistently repeated that our aim is not to do away with corporations. On the contrary, these big aggregations are an inevitable development of modern industrialism, and the effort to destroy them would be futile unless accomplished in ways that would work the utmost mischief to the entire body politic. Making it clear where his loyalties lay, Roosevelt developed his commitment even further by suggesting, in a manner similar to France's comment on the rich man and poor man in a democracy having the equal right to sleep under the bridge at night, that he was not at all interested in a redistribution of wealth or power. We are neither for the rich man as such nor for the poor man as such, we are for the upright man, rich or poor. 15 The problems incident to an industrial society, therefore, could be solved by a higher personal morality, and nothing was more conducive to personal morality than publicity. To aid him in his efforts for regulation, Roosevelt turned to the conservative Republican and business elements. Bring pressure to bear on Speaker David B. Henderson to secure passage of the Department of Commerce bill, he wrote Perkins in late December, 1902, and have Marshall Field see that Rep. James R. Mann, chairman of the Interstate and Foreign Commerce Committee, brings in a thoroughly sensible report on the topic. 16. Perkins assured Roosevelt that he wanted the bill passed, and that the wheels were already moving. His legislative agent in Washington, William C. Beer, kept him fully informed of the progress of their joint efforts. At the same time, Perkins had Senator Joseph B. Foraker of Ohio ask Roosevelt about the possibility of additional trust prosecutions, and the senator could confidently report that nothing will be done at present, and I am confident nothing will be done hereafter. 17. A bill to create a Department of Commerce and Labor passed the Senate in January, 1902. It made no progress getting through the House Committee on Interstate and Foreign Commerce until January, 1903, shortly after Perkins took up the task. Amended to the House bill, however, was a provision for a Bureau of Corporations, the administration's potential agency for publicity on corporate affairs. The administration directed its efforts in January, 1903, toward the passage of the Nelson Amendment and toward the defeat of the Littlefield Resolution. The Nelson Amendment, written by Knox at Roosevelt's request, would allow the President to withhold information gathered by the Bureau of Corporations, thereby using publicity as his major tool for policing corporations, and would give the Bureau the right to obtain whatever testimony or documents it deemed necessary. Roosevelt, in effect, could decide at his own discretion which corporations to attack through publicity. The Littlefield Resolution, which passed the House, would have required all corporations engaged in interstate commerce to file annual financial reports with the Interstate Commerce Commission. Its major provision barred from interstate commerce any corporation which used discriminatory rates or sought to destroy competition. Roosevelt and Knox made their opposition to the measure known in early January. They preferred publicity to destruction, and the Littlefield bill was stopped in the Senate. Roosevelt gave all of his support to the passage of the Nelson Amendment to the Department of Commerce Bill. Passage of the bill was inevitable, but was given a sudden burst of support by a faux pas committed by John D. Rockefeller, Jr. On February 6 Rockefeller wired Senators Allison, Lodge, Hale, and Teller that Standard opposed the Bureau of Corporations bill. Roosevelt seized upon the opportunity and called in the press, transforming Rockefeller, Jr. into Rockefeller, Sr., and exaggerating the number of senators that had received the telegram, but his story was essentially correct. This gave the measure an aura of radicalism to alienated congressmen irritated by Roosevelt's conservative opposition to the Littlefield resolution, and it undoubtedly made a few indifferent congressmen vote for the bill. On February 10 the House passed the bill 252-10, and the next day the Senate casually approved the bill without debate or a roll call. Roosevelt signed his bill on February 14, and later sent one of the pens he used to George Perkins, telling him, "Your interest in the legislation was strongly indicated at different times during the year or more of active discussion." 18. The Bureau of Corporations bill passed with conservative support and was motivated by conservative intentions. Perkins had actively campaigned for it, and the Department of Commerce aspect of the bill was welcomed by all businessmen. "You know that I have the highest hopes for the new department, and sincerely believe that it will be of very great practical use to our government and our vast business interests," Perkins wrote Roosevelt in July, 1903. Despite Standard Oil efforts to dissuade him, Senator Nelson Aldrich worked with Roosevelt in the passage of the bill, and Roosevelt relied on him at various times. Roosevelt, after all, had destroyed the radical Littlefield proposal, and nothing in his presidency justified serious apprehension as to what he might do with the new bureau. William Howard Taft, ironically, chided Roosevelt about his reliance on the conservatives in Congress, and the president's rationale for his cooperation with them was based not only on political opportunism but also on the inherent desirability of the alliance. "My experience for the last year and a half has made me feel respect and regard for Aldrich as one of that group of senators, including Allison, Hanna, Spooner, Platt, Lodge and one or two others, who, together with men like the next Speaker of the House, Joe Cannon, are the most powerful factors in Congress. He might differ with them on specific questions, but they were not only essential to work with, but desirable to work with, and it was far more satisfactory to work with them than to try to work with the radical reformers, like Littlefield. 19. The executive and business. Roosevelt's cooperation with Aldrich continued as a matter of course, and the president sought out the elder statesman's advice on crucial issues. I would like to read over to you a couple of my speeches in which I shall touch on the trusts and the tariff. I want to be sure to get what I say on these two subjects along lines upon which all of us can agree, he wrote to Aldrich in March, 1903. At the same time, George M. Cortelyou, the first Secretary of Commerce, assured George Perkins, "We are making good progress in the organization of the Department of Commerce on careful, conservative lines." 20. The assurance was based on fact. In February, immediately after the passage of the law, Roosevelt asked James R. Garfield to assume the post of Commissioner of Corporations and direct the new bureau. Garfield's assets, so far as Roosevelt was concerned, were many, not the least of them being his tennis ability, which qualified him for Roosevelt's tennis cabinet. Son of President Garfield, civil service reformer, active in Ohio Republican politics, Garfield also had powerful friends among businessmen. Francis Lindy Stetson, a fellow alumnus of Williams College who often saw Garfield at old school functions, was consulted and gave the approval of the House of Morgan. The cabinet approved of the appointment, and although Hanna did not care for Garfield, a meeting between the two and a profession of conservative intent by Garfield won the political leader over. 21. Moreover, Garfield was friendly with important Standard Oil lawyers. In August, Roosevelt became concerned that the overcapitalization of many recent corporate promotions, especially by Morgan, was the cause of the recent stock market panic. But throughout the year Roosevelt retained the support of Republican conservatives, such as Platt, who advised his Wall Street friends to give direction to the essentially conservative Roosevelt and try to control him. Roosevelt's third annual message to Congress on December 7, 1903, confirmed Platt's estimate of the president. Roosevelt stressed that the organization of the Department of Commerce and the Bureau of Corporations proceeded on sane and conservative lines. Legitimate business and labor had nothing to fear from publicity, and the new organizations would not only lead to conciliation between capital and labor but to a better position in foreign trade as well. We recognize that this is an era of federation and combination, in which great capitalistic corporations and labor unions have become factors of tremendous importance in all industrial centers. 22. The Bureau of Corporations' major activity during its first year of existence was to define its own legal functions in corporate regulation and those of the national government as well. The issue of the federal regulation of insurance, and whether it could be considered a form of commerce, was, as we shall see, very popular among insurance men, and a number of studies on the problem were prepared by the Bureau's legal staff. So far as federal incorporation was concerned, Bureau experts concluded, Congress had the power to regulate corporations. Surely, it seemed, the Bureau of Corporations gave big business little to fear and at least something to hope for. 23. Not a few businessmen remained unhappy with the president, however. Roosevelt retained the support of such conservative Republicans as Senator Joseph B. Foraker of Ohio, Aldrich, and Elihu Root, but the Supreme Court decision in 1904 confirming the Northern Securities prosecution, and the creation of a distinct appropriation however minute within the Justice Department for antitrust work, raised some apprehension. I say to you that he has been, the greatest conservative force for the protection of property and our institutions in the city of Washington, Elihu Root warned his peers at the Union Club of New York in February, 1904. Never forget that the men who labor cast the votes, set up and pull down governments. 24. The presence of men such as Root, Cortelyou, Paul Morton, Taft, Knox, and many other former members of the business and social elite, as well as most of McKinley's major appointees, still testified to the conservative nature of the administration. Moreover, Roosevelt filed only 3 antitrust suits in 1902, 2 in 1903, and 1 in 1904. There was perhaps a little bluster now and again, but virtually no bite, and big business knew it. Business had many reasons for optimism as far as the Bureau of Corporations was concerned. And in December, 1902, Roosevelt invited Judge Elbert H. Gerry to the White House. The president had never met the chairman of United States Steel, but the two men immediately took a liking to each other, and saw each other and communicated frequently over the next 7 years. This mutual confidence was to be of vast importance. In May, 1904, the Interstate Commerce Commission found the Morgan-controlled International Harvester Company guilty of obtaining rebates from an Illinois railroad which it owned. Earlier in the year Cyrus McCormick had told Commissioner Garfield that so far as the Bureau of Corporations program was concerned, International Harvester was in entire sympathy with some program of this sort. 25. Instead of prosecuting it, Attorney General William H. Moody and Garfield agreed to an International Harvester proposal that if the company would in the future conform to the law after being told when and where it was violating it, the right of prosecution would be dropped. No formal means of fulfilling the agreement appears to have been arranged. That George Perkins had organized the company, and was the major Morgan representative in it, was probably of influence in the Bureau's having so lenient an attitude. At about the same time, Garfield discussed his plans for the Bureau with Virgil P. Klein, counsel for Standard Oil and a friend, and Klein relayed the information to H. H. Rogers. The Bureau wanted information, and Garfield intimated it would not be used for purposes of prosecution. In June, 1904, according to Garfield, Klein told him the Standard Oil Company would cooperate with the Bureau and would give me the information that I desire, for a Bureau study. They agreed that we would confer with the representatives of the company on all important matters related to the study and Bureau plans. 26. Garfield was rapidly formulating a course of action for the Bureau of Corporations that was to operationally determine the nature of Roosevelt's trust policies. In March, 1904, in response to pressure from livestock growers, the House passed a resolution calling for a bureau investigation of beef prices and profits. Garfield did not want the job, but was forced to proceed nevertheless. In April and in subsequent months, working through Charles G. Dawes of the Central Trust Company of Chicago, Garfield met with the major Chicago packers and assured them any information he obtained would remain confidential and that he had no intention of harming their interests. Even before a formal policy on the function of the Bureau of Corporations had been formulated, Garfield had moved to make the organization a shield behind which business might seek protection. Informal détentes and understandings were regarded sympathetically, even if the law was circumvented, and nothing would be done to harm business interests. The pending election did a great deal, of course, to mitigate any radical action Roosevelt might have contemplated. In September and October, 1904, Garfield and Roosevelt came to an understanding as to the nature and function of the Bureau. Garfield decided that the function of the Bureau of Corporations is not to enforce the antitrust laws, or even to gather information indicating the need for their enforcement. Roosevelt was less clear as to whether its purpose was to gather information to enforce existing laws or to show what additional legislation might be necessary, but Garfield's position was to prevail. Information gathered by the Bureau would be released only at the discretion of the President as provided by the law, and even though the beef information gathered by the Bureau was not given to the U.S. District Attorney of Northern Illinois, then considering legal measures, the names of the Bureau's informants were passed along. The Bureau was charged with investigating for purposes of possible legislation, not enforcing existing laws, Garfield maintained, and its information could not be used by other departments for purposes of prosecution. The policy of obtaining hearty cooperation rather than arousing antagonism of business and industrial interests has been followed, he concluded. Point 27. Garfield had, in fact, been most cooperative with business. And rather than recommending legislation, the Bureau effectively served, with its time-consuming procedures, as a block to legislation. The danger of remedial legislation, Garfield wrote, is that in its efforts to strike down the abnormal, the unusual, and the evil, it likewise strikes down the normal, the usual, and the good, hence extreme remedial legislation results in disaster. 28. Garfield was giving the Bureau a safe, conservative direction. Roosevelt was safe too, and so was the Republican platform he ran on in 1904. Combinations of capital and of labor are the results of the economic movement of the age, but neither must be permitted to infringe upon the rights and interests of the people. Such combinations, when lawfully formed for lawful purposes, are alike entitled to the protection of the laws, but both are subject to the laws and neither can be permitted to break them. Thus, having equated the power of the corporation with the power of a puny craft union movement, the Republicans resigned themselves to the movement of the age. Despite Roosevelt's insistence that the party return a large donation from Standard Oil, the Roosevelt campaign received large sums of money from Perkins, E. H. Harriman, and businessmen convinced by Root, who was shaping many of Roosevelt's campaign speeches, and others in the administration, that the president was doing his best for business. Point 29. It is possible, of course, that the commonly held conception of Roosevelt as the anti-corporate radical biding his time until he was president by virtue of a ballot box, not an anarchist's bullets, is valid. But certainly nothing the president did or said in the months immediately following his victory in 1904 justifies such an interpretation. Quite the contrary, the remainder of Roosevelt's presidency was essentially a continuation of his first 3 years, adjusted for tangential personal qualities and idiosyncrasies. Perhaps Roosevelt may have conceived of himself as an impartial, objective mediator between contending economic interests, seeking to mitigate class conflicts. "It would be a dreadful calamity," he wrote Philander Knox in November, "if we saw this country divided into two parties, one containing the bulk of the property owners and conservative people, the other the bulk of the wage workers and the less prosperous people generally." Roosevelt persistently returned to this theme. Reform to him was a means of preventing radical social change. And inevitably, as if by reflex, he identified himself with conservatism and a benevolent paternalism. The friends of property, of order, of law, must never show weakness in the face of violence or wrong or injustice, but on the other hand, it is peculiarly incumbent upon the man with whom things have prospered to be in a certain sense the keeper of his brother with whom life has gone hard. 30 It never occurred to Roosevelt, who dwelt on this theme again in his message to Congress on December 6, that the existing distribution of power was based on something more than talent and personal skill. Great corporations are necessary, and only men of great and singular mental power can manage such corporations successfully, and such men must have great rewards. This did not justify unabashed exploitation, because Roosevelt nominally placed good sense, courage, and kindliness on a higher scale of priorities. But translated into specific terms, this always resulted in a defense of business interests, and a call for mutual charity between the unequal. More important than any legislation is the gradual growth of a feeling of responsibility and forbearance among capitalists and wage workers alike. 31. Business was indeed gratified by the President's and Garfield's conservatism. The Bureau's policy, Roosevelt announced in the only aspect of his 1904 message bearing on industrial corporations, was one of open inquiry into, and not attack upon, business, and the Bureau has been able to gain not only the confidence, but, better still, the cooperation of men engaged in legitimate business. Garfield's first report for the Bureau, in December 1904, was similarly reassuring. In brief, the policy of the Bureau in the accomplishment of the purposes of its creation is to cooperate with, not antagonize, the business world. The immediate object of its inquiries is the suggestion of constructive legislation, not the institution of criminal prosecutions. It purposes, through exhaustive investigations of law and fact, to secure conservative action, and to avoid ill-considered attack upon corporations charged with unfair or dishonest practices. Legitimate business law-respecting persons and corporations have nothing to fear from the proposed exercise of this great governmental power of inquiry. 32. Moreover, Garfield came out for federal licensing of corporations, and this was especially welcomed by many big businessmen. After the first year, Garfield reported later, the business interests of the country appreciated that the Bureau was not to be used as an instrument of improper inquisition. 33 With the exception of Francis Lindy Stetson, who did not like the idea of federal incorporation and represented only himself, spokesmen of business were delighted with Garfield's report and few were apprehensive about what Roosevelt might do next. Even Stetson was pleased with the other work of the Bureau. Seth Low, chairman of the National Civic Federation and an important influence in Roosevelt's trust policies, approved heartily. Perkins called Garfield up and congratulated him, and Garfield responded by welcoming any suggestions he or his business friends might have. Business communications were overwhelmingly in favor of Garfield's report and proposal. John D. Rockefeller, Sr. praised Garfield's license plan, according to Harper's Weekly, because the federal government would scarcely issue its license to a corporation without at the same time guaranteeing to its beneficiaries an adequate degree of protection. 34. The Wall Street Journal editorialized on December 28, 1904. Nothing is more noteworthy than the fact that President Roosevelt's recommendation in favor of government regulation of railroad rates and Commissioner Garfield's recommendation in favor of federal control of interstate companies have met with so much favor among managers of railroad and industrial companies. It is not meant by this that much opposition has not developed, for it has, but it might have been expected that the financial interests in control of the railroads and the industrial corporations would be unanimous in antagonism to these measures, which would, if carried into effect, deprive them of so much of their present power. The fact is that many of the railroad men and corporation managers are known to be in favor of these measures, and this is of vast significance. In the end, it is probable that all of the corporations will find that a reasonable system of federal regulation is to their interest. It is not meant by this that the financial interests who are in favor of the administrative measures, approve of them exactly in the shape in which they have been presented by the President and Commissioner Garfield, but with the principle of the thing they are disposed to agree. Now, as between governmental regulation by 45 states and governmental regulation by the central authority of the federal government, there can be but one choice. The choice must be that of a federal regulation, for that will be uniform over the whole country and of a higher and more equitable standard. Chapter 4. Roosevelt as Reformer, 1904 to 1906. In late 1904, while on one of his periodic visits to the White House, Judge Elbert H. Gary of United States Steel and Roosevelt entered into a debate on big business in America. At one point Gary promised Roosevelt that if at any time you feel that the Steel Corporation should be investigated, you shall have an opportunity to examine the books and records of all our companies, and if you find anything in them that you think is wrong, we will convince you that we are right or we will correct the wrong. Well, that seems to me to be about the fair thing, the President agreed. Point 1. It is likely that Gary was aware of a similar arrangement that had been made with International Harvester, and perhaps even of the one with Standard Oil. In January, 1905, the House of Representatives ordered an investigation of U.S. Steel, and Gary had his opportunity. The matter was turned over to the Bureau of Corporations, and Garfield dallied on the matter for most of the year. Without anything more than the verbal understanding between Gary and Roosevelt, in September, 1905, the Bureau began obtaining a large amount of data from U.S. Steel and interviewing Steel officials. Garfield made requests for information to Gary, and finally decided it would be best to formalize the understanding between the government and the Steel Corporation. On November 2, 1905, Frick, Gary, Garfield, and the President met at the White House. Gary freely declared his company desires to cooperate with the government in every possible way that is consistent with the proper protection of the interests of its stockholders in their rights and property. He was apprehensive, however, about the possible misuse of detailed information the corporation was to supply. Garfield reassured him Roosevelt only wanted information upon which recommendations for legislation might be made. Gary requested that the Bureau use only publicity to punish the company in the event it found something amiss. In return, Gary agreed formally to give Garfield full access to the Steel books, and any disagreement on the use of the material would be submitted to Secretary of Commerce Victor Metcalf or, ultimately, the President himself. Garfield drew up a memo on the understanding, and Gary and Roosevelt agreed with its contents. Point 2. This cordial understanding was supplemented the following week by mutual reassurances between Gary and Garfield. I think I should say there has been no disposition on my part to endeavor to bind the government to any promise or undertaking for the protection of our corporation, Gary wrote. On the other hand, the public utterances of the President, and your statements to me from time to time, have been such as to show conclusively to my mind that there was no intention of doing or saying anything that would injure our corporation or disturb business conditions. The government would not act to damage U.S. Steel's interests, Garfield responded, unless it was shown to be the government's clear duty to take it. 3. Roosevelt, in formalizing his understanding with United States Steel, acted out of solicitude and not because it was the only way he could obtain desired information. The Bureau was legally able to compel the production of evidence and witnesses, and the creation of a détente with Steel, in effect, altered the character of the Bureau of Corporations. More important, it allowed the Bureau to become a shield behind which certain select corporations might hide from state and congressional inquiries. To Garfield, the agreement was a long step ahead in fixing the work of the Bureau on the lines I wish for. Roosevelt had, in effect, institutionalized the policy of formalizing détentes with select companies. Morgan's offer to send his man to consult with the President's man, International Harvester's proposal that it would be happy to obtain government advice if they could avoid prosecution, and Standard's offer of a détente were now well on their way to at least partial embodiment in official policy. The Bureau of Corporations' delay in investigating U.S. Steel during 1905 was in part caused by other concerns. Garfield was still committed to the investigation of beef prices and profits the House had forced upon the Bureau. Garfield wished to keep the information he was gathering from the Department of Justice. Chicago packers grew increasingly apprehensive of his ability to maintain his promises that the data would be kept confidential, and became more reluctant to supply information in light of the fact that Roosevelt was less certain about the desirability of withholding information. In January 1905, much to Garfield's embarrassment, Roosevelt ordered the Bureau to hand its beef data over to the Justice Department for possible litigation. At the same time, the Bureau rushed to complete its report on beef, and on March 3, 1905, released it to the public. Garfield released the report with much trepidation. "Now will come the storm, for its conclusions will not meet the popular demands, but it is the truth. I care not for popular clamor," he confided to his diary. The report certainly did not meet the popular demand, but it was largely accurate. It implicitly denied the widely read charges of the muckraker Charles Edward Russell that here is something compared with which the Standard Oil Company is puerile. 5. The industry, the Bureau announced, was substantially competitive, and the big packers were in no position to raise beef prices indiscriminately. Despite the strong supporting data for such conclusions, the public was irate at not being told what it wanted to hear, and the packers were angry at having their confidence betrayed. But the report was ultimately useful to the packers, and when the Justice Department initiated proceedings against the Big Four packers several months later, the Bureau's report turned out to be their best defense. Not only did it defend them from the accusation that they were a monopoly and gouging the public, but the packers had given the data to the Bureau in return for a promise of immunity, even though such a promise was not necessary. Roosevelt was displeased with the unfavorable press response to the beef report, and although he supported Garfield, he also requested a supplementary report. Garfield handed the matter over to Herbert Knox Smith, his chief aide and heir apparent, who Garfield thought has shown himself well qualified to take care of things. 6. Armour and Morris refused to provide Smith and his investigators with additional data, and he decided against a subpoena. An additional report to the president was never made. The question of the beef industry went to the courts, and the Bureau turned its attention to Standard Oil once again after allowing its understanding with Standard of June 1904 to lie dormant for the time. In January and February 1905, Garfield met with a group of Standard executives, including H. H. Rogers, John Archbold, and S. C. T. Dodd, and they decided to specifically investigate the numerous allegations of Standard rebating and monopoly in Kansas and the Midwest. Garfield was pleased. "Again I am in a position where I may be of great service to the public," he curiously concluded. 7. It was understood that information would be freely given the Bureau in conformity with the June 1904 agreement. Garfield told Roosevelt of the arrangement no later than January 21, 1905, and the President approved. Roosevelt's willingness to follow Garfield's lead was dictated by personal loyalties to his tennis partner, not by sympathy with Standard. The Standard Oil Company was Roosevelt's sole explicit criterion of a bad as opposed to a good trust, a definition that was later to assume great importance in the President's not too sophisticated thinking on the entire trust issue. Standard had opposed the formation of the Bureau, and Roosevelt exaggerated this opposition into a general Standard dislike for regulation of any sort. In reality, Standard executives were early and leading advocates of federal incorporation, which they saw as a means of protection against burdensome state regulation. In August 1904, Roosevelt favorably toyed with a suggestion by Nicholas Murray Butler, president of Columbia University, that it might be desirable to put the Standard tag on the Democratic Party. Despite the fact that virtually all of Roosevelt's critical comments on the trust issue were really attacks on Standard specifically and not on the larger economic order of which they were only a small part, during early 1905 he was willing to support Garfield's plan for an informal détente even with the oil corporation. The Bureau's investigation of Standard's Midwest and Western operations, especially in reference to railroad rebates, was begun in earnest immediately after the beef report was released. It was not initiated in a spirit of hostility, but Standard quickly reneged on its part of the agreement. During April 1905, Garfield personally visited the Standard operations in the Midwest, and assigned investigators to tour other areas. In May, however, Bureau Representative Luther Conant, Jr. complained he was not receiving sufficient data from Standard's Pacific Coast subsidiary. Klein and Garfield met to discuss the matter, and according to Klein they agreed that the Bureau would have access to all information save as it in some manner touched the question of freight rates, but the company also insisted that a needless disclosure of private rights and interests ought to be avoided. Standard then tried to have the inquiry put off until the fall of 1905, but complaints by Bureau field investigators that evidence was still being hidden and possible sources of testimony silenced alienated Garfield. The relationship between the Bureau and Standard Oil for the remainder of 1905 became increasingly strained as the Bureau's men closed in on Standard's obvious and well-known rebating practices. Garfield inevitably but reluctantly became highly critical of Standard. It appeared as if Standard was indeed the epitome of Roosevelt's bad trust. Roosevelt as reformer. 1905 was not a year for victorious post-election antitrust action by a president presumably thought by most historians to have been chafing for action. It was, instead, a year for more inactivity and détente. Had Roosevelt been seriously interested in antitrust prosecutions, he could have had more than 5 cases initiated by the Department of Justice in 1905. But the president was unable to break out of his traditional pattern of political alliances with big business conservatives. He did not continue his relations with them because of a consciously articulated desire to work with conservatives as such, but because he evaluated men and their motives on the basis of personal manners and character, and Ivy League men and moguls of industry seemed to have more polish and character than others he knew. Once convinced of the personal integrity and sincerity of such men, he was loyal to them even in the most embarrassing situations. And their word of honor, as in the case of Gary and Perkins, was often enough to vindicate their actions. On this basis, good trusts could be distinguished from bad ones, some corporations prosecuted and others encouraged. Perkins and Gary could speak of labor management cooperation and mutual justice at the very same time that workers toiled 12 hours a day, 7 days a week at the very same time that unions were ruthlessly smashed. Roosevelt took their word at its face value and ignored the reality of a U.S. steel labor policy no less exploitive than Standard Oil's. 1905 was a year of conservative consolidation within the Roosevelt administration. Elihu Root, shortly after the 1904 election, had decided to retire as Secretary of War and return to private law practice. In a whirlwind period of less than 1 year, Root took substantial part in the reorganization of the Northern Securities Company, and in February, 1905, also at the behest of Morgan, he went to work on the reorganization of the Equitable Life Assurance Society shortly before Charles Evans Hughes descended upon it on behalf of the New York legislature to seriously embarrass Morgan, Root, and Thomas Fortune Ryan, Morgan's ally. Deeply involved with Morgan, and with his reputation, conservative in any event, widely challenged, Root was nevertheless invited by Roosevelt in July, 1905, to become Secretary of State. Root accepted, and had Roosevelt appoint Robert Bacon, a Morgan partner, a Harvard man, and a friend of the President, Assistant Secretary of State. Big business was delighted, especially since Root began applying his energies to opening South America to United States commercial interests. Indeed, Roosevelt saw nothing ironic or incongruous in appointing Root to the Secretary of State's post just as he was deeply involved in directing Morgan's Chinese investments and the sale of the Canton-Hankow Railroad. Roosevelt, in brief, was personally devoted to Root. He considered Root as his leading and best qualified successor to the presidency until 1906, when he finally realized that Taft would make a better candidate by virtue of the fact he was not widely regarded as a Wall Street man. Moreover, Root rejected Roosevelt's urgings that he run Point 9. Roosevelt's personal loyalty to individuals, and his refusal to consider the possibility of a conflict of interest, began with his strong dependence on Philander Knox for the formulation and direction of his early trust program, and was to continue throughout his political career. To defend a friend and, incidentally, the reputation of his administration, he was quite willing to brush political dirt under the carpet if he could. One example was his treatment of the Paul Morton affair in 1905. Morton was Secretary of the Navy and a former Vice President of the Atchison, Topeka, and Santa Fe Railroad. In February 1905, the ICC decided the Santa Fe was guilty of having accepted large rebates while Morton was an executive there. Morton, for his part, often represented the railroad cause while in the cabinet, and was an important business pipeline to Roosevelt. Among other things, he had managed to convince Roosevelt of the desirability of railroad pools. When the affair broke in June, Morton naturally submitted his resignation to Roosevelt. Although he was forced to accept the resignation, Roosevelt insisted on publicly defending Morton. He proclaimed his selflessness and asserted that Morton alone among the railroad leaders had fought for the abolition of the rebate system, a proposition that conflicted with public knowledge. But Roosevelt realized he also had to order a further investigation of the truth of the allegations against the Santa Fe Attorney General William H. Moody recommended he do so, and in ordering Moody to go ahead he stressed, without access to new facts, that Morton was innocent and that only the Santa Fe, and not its individual officers, be investigated. Moody, because of the case's importance, assigned former Attorney General Harmon to investigate the matter, and made no secret of the fact that he did not wish to prosecute the Santa Fe. Harmon, however, was contrary, and strongly advised prosecution of the Santa Fe on contempt charges. Moody was embarrassingly forced to hand the matter over to the courts for a decision, but since his own attorneys were in charge of the prosecution, no judgment was brought against the Santa Fe. Roosevelt's direction of the Morton affair indicates that personal loyalties, as well as his sense of public relations, were deep indeed. Point 10. From the founding of the Bureau of Corporations until late 1906, Garfield was a major, if not the dominant influence in directing Roosevelt's trust policies. In late 1906, Roosevelt appointed Charles J. Bonaparte as his Attorney General. Bonaparte's assets were varied. He was a civil service reformer and a Baltimore attorney, and gave Roosevelt a Catholic in his cabinet. His qualifications for handling antitrust activity, however, were more restricted. His public utterances on the issue revealed what was to follow. I regard the tendency of combination as an inevitable feature of modern civilization, Bonaparte told the Civic Federation of Chicago's Trust Conference of September, 1899. Emphatically, no legislative action in regulation or restraint of combinations, whether by Congress or state legislature, is desirable. Our public men, with, I need not say, some honorable exceptions, are wholly unfit to deal with any such matters. The attempt will be highly demoralizing to all concerned, the practical results, except in the levy of blackmail, altogether nugatory. 11 Now, 7 years later, Bonaparte was placed in charge of antitrust activity as an honorable exception. Garfield, presumably another honorable exception, continued to maintain excellent relations with the business community throughout 1905, save with the big packers. United States Steel was happy with its détente as a means of protecting itself from congressional attacks. Standard Oil, at least for the time being, appeared contented. In October, a group of visiting bankers saw Garfield and were cordial. Garfield was pleased and flattered. Such conferences are valuable. I must try to have more of them, he confided in his diary. He left the impression that the majority of businessmen are bad, Garfield wrote, commenting on an article by muckraker Ray Stannard Baker, that I do not believe. His personal biases, needless to say, were reflected in the Bureau's policies and, ultimately, in Roosevelt's as well. His annual Bureau report for 1905 strongly condemned penal remedies and enforcement of the antitrust laws as a means of regulating corporations. It was necessary to find the causes of industrial evils in order to remedy them, and Congress would be better advised to provide a method by which reasonable combination may be permitted. A federal licensing law or federal incorporation would provide such a method, for it would assure proper publicity, and since existing business methods will be changed in accordance with public opinion, Such publicity would give the public the facts. Point 12 Such a proposition pleased everyone and solved nothing. The major concern of Roosevelt's annual message to Congress on December 5 was with railroad regulation, an area in which, as I have tried to show elsewhere, he was eminently conservative. These recommendations are not made in any spirit of hostility to the railroads, he insisted. As when discussing industrial corporations, Roosevelt identified the interests of small investors, a multitude of railway employees, wage workers, and the public with those of the railroad tycoons. He never tired of reiterating that in our industrial and social system the interests of all men are so closely intertwined that in the immense majority of cases a straight-dealing man who by his efficiency, by his ingenuity and industry, benefits himself must also benefit others. The superficial fact that the sharing may be unequal must never blind us to the underlying fact that there is this sharing. There were, of course, selfish and brutal men in all ranks of life. There were capitalists who acted in disregard of every moral restraint, and laborers full of laziness, of sullen envy of the more fortunate, and of willingness to perform deeds of murderous violence. Such conduct is just as reprehensible in one case as in the other. Such equations reveal much of Roosevelt's values. The man of power who helps control the shape and course of the economy is neutralized by powerless workers with improper attitudes and by hypothetical murderers, which to Roosevelt really meant militant unionists. Roosevelt was not willing to make a blanket defense of business either privately or publicly, but functionally he, along with all other members of the constituted establishment, paid homage to it. Business success, whether for the individual or for the nation, is a good thing only so far as it is accompanied by and develops a high standard of conduct, honor, integrity, civic courage. Business success is concrete, visible, and Roosevelt thought it a good thing. What is honor, integrity, civic courage, tangibly? Roosevelt's ability to take such rhetoric seriously, to wax hot over platitudes, made him, for practical purposes, responsive to real business needs and desires. So Roosevelt's 1905 message, as far as it got down to real issues, was as pro-business as his earlier statements had been. I am in no sense hostile to corporations. This is an age of combination, and any effort to prevent all combination will be not only useless, but in the end vicious, because of the contempt for law which the failure to enforce law inevitably produces. We should, moreover, recognize in cordial and ample fashion the immense good effected by corporate agencies in a country such as ours, and the wealth of intellect, energy, and fidelity devoted to their service, and therefore normally to the service of the public, by their officers and directors. 13. Specifically, Roosevelt again rejected state supervision of corporations as either possible or desirable. He thought the regulation of excessive overcapitalization might be desirable, but he asked for no concrete legislation. Instead, he restricted himself to the railroad regulation issue, and then turned to the problem of the regulation of insurance. Garfield, in his report earlier in the month, had declared that the Bureau of Corporations had no constitutional or legal power to investigate insurance, which was not strictly a form of commerce, and had recommended a congressional act regulating insurance to test the problem in the courts. Roosevelt attacked state supervision of insurance as inadequate and inconsistent. It led, he pointed out, to the creation of unscrupulous companies formed in one state and operating throughout the country. Roosevelt asked Congress to consider whether it had the power to regulate insurance. But he couched his request in such a manner as to leave no doubt that he desired federal regulation of insurance. Ignoring railroad legislation, the creation of the Bureau of Corporations was the only significant step Roosevelt had taken on the trust issue during over 4 years as president. From late 1905, however, his demands for legislation, as well as his taking actual measures which have commonly been termed progressive, increased sharply. The Bureau had proven abortive, and whatever progressive goals it might have achieved were frustrated by its genial commissioner, working, of course, with the approval of the President. After the election of 1904, however, Roosevelt had few political obstacles or inhibitions. he had been given a mandate by the electorate, and he renounced the nomination for 1908. He now had the opportunity to move in new directions, presumably to try to redress the balance of economic power and to establish responsible public control over big business. The standard historical interpretation maintains Roosevelt did create a new frontier, perhaps not as radical as was once supposed, but nevertheless a system of regulation designed ultimately to bring big business under social control for public ends. Insurance and regulation. The issue of the federal regulation of insurance during the Roosevelt presidency has been virtually ignored by historians. Had they been less delinquent, it is nevertheless likely that Roosevelt's demand for federal regulation would have been interpreted as another of his efforts to create progressive legislation, to bring big business under public control. The insurance industry, however, provides an important example of how an industry sought to solve its internal economic problems by political means. From the end of the Civil War and throughout this period, the insurance business was characterized by cutthroat competition and warfare equaled in few, if any, other fields. In 1867, Henry B. Hyde of the Equitable Life Assurance Society introduced tontine insurance. If a policyholder died before the end of the term of his insurance, he received its face value; if he lapsed in his payments, he forfeited all, and if he reached the end of his term, he received dividends plus a share of the forfeited reserves. The scheme was a form of gambling, and variations of it led to dividend wars, intensive commissions and raids on the sales forces of competitors, liberalized terms, rebates, and a gradual elimination of the number of life insurance companies until 1890. In the long run, the shrewd customer could benefit most from the anarchic conditions that existed, and given the enormous increase of insurance in force, most conservative life insurance leaders regarded the entire situation as mutually damaging. At the same time, state regulation increased and was highly variable from state to state, as well as financially burdensome. Voluntary truces between Equitable and its chief competitor, Mutual Life, failed to solve the problems of aggressive outside firms and state laws, and invariably collapsed. The insurance in force more than doubled between 1876 and 1890, and then doubled again during the next decade. After 1885, there was a growing number of new firms. Indiana and Michigan discovered they could increase state revenues by allowing irregularly managed firms to take out charters, and by 1900 over 300 fraternal insurance companies were in existence. Between 1890 and 1905 the number of life insurance companies in operation more than doubled, although the numbers of new entries and failures were even greater. 14. State supervision was frequently ignorant, and often corrupt as well. But the anarchy within the industry was so great, and the volume of new entries so high, that some large insurance firms preferred state regulation to no regulation at all. During the 1870s, however, a substantial and growing number of conservative insurance managers became convinced that only federal regulation could impose order on the industry, protect them from dishonest companies, and mitigate competition. As early as 1865, Congress had been petitioned for a National Incorporation Act to save the insurance companies from state regulation, and in 1868 a bill was presented to the Senate. Additional efforts were made in the 1880s, but they failed. In 1889 an insurance journal devoted exclusively to agitating for federal regulation, Views, was founded in Washington. The great obstacle to regulation, however, was not the reticence of Congress but the existence of the Paul v. Virginia decision of 1868, handed down by Justice Stephen Field for the Supreme Court. Its thesis was simple: insurance was a contract was not commerce, and the Constitution empowered Congress only with the right to regulate commerce. Despite the Paul decision, insurance men by 1892 were ready to obtain federal legislation and hope for a more favorable court decision afterwards. In 1892, John M. Pattison, a member of the House and also president of the Union Central Life Insurance Company of Cincinnati, submitted a bill providing for a Bureau of Insurance in the Treasury Department which could demand information from insurance companies and had the power of subpoena. The states were to continue issuing charters, but companies were to meet federal standards thereafter. Companies were exempted from taxation save in the state in which they received their charter. Unhappily, Congress was not moved by the plight of the insurance companies, and although most insurance leaders supported the bill, they did not work for its passage. By 1897, however, the deterioration within the industry having accelerated, the Ohio Underwriter reported that officials of life companies the country over are wishing that the dream of national supervision be realized. Their dream came one step closer to realization when Senator Orville Platt of Connecticut introduced a bill at the request of some of his important insurance constituents. The bill was identical to the earlier Pattison bill, save that it required Congress and not the insurance firms to pay the cost of regulation, and allowed state taxation in areas where a company held property as well as its charter. It is the duty of Congress to so legislate from time to time, as to keep the laws of the country abreast with modern ideas. The influential insurance journal, The Spectator, announced point 15 the best way to test the constitutionality of the bill, it concluded, was to pass it. Unfortunately for the industry, Platt's bill, like its predecessor, died in committee. If the federal government would not get into insurance, many insurance men reasoned, it would be necessary for them to get into state politics to protect themselves. George Perkins, who as vice president of the New York Life Insurance Company had initiated branch offices in the industry in the late 1880s and helped his company become the largest insurance company by 1900, was familiar with the importance of politics. He realized that competition was costly, and his efforts at voluntary cooperation among the giant companies had failed. New York Life's legislative agent, Andrew Hamilton, had spent about $1 million in Albany over a 10-year period, at least $235,000 of which even the company admitted went for political payoffs. Perkins was deeply involved in these political machinations, and through them became close to Theodore Roosevelt. William C. Beer, New York Life's national political expert, was involved in Republican politics in its cruder aspects, and went with Perkins to the House of Morgan. Indeed, it was Beer who later worked with Perkins on the passage of the Department of Commerce bill. In early 1900, however, Perkins' special problem was a bill in the New York legislature limiting the amount of insurance any New York chartered company could hold in force to $1.5 billion. It was his work with Roosevelt, then governor, in successfully opposing the bill that attracted Perkins to the Rough Rider, and it marked the beginning of their friendship. In June 1900, Perkins threw his substantial weight at the Republican convention behind Roosevelt for the vice presidential candidacy. The addition of Perkins as a Morgan partner in 1901 acknowledged the fact that insurance was now an important aspect of Wall Street, and the interlocking of insurance and finance in a massive way begins about this time. The need for regulation increased along with the growth of the big insurance companies. The proliferation of new insurance companies continued, and after 1905 accelerated even more rapidly. State regulation, in addition to failing to prevent the spawning of new companies, was increasingly costly. Direct fees collected from insurance companies by 13 states alone in 1902 amounted to $3.6 million, while the expenses of supervision were a mere 1/9 of that sum. Indirectly, moreover, the costs were probably much greater, or at least insurance companies thought so. Valued policy insurance laws, existing in many states, forced companies to pay the entire face value of a policy in the event of fire or loss, rather than the actual value of the loss. Many insurance men were convinced that such policies increased fires, and that they were forced to raise their rates to cover losses. 16. While the Department of Commerce bill was being discussed in 1902, insurance interests unsuccessfully maneuvered to include a Bureau of Insurance in the new department. Insurance men became increasingly desperate over the growth of new and often dishonest competitors, as well as the deluge of state legislation. In late 1903 the Committee of Insurance Commissioners prepared a bill to deny the mails to insurance companies not authorized by the insurance department of the state in which they were operating. The bill embodying this rather oblique approach was introduced in the Senate by John F. Dryden of New Jersey, who also happened to be president of the Prudential Insurance Company and the leading spokesman for federal regulation of insurance. Dryden's bill was immediately opposed by major clients for insurance, who feared it might sharply reduce the amount of insurance that could be obtained by large risks. It, like all its predecessors, died a quiet death. The Bureau of Corporations, however, offered hope to the harried insurance industry. One of its first tasks was to investigate the problems of the industry and to evaluate the legal issues involved in federal regulation of insurance. In June 1904, after completing a number of legal briefs, the Bureau sent one of its investigators, Charles S. Moore, to interview leading Eastern insurance executives and obtain their views on federal regulation. Arriving in Philadelphia, Moore concluded that insurance opinion was unanimously in favor of federal regulation, especially to counter the costs of valued policy laws and, as Clarence E. Porter of Spring Garden Insurance phrased it, federal regulation would remove the harassing conditions and onerous expenses of the various states and would reduce the supervision of the insurance companies to that of one government department at Washington. Moore found insurance sentiment in New York, where he talked to the leaders of about 8 companies, enthusiastically in favor of federal regulation. 17. The realization that there was some hope for sympathetic action by the federal government galvanized insurance industry support for federal regulation. During the last 2 months of 1904, the industry mounted a campaign to obtain legislation. I earnestly hope that the time is not far distant when, as a permanent relief from the needless and increasing burdens of over-supervision, over-legislation, and overtaxation, we shall have an act of Congress regulating insurance between the states, Senator Dryden announced. 18. At the same time, Dryden sent Prudential's statistician to see Garfield to obtain data to support federal legislation. A few weeks later, in line with the recommendation from Garfield, Roosevelt appealed to Congress in his 1904 annual message to consider whether it had the power to regulate insurance. The Spectator, the most influential of the insurance journals and close to New York life insurance, was encouraged. It had supported federal regulation for 30 years, and now had hopes for seeing its goal attained. It is not the public that requires further supervision by the national government, but it is the insurance companies, with their millions of dollars of capital, that need protection from the inharmonious, exacting, and often conflicting laws of 50 different states. To prove its point, the journal ran a symposium on the question for insurance men, and concluded that nearly all wanted strong national legislation. 19. The enthusiasm of the other insurance journals for federal legislation ranged from mild endorsement to, in most cases, very strong backing. John McCall and other major insurance presidents wrote letters of vigorous support for regulation to the journals. The insurance men would have preferred an even stronger public stand for regulation from Garfield and Roosevelt, and an outright declaration that insurance was in fact commerce and therefore open to federal regulation. Despite Garfield's hedging in public, behind the scenes he worked closely with the strong pro-regulation group. After consulting with Dryden's statistician in November 1904, in January 1905, he met with James M. Beck, lawyer for the Giant Mutual Life Insurance of New York, who was preparing a comprehensive federal regulation bill to include a Bureau of Insurance in the Department of Commerce. Beck, who was in contact with Senator Dryden on the matter, accepted a number of Garfield's proposals on the legislation, and handed the draft to Dryden, who then introduced it in the Senate. The new Dryden bill was strong. Insurance companies were compelled to file annual reports with the new Bureau, and its books and records could be demanded and inspected at company expense. Each company had to file its charter and bylaws and post a $100,000 bond as a guarantee of faithful performance of duty. States could supervise companies they chartered, but not those of other states, and state laws for the purpose of raising revenues or harassing interstate commerce were sharply restricted. Unsafe companies could have their charters revoked by the Bureau. Neither Beck nor Dryden seriously expected the bill to pass at the time, but by submitting it and raising the general principle they hoped to prepare the ground for its eventual passage. In surveying the opinions of the big Eastern insurance men on federal regulation, or the insurance journals, the Bureau of Corporations initially overlooked the Hartford insurance companies. Herbert Knox Smith visited Hartford in early 1905, and discovered that most presidents of the major companies favored federal regulation. But the opposition, led by Senator Morgan Bulkeley, president of Aetna Life Insurance, strongly feared that their New York competitors would dominate a federal bureau by weight of money and influence, and exploit the advantage. Their fear was especially shared by the fire insurance companies. Most important, this opposition was articulate and organized. Point 20. Had it not been for the Equitable Life Assurance scandal, the issue of federal regulation would have met an early death. Competing factions struggling for the control of the Equitable in early 1905, and the effort of Morgan to take over the most cutthroat giant in the industry, led to the investigation of the New York insurance industry by a New York legislative committee under William W. Armstrong. The Armstrong investigation, which began in July, was directed by a brilliant lawyer, Charles Evans Hughes, who was to create a milestone in the history of the progressive era. In the process of the investigation, which has been frequently discussed elsewhere, the many years of cutthroat competition and shaky finances in the industry were exposed. What was not appreciated at the time, however, was that most important insurance men loathed a condition that had often been imposed on them quite as much as the righteous legislators disliked it. The public pressure for federal action was never greater than during the Armstrong revelations, and it played into the hands of the big Eastern insurance companies. In August 1905, Roosevelt met with key government officials to discuss the Dryden Bill and the legal status of federal regulation. But the president refused to take a public position at the time. In late August, however, the cause of regulation received an additional boost from the Committee on Insurance Law of the American Bar Association, which concluded that federal regulation was constitutional and desirable if it could eliminate state-valued policy and retaliatory laws. Even the National Convention of Insurance Commissioners supported the constitutionality of federal regulation, and regarded it as inevitable. Despite the growing pressures for action and the insurance scandals, Roosevelt was confused as to what should be done. Senator Bulkeley opposed regulation, Senator Dryden favored it, and although Roosevelt knew Dryden spoke for the mass of the big companies, he used their disagreement as an excuse for avoiding action. In November, however, Francis Lindy Stetson approached Garfield about the matter. Stetson favored federal regulation but felt a constitutional amendment would be required to give Congress jurisdiction. He recommended Garfield investigate the views of a friend of his, Carman F. Randolph, who had been consulted by several insurance companies for a legal opinion on the matter and essentially supported Stetson's view. Randolph's brief was published in the Columbia Law Review in November, and Garfield considered it. Randolph sympathized with the desires of the large companies for federal regulation in order to escape state regulations, but he felt the Supreme Court's 1868 opinion that an insurance contract was not commerce was correct. Short of a constitutional amendment, the only alternative for the federal government was to create a model insurance law in the District of Columbia and the territories and hope that the states would voluntarily duplicate it. Despite his message to Congress the following month calling on Congress to consider the legal issues involved and stressing the desirability of uniformity through national legislation, Roosevelt had been converted to the Stetson-Randolph position. He had asked Root, Moody, and Knox for their legal opinions on the matter, and only Root, who had recently completed a stint reorganizing the Equitable, thought comprehensive federal regulation was legal. A model law, Roosevelt reluctantly concluded, was the only practical alternative. 21. The small Midwest and Western insurance companies regarded the movement for federal regulation as a menace, and organized to fight back. In October, and again in December, 1905, a conference of small Western companies met in Chicago to discuss technical standards and, more important, to oppose federal regulation that was to be sprung by the large Eastern companies at any time they are ready to attempt to crush the life out of the Western companies. 22. Favoring state regulation, the small insurance companies realized that standards would nevertheless have to be raised if they were to avoid ultimate federal supervision. At the same time, the revelations of the Armstrong investigation and the desire to retain at least some control over the profitable insurance industry convinced the state governments that a house cleaning was in order. In February 1906, at the initiative of Governor John A. Johnson of Minnesota and with the endorsement of Roosevelt, about 100 governors, attorneys general, and commissioners of insurance met at Chicago to attempt to make state legislation uniform throughout the country. The convention endorsed the idea of a model insurance code in the District of Columbia, and appointed a committee of 15 to prepare a bill for Congress. Roosevelt had no real commitment on the issue of insurance, and freely admitted he had no knowledge of the field. The Armstrong revelations, although they created political pressures for action, did not terminate or complicate his friendly relationship with Elihu Root and George Perkins, both of whom were seriously attacked by the New York Committee. The issue of federal insurance regulation had been forced to his attention by the large insurance interests. Although he undoubtedly sympathized with the assumption that federal regulation was superior to state control, the constitutional obstacles, and his lack of serious interest in the issue, caused him to take the path of least resistance. By endorsing the model law movement, Roosevelt undercut the Dryden Bill and backed Stetson's alternative to comprehensive federal control or state anarchy. In late March 1906, the House Committee on the Judiciary decided that Congress did not have the power to control or regulate insurance, thereby killing any chance of extensive federal control. A few days later Roosevelt elected to support the model bill proposal drafted by the Committee of 15 chosen at the Chicago Insurance Convention in February. On April 17 he sent a special message to Congress endorsing the proposal, also admitting I have no expert familiarity with the business. 23 The Senate supported the House interpretation of the constitutionality of federal regulation, and finally killed the Dryden Bill. But both branches of Congress were unresponsive to Roosevelt's disinterested plea for a model law in the District of Columbia, and the bill implementing it was never reported out of committee. Having fought to a deadlock, the advocates of state versus federal regulation reformed their ranks. But the pressure for action disappeared as Roosevelt and the public turned to other issues. Moreover, in 1907 about 12 states enacted the model law for insurance despite the failure of the federal government. In September 1906, the American Life Convention was formed by 34 small Western and Southern companies, representing a mere 4% of the legal life reserves, to fight federal regulation and work for uniform standards and procedures. The issue was never joined. Eastern Life Insurance remained strongly in favor of federal regulation of insurance, but Roosevelt and Taft dropped the issue altogether. The problems that in the past had stimulated the demand for federal regulation only grew greater. Between 1905 and 1915 the number of life insurance companies alone more than doubled, and state taxes, licenses, and fees in 1907 amounted to $11 million or 2.1% of premium income. During the Wilson administration the issue was consciously allowed to lie dormant, despite a campaign by Darwin P. Kingsley, president of New York Life, to unite the hundreds of presidents favoring federal regulation behind him. In 1914, when Kingsley managed to get a joint resolution before Congress providing for a constitutional amendment, his effort had no public support. What was necessary was another public scandal similar to the equitable revelation that would allow a president to take decisive progressive action to satisfy the public and the large insurance companies. The scandal never occurred, and the issue of the federal regulation of insurance died. 24. Meat inspection, theory and reality. In October 1904, a young man named Upton Sinclair arrived in Chicago with a $500 stake from Fred S. Warren, editor of the Appeal to Reason. After 7 weeks of interviews and observation in the stockyard area, Sinclair sent back stories to Warren on the working conditions, filth, and gore of the packing industry, and his novel The Jungle electrified the nation, spreading Sinclair's name far and wide and, finally, bringing the Beef Trust to its knees. The nation responded. Roosevelt and Congress acted by passing a meat inspection law, and the Beef Trust was vanquished. Or so reads the standard interpretation of the meat inspection scandal of 1906. Unfortunately, the actual story is much more involved. But the meat inspection law of 1906 was perhaps the crowning example of the reform spirit and movement during the Roosevelt presidency, and the full story reveals much of the true nature of progressivism. Alas, the movement for federal meat inspection did not begin with the visit of Sinclair to Chicago in 1904, but at least 20 years earlier, and it was initiated as much by the large meat packers themselves as by anyone. The most important catalyst in creating a demand for reform or innovation of meat inspection laws was the European export market and not, as has usually been supposed, the moralistic urgings of reformers. And since the European export market was more vital to the major American meat packers than anyone else, it was the large meat packers who were at the forefront of reform efforts. Government meat inspection was, along with banking regulation and the crude state railroad regulatory apparatus, the oldest of the regulatory systems. In principle, at least, it was widely accepted. The major stimulus, as always, was the desire to satisfy the European export market. As early as December 1865, Congress passed an act to prevent the importation of diseased cattle and pigs, and from 1877 on, agents of the Commissioner of Agriculture were stationed in various states to report on diseases. In 1879 Italy restricted the importation of American pigs because of diseases, and in 1881 France followed suit. Throughout the 1880s the major European nations banned American meat, and the cost to the large American packers was enormous. These packers learned very early in the history of the industry that it was not to their profit to poison their customers, especially in a competitive market in which the consumer could go elsewhere. For the European nation this meant turning to Argentine meat, to the American consumer to another brand or company. The American meat industry, as indicated in Chapter 2, was competitive throughout this period, mainly because the level of investment required to enter packing was very small and because there were no decisive economies in large size. In 1879 there were 872 slaughtering and meat packing establishments, but there were 1,367 in 1889. Chicago in the late 1870s had established a municipal system of inspection, but it left much to be desired and was weakened over time. In 1880, after England banned the importation of cattle with pleuropneumonia, the livestock growers initiated a campaign for legislation designed to prevent the spread of the disease. The Grange and many state legislatures joined the movement, and in 1880 Rep. Andrew R. Kiefer of Minnesota introduced a bill to prohibit the transportation of diseased livestock from infected to clean areas. Similar bills designed to halt the spread of pleuropneumonia followed, but failed to gather sufficient support. In late 1882, however, exposés in the Chicago papers of diseased meat led to reforms in municipal inspection, and the major packers cooperated with the city health department to set up more examining stations to root out disease. Other cities also created inspection systems at this time, although they varied in quality. Despite the failure of Congress to legislate on the matter, in 1881 the Secretary of the Treasury created an inspection organization to certify that cattle for export were free of pleuropneumonia. Such limited efforts and haphazard municipal inspection, despite packer support, were inadequate to meet exacting European standards. In March 1883, Germany banned the importation of American pork, cutting off another major export market. Congress was forced to meet the threat to the American packers, and in May 1884, established the Bureau of Animal Industry within the Department of Agriculture to prevent the exportation of diseased cattle and to provide means for the suppression and extirpation of pleuropneumonia and other contagious diseases among domestic animals. Despite the research and regulatory activities of the Bureau, which by 1888 cost $1/2 million per year, the Department of Agriculture from 1885 on began appealing for additional federal regulation to help improve exports to Europe. Its major impetus was to fight European restrictions, not to aid the American consumer, and in doing so it effectively represented the interests of the major American packers who had the most to gain from the department's success. 25. Rather than improving, the situation further deteriorated with the hog cholera epidemic in 1889 worsening the American export position. Congress acted to meet the challenge, and in August 1890, responding to the pressure of the major packers, passed a law providing for the inspection of all meat intended for export. But since provision was not made for inspection of the live animal at the time of slaughter, the foreign bans remained in effect. Desperate, in March 1891, Congress passed the first major meat inspection law in American history. Indeed, the 1891 Act was the most significant in this field, and the conclusion of the long series of efforts to protect the export interests of the major American packers. The Act provided that all live animals be inspected, and covered the larger part of the animals passing through interstate trade. Every establishment in any way involved in export was compelled to have a Department of Agriculture inspector, and violations of the law could be penalized by fines of $1,000, 1 year in prison, or both. Hogs were required to have microscopic examinations as well as the usual pre- and post-mortem inspections. The law, in brief, was a rigid one, and had the desired effect. During 1891 and 1892, prohibitions on importing American pork were removed by Germany, Denmark, France, Spain, Italy, and Austria. The Act of 1891 satisfied the health standards of European doctors, but greatly distressed the European packing industry. Slowly but surely the European nations began imposing new medical standards in order to protect their own meat industries. Major American packers failed to appreciate the retaliatory tactics of their foreign competitors, and protested to the Department of Agriculture, which pressured the Department of State into helping it defend the vital interests of the American meat industry. The government's meat inspection organization, in the meantime, gradually extended control over the greater part of the interstate meat commerce, and in 1895 was aided by another act providing for even stronger enforcement. In 1892 the Bureau of Animal Industry gave 3.8 million animals ante- and post-mortem examinations. It examined 26.5 million animals in 1897. It maintained 28 abattoirs in 12 cities in 1892, 102 abattoirs in 26 cities in 1896. The inspection extended to packaged goods as well, despite the rumors that American soldiers during the Spanish-American War were being served embalmed meat that damaged their digestive systems, rumors strongly denied by Harvey W. Wiley, the leading American advocate of pure food legislation. By 1904, 84% of the beef slaughtered by the Big Four packers in Chicago, and 100% of the beef slaughtered in Ft. Worth, was being inspected by the government. 73% of the packers' entire U.S. kill was inspected. It was the smaller packers that the government inspection system failed to reach, and the major packers resented this competitive disadvantage. The way to solve this liability, most of them reasoned, was to enforce and extend the law, and to exploit it for their own advantage. They were particularly concerned about the shipment of condemned livestock to smaller, non-inspected houses, and applied pressure on the Bureau to stop the traffic. When the Association of Official Agricultural Chemists created a committee in 1902 to determine food standards for meat products, the major meat companies cooperated with the effort and agreed with the final standards that were created. 26. When Sinclair arrived in Chicago in late 1904 to do a story for the Appeal to Reason, he was primarily interested in writing a series on the life of Chicago's working class. His contact with the local socialists led him to Adolph Smith, a medically qualified writer for the English medical journal, The Lancet, and one of the founders of the Marxist Social Democratic Federation of England. Smith proved to be of great aid to Sinclair, supplying him with much information. In January 1904, Smith published a series of articles in The Lancet attacking sanitary and especially working conditions in the American packing houses. Smith's series was hardly noticed in the United States. Certainly it provoked no public outcry. In April 1905, Success magazine published an attack on diseased meat and packer use of condemned animals. This article also failed to arouse the public, which was much more concerned with alleged monopoly within the meat industry than with sanitary conditions. The inability of these exposés to capture the attention of the public was especially ironic in light of the unpopularity of the packers. Charles Edward Russell had just completed his series in Everybody's Magazine on the greatest trust in the world, an exaggerated account that nevertheless did not raise the question of health conditions. The Bureau of Corporations report on beef displeased the public, and made the Roosevelt administration especially defensive about the packers. The Bureau of Animal Industry, at the same time, feared that attacks on the quality of inspection would reflect on the integrity of the Bureau and damage the American export market, and advised against the publication of the Success magazine article. 27. Roosevelt had been sent a copy of The Jungle before its publication, but took no action after it was released. The controversy over it was carried on for several months by J. Ogden Armour, Sinclair, and the press, and Roosevelt was dragged into the matter only after Senator Albert J. Beveridge presented a new inspection bill in May, 1906. In February, shortly before The Jungle received wide attention, the Department of Agriculture ordered the packers to clean up their toilet and sanitary conditions for workers, even though it had no legal power to do so. J. Ogden Armour, in early March, took to the Saturday Evening Post to defend government meat inspection. He pointed out that the Chicago packing houses had always been open to the public, and that the stockyards, for the past 6 years, had been in the process of total reconstruction. The large packers, Armour insisted, strongly favored inspection. Attempt to evade it would be, from the purely commercial viewpoint, suicidal. No packer can do an interstate or export business without government inspection. Self-interest forces him to make use of it. Self-interest likewise demands that he shall not receive meats or byproducts from any small packer, either for export or other use, unless that small packer's plant is also official, that is, under United States government inspection. This government inspection thus becomes an important adjunct of the packer's business from two viewpoints. It puts the stamp of legitimacy and honesty upon the packer's product, and so is to him a necessity. To the public it is insurance against the sale of diseased meats. 28. Armour's reference to the small packers reflected his genuine concern with the increasing growth of competitors, the number of companies in the field increasing by 52% from 1899 to 1909. And since the 6 largest packers slaughtered and sold less than 50% of the cattle, and could not regulate the health conditions of the industry, government inspection was their only means of breaking down European barriers to the growth of American exports. In March, at least, Roosevelt was not thinking of legislative reform in beef. Although he favored radical action, he told Sinclair in a discussion over socialism, "I am more than ever convinced that the real factor in the elevation of any man or any mass of men must be the development within his or their hearts and heads of the qualities which alone can make either the individual, the class or the nation permanently useful to themselves and to others." 29. Roosevelt was ready to allow the triumph of personal conversion rather than legislation in March, but in April his alienation with the packers went somewhat further. In March, 1906, a district court dismissed the Justice Department's case against the Big Four packers on the grounds that their voluntary production of evidence to the Bureau of Corporations in 1904, on which evidence the suit was heavily based, gave them immunity under the Fifth Amendment. On April 18, Roosevelt sent Congress a message denying the packers' contention that Garfield had promised them immunity which he had, and calling for legislation denying immunity to voluntary witnesses or evidence. By May, when Beveridge brought in his proposed meat legislation, the unpopular and grossly misunderstood major packers were ready to welcome the retaliatory legislation against them. Historians, unfortunately, have ignored Upton Sinclair's important contemporary appraisal of the entire crisis. Sinclair was primarily moved by the plight of the workers, not the condition of the meat. "I aimed at the public's heart," he wrote, "and by accident I hit it in the stomach." Although he favored a more rigid law, Sinclair pointed out that the federal inspection of meat was, historically, established at the packers' request. It is maintained and paid for by the people of the United States for the benefit of the packers. Men wearing the blue uniforms and brass buttons of the United States service are employed for the purpose of certifying to the nations of the civilized world that all the diseased and tainted meat which happens to come into existence in the United States of America is carefully sifted out and consumed by the American people. 30. Sinclair was correct in appreciating the role of the big packers in the origins of regulation, and the place of the export trade. What he ignored was the extent to which the big packers were already being regulated, and their desire to extend regulation to their smaller competitors. In March 1906, sensing the possibility of a major public attack on its efficiency, the Department of Agriculture authorized an investigation of the Chicago office of the Bureau of Animal Industry. Although the report of the inquiry admitted that the inspection laws were not being fully applied because of a lack of funds, it largely absolved its bureau. Soon after, realizing that the Department of Agriculture report was too defensive, Roosevelt sent Charles P. Neal, the Commissioner of Labor, and James B. Reynolds to Chicago to make a special report. Neal, an economist with no technical knowledge of the packing industry, and Reynolds, a civil service lawyer, had never been exposed to the mass slaughtering of a packing house, and like Sinclair were sensitive, middle-class individuals. Roosevelt regarded the Department of Agriculture report as critical, but he hoped the Neal-Reynolds report would vindicate the worst. Senator Albert J. Beveridge, in the meantime, began drafting a meat inspection bill at the beginning of May. Drafts passed back and forth between Beveridge and Secretary of Agriculture James Wilson, and Reynolds was frequently consulted as well. Wilson wished to have poultry excluded from the law, and diseased but edible animals passed. By the end of May, when a final bill had been agreed upon, Wilson strongly defended the Beveridge proposal. The measure was submitted as an amendment to the Agriculture Appropriation Bill, and the big packers indicated at once that they favored the bill save in two particulars. They wanted the government to pay for the entire cost of inspection, as in the past, and they did not want canning dates placed on meat products for fear of discouraging the sales of perfectly edible but dated products. Save for these contingencies, the Beveridge Amendment received the support of the American Meat Packers Association and many major firms. 31 The Packers' objections were embodied in the amendments to the Beveridge proposal made in the House by James W. Wadsworth, chairman of the Committee on Agriculture. Roosevelt immediately opposed the Wadsworth amendments, and threatened to release the Neal-Reynolds report if the House failed to support his position. The House supported Wadsworth, and Roosevelt sent the report along with a special message to Congress on June 4. He must have had qualms as to what it would prove, for he hedged its findings by asserting that this report is preliminary, and that it did not discuss the entire issue of the chemical treatment of meats. The report, the packers immediately claimed, reluctantly but definitely absolved them, but also put weapons into the hands of foreign competitors. 32. The Beveridge Amendment passed the Senate on May 25 without opposition. To strengthen his position, Wadsworth called hearings of the Committee of Agriculture for June 6 through June 11. Two significant facts emerge from the testimony, both of which Wadsworth intended making. Charles P. Neal's testimony revealed that the sight of blood and offal, and the odors of systematic death, had deeply shocked the two investigators, and that they had often confused the inevitable horrors of slaughtering with sanitary conditions. Roosevelt had erred in sending to the slaughterhouses two inexperienced Washington bureaucrats who freely admitted they knew nothing of canning. The major result of the hearings was to reveal that the big Chicago packers wanted more meat inspection, both to bring the small packers under control and to aid their position in the export trade. Formally representing the large Chicago packers, Thomas E. Wilson publicly announced, "We are now and have always been in favor of the extension of the inspection, also to the adoption of the sanitary regulations that will ensure the very best possible conditions, including nearly all the recommendations of the Neal-Reynolds report. We have always felt that government inspection, under proper regulations, was an advantage to the livestock and agricultural interests and to the consumer, but the packers strongly opposed paying for the costs of their advantage. 33 The packers opposed dating canned food because of its effects on sales, but had no objection to re-inspection of older cans or the banning of any chemical preservative save saltpeter. Although segments of the press immediately assumed that the packing industry opposed regulation that presumably damaged their interests, and historians have accepted their version, most contemporaries, including Beveridge, knew better. Upton Sinclair was critical of the bill from the start, and called for municipal slaughterhouses. On June 29, as the packers and livestock growers were urging passage of the Beveridge Amendment with the government footing the expenses, Beveridge announced that an industry which is infinitely benefited by the government inspection ought to pay for that inspection instead of the people paying for it. The value of meat inspection for the export trade, Senator Henry C. Hansbrough of North Dakota declared, is obvious. What was wrong with the entire measure, Senator Newt Nelson pointed out, was that the American consumers and the ordinary American farmer have been left out of the question. 3 objects have been sought to be accomplished: first, to placate the packers; next, to placate the men who raise the range cattle; and, third, to get a good market for the packers abroad. 34. The battle that followed was not on the basic principle of a meat inspection law, but on the issue of who should pay for the cost of administering it and on the problem of placing dates on processed meat. During the committee hearings, Wadsworth asked Samuel H. Cowan, the lawyer of the National Livestock Association, to prepare a bill with the modifications acceptable to the big packers. This he did, and it was rumored in the press that Roosevelt had given Cowan's efforts his tacit approval. If an agreement between Roosevelt and Wadsworth was, in fact, reached, it was surely secret, although the two men had at least 2 private discussions between June 1 and 15. On June 15 the president dashed off an attack on Wadsworth's bill that was intended for the press. Wadsworth, Roosevelt claimed, was working for the packers. "I told you on Wednesday night," Wadsworth answered, referring to their private conversation, "when I submitted the bill to you, that the packers insisted before our committee on having a rigid inspection law passed. Their life depends on it, and the committee will bear me out in the statement that they placed no obstacle whatever in our way." 35. The House stood firm on its bill, and there was a stalemate for a week. Since an efficient inspection bill was to the interests of the packers, the New York Journal of Commerce announced on June 18, they should be willing to pay its costs. But the House conferees could not be made to budge on the issues of the government assuming the cost of inspection and the dating of cans and processed meats. Beveridge abdicated, and on June 30 the bill was signed by the president. "The bill," George Perkins wrote J.P. Morgan, "will certainly be of very great advantage when the thing once gets into operation and they are able to use it all over the world, as it will practically give them a government certificate for their goods." 36. The most significant aspect of the new law was the size of the appropriation, $3 million as compared to the previous peak of $800,000 for implementing it. The law provided for the post-mortem inspection of all meat passing through interstate commerce. In this respect, the law was a systematic and uniform application of the basic 1891 Act, but it still excluded intrastate meat. Indeed, even in 1944 only 68% of the meat output was covered by federal laws. The new law was unique insofar as it extended inspection to meat products and preservatives, and determined standards for sanitation within the plants. The basic purpose of Sinclair's exposé, to improve the conditions of the working class in the packing houses, could have been achieved either through better wages or socialism. Although they now had cleaner uniforms at work, their homes and living conditions were no better than before, and if they became diseased they were now thrown out of the packing houses to fend for themselves. "I am supposed to have helped clean up the yards and improve the country's meat supply, though this is mostly delusion," Sinclair later wrote. "But nobody even pretends to believe that I improved the condition of the stockyard workers." 37. Yet historians have always suggested that Sinclair brought the packers to their knees, or that the greatest trust in the world collapsed before the publication of the Neil Reynolds report. Given the near unanimity with which the measure passed Congress, and the common agreement on basic principles shared by all at the time, there is an inconsistency in the writing of historians on this problem. If the Packers were really all-powerful, or actually opposed the bill, it is difficult to explain the magnitude of the vote for it. The reality of the matter, of course, is that the big Packers were warm friends of regulation, especially when it primarily affected their innumerable small competitors. In late August the Packers met with officials of the Department of Agriculture to discuss the problem of complying with the law. "The great asset that you gentlemen are going to have," Secretary Wilson told them, "when we get this thing to going will be the most rigid and severe inspection on the face of the earth." According to the minutes of the meeting, the Packers responded to this proposition with loud applause and not with a shudder. The purpose of the law is to assure the public that only sound and wholesome meat and meat food products may be offered for sale, Swift & Co. and other giant packers told the public in large ads. It is a wise law. Its enforcement must be universal and uniform. 38. Meat inspection ceased to be a significant issue during the remainder of the Progressive era. Beveridge, for several years after the passage of the 1906 Act, tried to restore his defeated amendments, but he had no support from either Roosevelt or other important politicians. Secretary of Agriculture Wilson, among others, opposed Beveridge's efforts to have the Packers pay for the expenses of inspection. The Packers naturally resisted all attempts to saddle them with the costs, but strongly defended the institution of meat inspection and the integrity and efficiency of the Bureau's Meat Inspection Service. 39 Despite the urging of the American Meat Packers Association, which wanted action to eradicate tuberculosis and other diseases in livestock, the issue of meat inspection died. On the same day that Roosevelt signed the Meat Inspection Act, he also signed the Pure Food and Drug Act, and these two measures have been commonly regarded as companion bills representing the triumph of progressivism, health, and decency. The Pure Food story, however, vividly illustrates the confused understanding by many historians of what factors actually motivated legislation in the Progressive era. The history of the Pure Food movement is the history of Harvey W. Wiley. Before Wiley's rise to importance in the movement, the campaign for unadulterated, honestly marked food was carried on by the National Board of Trade with the aid of the Grange, various state legislatures, and special food interests whose markets were being damaged by cheap competition. One of the earliest campaigns was directed against the adulteration of sugar products with glucose. Wiley's advent on the scene came in 1883, when he went to work for the Department of Agriculture as an expert on sugar chemistry. His earlier work had been in developing acceptable glucose adulterants for cane and maple sugar, and he was regarded as a friend of the industry. Wiley's contacts with industry continued through his work as a private consultant, and in his agitation for pure food legislation he initially maintained the position that it was mislabeling, not the purity of the food, that was the primary problem. The poor, he felt, had to have cheap food, and it is not for me to tell my neighbor what he shall eat. 40. In early 1898 the advocates of pure food legislation called the First National Pure Food and Drug Congress in Washington. The body included a wide variety of official delegates appointed by governors, and representatives of professional drug associations and farmers' organizations, but it also obtained strong support from interests that would have been directly regulated under any reform law: the Creamery Butter Makers Association, Brewers Association, Confectioners Association, Wholesale Grocers Association, Retail Grocers Association, and so forth. From this time on the food reform movement was essentially supported by the food industry itself, directed by Wiley, and represented a desire of major food interests to set their own houses in order and protect themselves from more unscrupulous associates. At the same time as the First National Congress, a pure food bill was submitted to the House by Rep. Marriott Brocius, and pressure on Congress for legislation began building up. The Brocius bill was presented to subsequent sessions of Congress without success. Save for slight amendments, it had the endorsement of the National Pure Food and Drug Congress. Its main aim was to prevent poisonous adulteration and mislabeling, and to strengthen the ability of Wiley's Bureau of Chemistry in the Department of Agriculture to enforce the law. Pressure on Congress from wholesale and retail grocers and candy makers to pass the bill continued. The food industry did not seriously disagree on the desirability of legislation, but segments of it wanted the law framed in such a manner as to give their product domination and approval. The oleo and butter industries immediately saw the possibility of interpreting a law against one another, and the alum and cream of tartar baking powder interests were similarly split. In 1902 a bill drawn up by Wiley along the same basic lines as the Brocius Bill was presented to the House by Rep. William P. Hepburn and passed in December. By the end of that year the support for legislation was overwhelming. The National Association of Manufacturers, the American Baking Powder Association, and many individual food companies swung behind the movement. By 1903, however, the opposition to the measure organized, and was centered about the patent drug and whiskey industry and a few dissident grocers. Their line of attack was poorly conceived. The entire movement for legislation was designed, they claimed, to create a political lobby for Wiley and to aggrandize the power of the Bureau of Chemistry. 41 This opposition, however, was too weak and unrepresentative to alter the course of events. Roosevelt showed little concern with the entire pure food and drug question. The movement grew in intensity, and was greatly aided by the related excitement over the conditions in meat packing. Wiley, who was a consistent Republican until 1912, maintained it is not true that Mr. Roosevelt championed the law in its bitter fight for passage in Congress. Although Wiley was incorrect in his contention that Congress opposed his bill strongly, it passed 63-4 in the Senate and 241-17 in the House. He was nevertheless right in maintaining that Roosevelt merely went along with the measure. Wiley, despite his exaggeration of certain opposition, also admitted that the great majority of the food manufacturers supported the bill once it passed. 42 But the President and Wiley, the new head of the Board of Food and Drug Inspection, soon ran afoul of one another, and Wiley subsequently considered Roosevelt an enemy of pure food regulation. The immediate issue between Wiley and the President was saccharin, which Wiley once casually indicated was dangerous and on the road to being banned. Roosevelt, however, used the chemical in his coffee, and strongly disagreed with Wiley. Moreover, there were loud complaints from some food makers that Wiley was moving to ban sulfur dioxide and benzoate of soda. In January 1908, the President cut Wiley down. He created a board, under Ira Remsen, the president of Johns Hopkins and the discoverer of saccharin, to pass on all questions over which there were serious differences of opinion among eminent authorities. At the same time he began appointing less ardent devotees of the cause of food inspection to Wiley's organization. Roosevelt, who was completely ignorant of such matters but a man of strong prejudices, tested him personally in reference to corn syrup, the use of saccharin, and the importation of French vinegar. 43 Having failed the test, the President supported Wiley's less aggressive associates during the remainder of the presidency. One other pillar supporting the image of Roosevelt as progressive was the role of his administration in the conservation movement. Fortunately, Samuel P. Hayes' brilliant Conservation and the Gospel of Efficiency details the much more prosaic and less noble realities of the conservation movement. Conservation neither arose from a broad popular outcry, nor centered its fire primarily upon the private corporation. Moreover, corporations often supported conservation policies, while the people just as frequently opposed them. In fact, it becomes clear that one must discard completely the struggle against corporations as the setting in which to understand conservation history, and permit an entirely new frame of reference to arise from the evidence itself. Conservation, above all, was a scientific movement. The dominant motive behind conservation was a realization that lumber resources were being permanently squandered by indiscriminate cutting, and that in the long run the fortunes of the lumber industry would decline as a result of such practices. Supported by the Northern Pacific Railroad, Weyerhaeuser Timber, King Lumber, and other giant corporations, Gifford Pinchot, the most famous of the conservationists, developed a program of sustained yield planting. Pinchot, who had the support of the American Forestry Association, regarded the forests as economic resources and strongly opposed using the forests as pure wilderness or game reserves. The apostles of the gospel of efficiency subordinated the aesthetic to the utilitarian. Hayes points out. 44 Roosevelt supported the Pinchot school against the preservationists opposing cutting of any sort. In this, as in most other matters, Roosevelt was fundamentally the conservative. Roosevelt never ceased to maintain an incurable confidence that institutional reform could best be obtained by personal transformation of evildoers. He found, in the course of the many movements for legislative change, that the members of the press and the public wanted morality imposed on railroads, packers, and others. His response was pragmatic and contemptuous. He worked with reformers if it suited his purposes, but he virtually regarded them as the cause of evils by their consciousness of them. Roosevelt preferred to solve problems by ignoring them, and rarely took leadership during the earliest stages of discussion of industrial or political problems if it was led by those not in his class. Circumstances often forced him to intrude into affairs after intervention could no longer be avoided. He was, after all, conscious of votes and public pressures. But he never questioned the ultimate good intentions and social value of the vast majority of businessmen, nor did he ever attack an obvious abuse in business or take a stand on regulation without discreetly couching his terms with luxuriant praise for the basic economic status quo and the integrity of businessmen. Nothing better illustrates Roosevelt's fundamental dislike of non-business reformers than his position on the muckrakers. Exposé literature of the time was, admittedly, often careless and exaggerated, but it was also usually conservative in its motives, and for the most part avoided posing radical alternatives to existing evils. The invidious term muckraker was invented by Roosevelt in the midst of the agitation for food, meat, and railroad regulation, causes with which Roosevelt presumably identified himself. On April 14, 1906, Roosevelt made the headlines by attacking the man with the muckrake, the man who could look no way but downward, who was offered a celestial crown for his muckrake, but would neither look up nor regard the crown, but continued to rake to himself the filth of the floor. Translated into concrete analogies, the celestial crown was apathy and ignorance of the reality about him, a placid, optimistic complacency toward the world as it stood. In the same speech Roosevelt hinted that it might be theoretically desirable to someday have federal income taxation, but in the context of his attack on reformers his innuendo was not taken seriously, and Roosevelt never acted upon it. 45. Roosevelt was quite sincere in his criticism of the exposé writers. These journalists Norman Hapgood, Oswald Garrison Villard, and especially David Graham Phillips were the friend of disorder. Of course, he confessed to William Allen White, in any movement it is impossible to avoid having some people go with you temporarily whose reasons are different from yours and may be very bad indeed. Thus in the beef packing business I found that Sinclair was of real use. I have an utter contempt for him. He is hysterical, unbalanced, and untruthful. 3/4 of the things he said were absolute falsehoods. For some of the remainder there was only a basis of truth. 46 Roosevelt's thoroughly contemptuous attitude toward reformers indicates that their revelations were hardly enough to move him. Support by important business elements was always the decisive factor. La Follette, of all the contemporary reformers, especially aroused Roosevelt's ire. He is a shifty self-seeker, Roosevelt told William Allen White in 1906, an entirely worthless senator. He concluded several years later. 47 La Follette, for his part, condemned Roosevelt's equally drastic attack upon those who were seeking to reform abuses. These were indiscriminately classed as demagogues and dangerous persons. In this way he sought to win approval, both from the radicals and conservatives. This cannonading, first in one direction and then in another, filled the air with noise and smoke, which confused and obscured the line of action, but, when the battle cloud drifted by and quiet was restored, it was always a matter of surprise that so little had really been accomplished. 48 La Follette was wrong, of course. A great deal was accomplished, but for conservative ends. Chapter 5. Roosevelt and Big Business, 1906 to 1908. The Good Trusts. During mid-1906 Roosevelt signed his name to 3 major acts of legislation. Even though each of the industries involved meat, food, and railroads supported the specific measures regulating them, it appeared to subsequent historians as if the president had embarked on a decisive campaign for general regulation. Roosevelt had been cajoled into the meat and food campaigns, however, and top business circles were not apprehensive as to what the future held for them. I believe that the powers that be feel that they have made splendid political capital out of what has been done in connection with the Packers, the Standard Oil Company and minor matters, George Perkins reassured Morgan in June, 1906, and are ready to rest on their laurels for some time. Especially comforting for the Morgan interests was the fact, as Perkins phrased it, that the U.S. Steel Corporation is looked upon in Washington with more favor than perhaps any other one concern. 1. Perkins' confidence was based on the understanding that had been reached between the Bureau of Corporations and U.S. Steel, as well as the excellent personal relations that he and Gary enjoyed with the president. The Bureau investigation, U.S. Steel soon found, was a heavy drain on its time because the statistical data requested often took months to collect, but it at least kept the administration happy. Indeed, the investigation dragged on interminably until 1911, and the relationship between U.S. Steel's leaders and President Roosevelt was to shift to other grounds. The Tennessee Coal and Iron Company was the major steel producer in the South. Although its history until 1904 was not one of outstanding profit, from that year until 1907, when it earned gross profits of $2.8 million on sales of $13.3 million, it began to realize its tremendous potential. The promise of the company was based on its enormous reserves of iron ore, coal, dolomite, and lime located within a small region in northern Alabama and southern Tennessee. Its iron ore holdings were estimated at about 700 million tons, and its coal reserves were larger yet. Reliable estimates made by John W. Gates and Charles Schwab indicated that a ton of pig iron might be made by the firm at $2 to $5 less than any competitor in the country, giving it a potential control over the entire southern market. The company's inability to capitalize on its advantage was ended by a new management, and although the firm's raw materials had various imperfections, by 1907 it was actually charging more than the going average for its rails and getting vast orders from the Harriman lines. In 1907 alone Tennessee invested $6.6 million in new construction, and began a duplex steel process plant at Easley, Alabama that was technically outstanding and promised rich awards. Early in 1907 J.P. Morgan, considering the company's promise and resources, asked Gary and Frick about the deskability of buying it, but they advised against such a move. Although Gary later claimed that U.S. Steel was frequently offered Tennessee stock by individual stockholders in the company, John W. Gates testified before a congressional hearing that his son was approached by U.S. Steel in late 1906 to sell his large holdings in Tennessee. There can be no doubt that at least Morgan coveted the Southern Steel Company. In October, 1907, during the growing financial crisis on Wall Street, the investment firm of Moore & Sly came to U.S. Steel for a loan of $1.2 million to cover its commitments during the tight money market. A list of stock was offered the Morgan firm as sources of collateral to cover the loan, including large amounts of American Tobacco, Guggenheim Copper, and 5 others, including Tennessee Iron. U.S. Steel chose $2 million in Tennessee common shares. Its foot was in the Tennessee door. Moore & Sly's problems, however, were not to end with the infusion of $1.2 million. Another $5 to $6 million was needed to help the firm meet its obligations, although Sly later denied that the issue involved was the ability of his company to avoid a crash. The company had about $25 million in shares to use as collateral, including large holdings of American Tobacco and Tennessee Coal and Iron. Again Moore & Sly approached Morgan, whose policy it was to help key firms during the crisis in order to prevent further declines and possible bankruptcies that might shake the very foundations of Wall Street. It was now up to the House of Morgan to decide whether it would take Tennessee stock as its collateral and move to control the entire company. 2. On Saturday, November 2, Perkins, Morgan, and other key members of the concern met at Morgan's home to discuss the problem, the idea being, in Perkins' words, that possibly the steel corporation might be able to secure die property at an advantageous price. Later the same day, U.S. Steel's Finance Committee was called in for consultation. Frick opposed the purchase, alleging that production costs at Tennessee were too high, and Gary feared what the federal government might think of such a massive merger. Mr. Morgan, according to Perkins, felt as strongly the other way and urged that the coal and ore that this Tennessee Coal and Iron Company owned were, in themselves, worth the company's capitalization. The next day, Sunday, the president of Tennessee was called in and discussed the progress the company was making in lowering costs and expanding production. The objections met. U.S. Steel's Financial Committee agreed to buy an earlier rejected bid to Moore and Sly to buy the stock at less than par was raised to par, and Moore and Sly were offered $12 million for their shares. As for the federal government, it was agreed that Frick and Gary would immediately seek the approval of the president to consummate the deal. That same night, Gary and Frick boarded a train for Washington and arrived at the White House the following morning while the president was at breakfast. Garfield, perhaps coincidentally, arrived on the scene at the very same time, and obtained an immediate audience with Roosevelt for the steel men. Since Attorney General Bonaparte was out of town, Elihu Root was called in for an opinion on the matter. Gary and Frick did not identify Moore and Sly specifically, but explicitly indicated to the president that unless U.S. Steel acquired its stock in Tennessee, an important firm would definitely collapse and possibly cause a major crisis on Wall Street. U.S. Steel, they claimed, did not particularly care to acquire Tennessee Coal and Iron, because it was unprofitable, but they regarded it as a public duty. Roosevelt was not told that Moore and Sly had considerable alternate collateral, and he apparently was not aware that it needed a mere $6 million loan rather than the $45 million the total stock of the firm was to cost U.S. Steel. The cost of the stock, Gary indicated, was 35% or more than its real value. Roosevelt took the statements of Gary and Frick at their face value, since the word of gentleman could not be questioned. Roosevelt later insisted until the bitter end that he had not been deceived as to their truthfulness or the nobility of their motives. On the basis of their explanation, Roosevelt promised he would not prosecute U.S. Steel. Root and Gary then cooperatively drafted a formal statement on the understanding, consisting of a letter from Gary to Root on November 7, which was confirmed by the President and filed with the Department of Justice as a guide to policy. The final November 7 letter did not actually reveal everything that went on at the meeting in the White House. It was discreetly edited so it could not embarrass the administration in the future. The following is Gary's November 7 letter, the bracketed sections having been cut from the final version. At the recent interview at the White House between the President, yourself, Mr. Frick and myself, I stated, in substance, that our corporation had the opportunity of acquiring more than one-half of the capital stock of the Tennessee Coal, Iron and Railroad Company at a price somewhat in excess of what we believed to be its real value, and that it had been represented to us by leading bankers in New York that if the purchase should be made it would be of great benefit to financial conditions, and would probably save from failure an important business concern, that under the circumstances Mr. Frick and I had decided to favor the proposed purchase of stock unless the President objected to the same. I further stated that the total productive capacity of our companies would not be materially increased by the ownership of the properties of the Tennessee Company, and, after the purchase, would probably not amount to more than 60% of the total steel production in this country, which was about the percentage our companies controlled at the time of the organization of the U.S. Steel Corporation, that our policy was opposed to securing, that our policy was not to secure a monopoly in our lines or even a material increase of our relative capacity, not to materially increase our relative capacity. I understood the President to say that while he would not and could not legally make any binding promise or agreement, he did not hesitate to say from the circumstances as presented he certainly would not advise against the proposed purchase. The President was also kind enough to state generally his favorable opinion of our corporation and its management as ascertained by reports from the Department of Commerce and otherwise. If consistent, will you kindly write me if the above statement is in accordance with your understanding and recollection. Point 4. In consummating the agreement, U.S. Steel increased its ore reserves by 40% and acquired a company worth, at the time, at least 4 times the purchase price. Having secured Tennessee coal and iron at an advantageous price far in excess of the amount needed to save one of its stockholders, the House of Morgan and U.S. Steel proceeded to consolidate their position with Roosevelt in other areas as well. In late 1907, as has already been discussed in Chapter 2, the famous Gary dinners were organized in an effort to fix and stabilize steel prices. Roosevelt and Bonaparte were fully informed of the activity from the beginning, and decided to allow the clearly illegal restraint of trade to continue without government interference. At the same time, the Bureau of Corporations' study of U.S. Steel continued at a leisurely pace. In January 1909, at the end of Roosevelt's tenure of office, several minor crises with U.S. Steel occurred. For over a year the Bureau had patiently endeavored to obtain data from U.S. Steel on the capitalization of its original stock flotation as compared to the real value of the companies. It was widely known at the time that about 1/2 of the corporation's original stock represented water, and Gary and Perkins were extremely defensive about the matter. Despite this breach by U.S. Steel in the agreement to supply the Bureau with all data, the Bureau and Roosevelt remained fast friends of Steel. This was especially true after Garfield was appointed Secretary of the Interior in March 1907, and Herbert Knox Smith was made Chief of the Bureau. In January 1909, the Senate decided that an investigation of U.S. Steel's absorption of Tennessee coal and iron was in order. Rumors were rife that the extraordinarily valuable company had been acquired at a bargain price during the Panic of 1907 as a result of the President's promise of immunity from antitrust prosecution. Roosevelt and Bonaparte were seriously embarrassed, especially since they knew the rumors were true. They decided immediately to oppose the investigation. Roosevelt ordered Smith to send to the White House all confidential information gathered by the Bureau of Corporations relevant to the Tennessee merger, and he let it be known that I could not be forced to give them, unless they were prepared to go to the length of trying to have me impeached. 5 On January 26, the Senate Committee on the Judiciary requested the Bureau's data on U.S. Steel. On January 29, Secretary of Commerce Oscar Strauss, with Roosevelt's permission, sent the Senate only what he termed non-confidential material. U.S. Steel nervously watched the first real test of its détente with Roosevelt, and Gary anxiously reminded the Bureau that I hope our understanding will not be overlooked. 6 His confidence was not betrayed, for when the Senate committee delivered its report in March it could not, for lack of information, pass judgment on the entire Tennessee coal and iron affair. Roosevelt was incapable of doubting the honesty and good intentions of Gary and Perkins, and defended his actions and their statements on the Tennessee affair until his death. Given his sympathy, the Morgan Group moved to use the President and the executive agencies in defending and protecting their other interests as well. From March 1907 on, Roosevelt maintained an uneasy arrangement with Morgan's New Haven Railroad to allow it to absorb much of New England's railroad system. Despite vicissitudes in the arrangement, which I have discussed in detail in my study of railroads, Roosevelt permitted the effort, which was far more monopolistic than the Northern Securities Company, to be consummated. At the same time, Roosevelt never challenged the altruistic statements of U.S. Steel's leadership, and especially of Gary and Perkins, on labor management cooperation. As leading figures of the National Civic Federation, they publicly defended that organization's commitment to conciliation and arbitration between labor and management and its desire to see open shop unionism at the time a seemingly radical position. Gary and Perkins were strong advocates of worker stock ownership, and introduced a stock participation plan at U.S. Steel. Roosevelt regarded them as model capitalists, and never once challenged the reality behind their statements. The reality, of course, was very different. In 1901, during the strike by the Amalgamated Association of Iron, Steel, and Tin Workers against U.S. Steel, the union movement in steel was virtually destroyed. Working conditions were notoriously bad, and they never substantially improved during this period. Wages rose only very slightly. Like all other major corporations at the time, and despite the public relations image it tried to cultivate, U.S. Steel was autocratic and paternalistic, and it remained so for many years. 7. In December 1906, Congress passed a resolution ordering an investigation of Morgan's International Harvester by the Bureau of Corporations. The Bureau and International Harvester, of course, already had an informal understanding, dating to May 1904, that the company, if notified, would alter any illegal practice. In February 1905, International's attorney met with Garfield and expressed his firm's desire to cooperate with any investigation or in having new laws enacted for federal regulation. 8. The matter was allowed to lie dormant until Congress forced action. Perkins and Cyrus McCormick, referring to their earlier offer of cooperation, immediately renewed their pledge to aid an investigation in any way possible. On January 18 and 19, 1907, Garfield, Herbert Knox Smith, Gary, Perkins, Cyrus McCormick, and Charles Deering met at the Waldorf Astoria in New York to discuss the investigation. Gary, speaking for International Harvester, announced, in Smith's words, that the company would take the same attitude toward the proposed investigation by this Bureau as has been taken by the United States Steel Corporation, and would ask the same treatment of the information furnished. U.S. Steel was fully satisfied with the treatment it was receiving, and Harvester expected to be also. It hoped that the information would not be used for demagogic purposes, or in a manner that would help its competitors. The Bureau agreed to these requests. Gary informed Garfield, again in Smith's words, that he believed in the work of the Bureau and the necessity of governmental supervision of large corporations, and that he felt that the President and the Bureau, representing his policy, was a strong safeguard both to the removal of abuses and to the prevention of violent attacks on private rights in general that might otherwise come. Perkins and McCormick agreed with Gary, and it was for this reason that Perkins had worked for the establishment of the Bureau. More specifically, they welcomed the Bureau's investigation because the best thing that could happen to the Harvester Company was a report by the Bureau showing the truth of their claim that they were operating their American business at a loss, for then they would have just ground for raising American prices. Garfield was most obsequious about such business cooperation with the Bureau. It is most gratifying to find that the leaders of business are thus recognizing the right of the government to so investigate. 9. It did not occur to Garfield that Morgan's men were quite serious when they stated they wished to use the Bureau to raise prices, to prevent attacks from less friendly parties, and as a general shield. Garfield did not promise immunity from legal prosecution in the event of violations of law, but he appeared to be friendly to the Morgan interests, and that was all that mattered. At the end of March 1907, however, Harvester formally requested Attorney General Bonaparte to defer any possible prosecution until a complete Bureau report could be finished. At about the same time, it urged the Bureau to begin its investigation in order that its objective analysis of the corporation could be used to stem the tide of state prosecutions of International. The Bureau, the McCormicks asked, should point out any irregularities in their company's practices, and they would immediately be corrected. Smith, for his part, assured them that it was not the desire of the Bureau to harass the Harvester Company, and that our Bureau was not a destructive agency. 10. But the Bureau still would not initiate its investigation on a serious scale. In May 1907, International's attorney visited the Bureau, delivered information, and offered more. His hint did not change matters. During the interim, Attorney General Bonaparte took steps to bring a suit against Harvester for certain of its overseas operations. On August 22, Perkins took the matter in hand and visited Roosevelt at his Oyster Bay home. Perkins complained about the lack of progress the Bureau was making, and indicated his anxiety about the unnecessary antitrust action by the Department of Justice before the Bureau's report revealed on the true facts about the company. Roosevelt wrote Bonaparte to defer a possible suit, at least until the matter could be straightened out, and Smith was notified of the meeting, thereby leaping to action. Perkins saw Smith several days later, and then discussed the matter with Bonaparte, who was feeling aggressive at the time. Bonaparte must have realized what was in store for him, and pleaded ignorance of the May, 1904, agreement between Attorney General Moody and International Harvester to work problems out privately. The matter was allowed to lie dormant until September 21, when Smith sent Roosevelt a long, impassioned defense of the system of mutual understandings and détentes with the House of Morgan that had been built by the Bureau. Endorsing the policy of delaying any antitrust prosecutions until the Bureau had time to complete its investigations, Smith also prejudged the inquiry by indicating, "I have no knowledge of any moral grounds for attacks on the company." The attitude of the Morgan interests generally, which control this company, has been one of active cooperation, and to initiate prosecution would be an abandonment of the policy of distinguishing between good and bad trusts. More important, Smith rejected the Sherman Act as a guide to corporate policy. "I believe that industrial combination is an economic necessity, that the Sherman Law, as interpreted by the Supreme Court, is an economic absurdity and is impossible of general enforcement, and even if partially enforced, will, in most cases, work only evil. I believe the principle it represents must ultimately be abandoned." Business had supported, for the most part, the President's friendly policy of publicity as a means of regulation. More pointedly, Smith asked, "It is a very practical question whether it is well to throw away now the great influence of the so-called Morgan interests, which up to this time have supported the advanced policy of the administration, both in the general principles and in the application thereof to their specific interests, and to place them generally in opposition." 11 Strauss endorsed Smith's position, and advised the President to do so as well. The threatened suit was called off. The question of why and how the International Harvester suit was withdrawn later became a controversial issue in the 1912 campaign, when Taft accused Roosevelt of being subservient to the House of Morgan. The best Roosevelt could say of the accusation, Taft published many of the damning letters of August and September, 1907, was that Taft failed to voice his protest at the cabinet meeting that endorsed his decision. The point was irrelevant, ignoring Taft's denial that he was at the meeting, since the decision was ultimately Roosevelt's and Smith's alone. Taft also revealed that on September 26 Roosevelt ordered Bonaparte to stop the projected suit, and notified Perkins that a Bureau investigation would precede any suit. Roosevelt had the suit buried, but the Bureau's investigation, which Smith had used as a bait for undercutting Bonaparte, continued to hang in limbo. His eyes fixed on state litigation, Cyrus McCormick, during October, 1907, felt compelled to write Smith to speed his inquiry. Smith continued to delay, and only in March, 1908, began the investigation in a serious manner. Perkins continued to badger Smith to move more quickly, and International sent in a considerable amount of data. In October, 1908, a temporary snag developed over International's reluctance to release appraisers' reports of the value of its 1902 pre-merger plans, but this obstacle was quickly removed. The study was not completed until March, 1913.12. The Evil Trusts. The June, 1904, understanding between Garfield and the Standard Oil Company, by which information on oil would be gathered in a friendly, cordial manner, had led to difficulties by the end of 1905. As the Bureau unavoidably closed in on the rebating practices of Standard and various railroads, the oil giant began throwing obstacles in the path of the inquiry. Klein insisted that Standard was giving the Bureau all the information it had, but in this instance Garfield was unwilling to be put off. Klein, during March, 1906, seemed pleased with Garfield's work, but grew apprehensive as skeptical questions were put to Standard by Bureau investigators. The press reported that on March 9, H. H. Rogers and John D. Archbold visited Roosevelt and offered the Bureau all the information it desired in return for staving off a federal prosecution. If such an offer was indeed made, Roosevelt apparently turned it down, and although Klein tried to satisfy the Bureau that no rebating was carried on, Garfield submitted a report to Roosevelt claiming extensive railroad rebating to Standard. The report, as even historians friendly to Standard have admitted, was largely accurate. It came at an especially convenient time for Roosevelt, and since he still remembered Standard's opposition to the formation of the Bureau of Corporations, he did not hesitate to use it. The Hepburn Bill on railroads was being debated at that time in the Senate, and Roosevelt thought it would help the passage of the measure if he sent the Bureau's report to Congress along with a special message. The Bureau's report, sent to Congress on May 4, also convinced Attorney General Moody that Standard had violated at least the Elkins Anti-Rebating Act, and deserved to be prosecuted. Roosevelt was willing to allow Moody to go ahead, and in mid-November, 1906, the Department of Justice formally filed several cases against Standard and its affiliates. A decision on the major rebating case was not handed down until August 3, 1907, when Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis fined Standard $29,240,000 for taking rebates on 1,462 counts. A bumptious, colorful figure, Landis immediately had to be brought into harness when he also threatened to open a case against the Chicago and Alton Railroad, which the government had promised immunity for supplying evidence. Standard was unperturbed by Landis' fine, which it immediately appealed, but was far more disturbed by the Justice Department's suit in September, 1907, to dissolve the company. On September 8, Bonaparte was visited by a government attorney active on the Standard case who relayed the message that Standard was very much dispirited and alarmed, and would open its books and correct all abuses if the government would not make individual indictments and would drop the case. Neither Bonaparte nor Roosevelt liked the proposition. To Roosevelt, Standard Oil and Harriman were setting the pace in the race for wealth under illegal and improper conditions, and were the epitome of evil, as opposed to good. Trusts. 13 Roosevelt, of course, was deeply involved at the time in a variety of friendly understandings with Morgan corporations, and there is little doubt that Standard was fully informed of all of the significant details. Standard also wished to establish a détente. Bonaparte was not Standard's man, and the company next approached Garfield. On September 21, Fred Goff, one of Standard's Cleveland attorneys, visited Garfield and offered to reorganize the company in conformity with the law if the antitrust suit could be quashed. Garfield was obviously flattered. "Strange," he confided in his diary, "if such a change should come through my work in my hands." Garfield favored the arrangement. He and Goff met again the following day, and they agreed to consult with their superiors. On September 27, Garfield discussed the matter with Roosevelt, who was skeptical but willing to send Garfield to Bonaparte for further discussions. The two cabinet members decided that any future proposals would have to come from the responsible leaders of Standard themselves, and on September 29, with Archbold and J.D. Rockefeller's approval, Standard submitted its plan. Two commissioners, Garfield and Goff, could freely examine Standard's books at the corporation's expense, and would have the unanimous power to make Standard conform to their recommendations and the government to drop all suits. A really astonishing proposal, Garfield concluded. Goff has done well to induce them to make the offer. 14 additional meetings followed, and during most of the month of October both Roosevelt and Bonaparte seriously considered the matter. Then Standard made an error. Senator Jonathan Bourne, Jr. of Oregon visited Roosevelt and told him that if he agreed to the détente with Standard, the oil giant would help him win the nomination for the presidency in 1908. It is likely that it was Archbold alone who sent Bourne. On October 25, the cabinet met and decided to continue the prosecution. There the matter rested until June, 1908, when Senator Bourne and Archbold tried to take the matter in hand with an even more bizarre proposition. During that month a reorganization plan for Standard was given to Bonaparte by the company, and Roosevelt left it to his Attorney General to decide whether it attained the object of the antitrust litigation. Linking the two proposals together, in late June Senator Bourne again visited Roosevelt about running for the presidency with Standard support. Roosevelt dismissed the offer, and referred Bourne to Bonaparte. Still seeking some sort of grand alliance, Bourne asked Bonaparte to prepare an antitrust bill embodying the ideas of the administration, which he would then try to have pushed through the Senate. Roosevelt and Bonaparte were evidently irritated by the Oregon senator, and cut the matter rather short. 15. On July 22, Circuit Court Judge Peter S. Grosscup decided to reverse the Landis fine on Standard. Roosevelt did not mind a reduction of the fine against Standard of Indiana, which he had always felt was excessive, but he reacted strongly against Grosscup's claim that the Landis trial was unfair and should be retried. Grosscup's decision, coincidentally, came at a time when Chicago papers were attacking his record for taking railroad passes during the late 1890s, and Roosevelt was discussing his impeachment. Roosevelt's early opinion of Grosscup had been, first, that he was too radical and, after his past scandal, too conservative. In fact, however, Grosscup's position on the modern corporation that it was inevitable and desirable was similar to Roosevelt's, and in 1912 he supported Roosevelt in the presidential election. The Grosscup decision, later sustained by the retrial, marked the end of negotiations for a détente between Standard and Roosevelt. Despite the victory of Standard in the rebating case, the antitrust case was still pending. A cordial relationship between top members of the Roosevelt administration and Standard executives continued. Garfield saw Fred Goff from time to time. And in late July, 1908, shortly after Judge Grosscup had saved Standard $29 million, a party in his honor was given at Williamstown, Massachusetts by Rockefeller's son-in-law, T. Parmalee Prentice. Among the guests celebrating and feting the honorable judge from Chicago was Attorney General Bonaparte. 16. The tobacco industry was one of the few in which a single company had anything like monopoly control. Moreover, the American Tobacco Company followed an aggressive merger policy and was ruthless in fighting its competitors. Indeed, American Tobacco was strategically in a better position to maintain control over tobacco than Standard was to dominate the oil industry. In 1904, American Tobacco absorbed Continental Tobacco, one of its few major competitors, and action by the government was inevitable. The nature of the government's approach, and the diverse interests that entered into the case, illustrate the relationship between the Roosevelt administration and bad trusts with which détentes of the U.S. Steel variety were politically impossible. Tobacco's man in the higher circles of government was Elihu Root. Root had worked for Thomas F. Ryan in 1905, and Ryan was interested in tobacco. In late 1906, the Justice Department began taking steps leading to possible litigation against tobacco. W. W. Fuller, tobacco's counsel, persuaded Root to defend the tobacco position within the administration and, if possible, to prevent an antitrust suit. He sent Root considerable data to sustain tobacco's case, and in February 1907, when it became apparent that Taft and Bonaparte were pressing for an antitrust suit, Ryan suggested a possible compromise to Root. He had warned tobacco executives to cooperate with the president, Ryan claimed, and he wished the company to distribute its direct stock holdings among the shareholders. In late February, however, the Justice Department subpoenaed various tobacco executives. Although Root tried to reassure Ryan as to what the future held in store, Ryan decided to put his cards on the table. "I have just heard that the Harvester Company," he wrote in March, "has made an agreement with the Department of Justice, that is the President, to do what I want Tob Company to do. I think you could try to find out if the President would like us to walk in that line. I feel sure he would, get much credit by our doing so." 17. The key advocate of legal action against American Tobacco was James C. McReynolds, special assistant to Attorney General Bonaparte, who acted without interference from his superior. Root and Ryan decided to try to convince Roosevelt to accept tobacco's stock distribution plan or else hand the entire matter over to the Bureau of Corporations for an investigation. During March, as McReynolds moved to convene a grand jury inquiry into tobacco, the firm offered to dispose of its stock in British American Tobacco, Reynolds Tobacco, and others. McReynolds, who was given complete jurisdiction over the matter by Bonaparte, refused to budge, and the grand jury inquiry went on. An international harvester-type détente was not consummated, but the Bureau was brought into the matter nevertheless. The Bureau had been toying with an investigation of tobacco, and in early May an American tobacco attorney visited Herbert Knox Smith to try to speed up its inquiry. The Bureau's report, Fuller told Root, would be out by midsummer. But they already have come to their conclusions all along the line, and they are very favorable to us indeed. Mr. Smith said that they were so favorable that he supposed the public would believe that his department was stupid and deceived by us. It may be that if the Prist wants a sort of advance idea of the discoveries of the Department of Commerce, he can get it by talking with Mr. Smith. It would show him how we have been slandered and misrepresented, and maybe change his feeling toward us. 18. Neither Root nor the Bureau of Corporations was able to stop a suit against American Tobacco, but they were able to blunt some of McReynolds' more extreme proposals. McReynolds suggested that a receivership be created over American Tobacco, and that a general bill allowing this method of dissolution in other suits be recommended to Congress. The proposal was referred to Root and Bonaparte, both took a dim view of it and it died. Another suggestion, to take criminal action against James B. Duke, the founder and controller of American Tobacco, was also rejected. Root remained American Tobacco's main contact within the administration, but he could not prevent the Southern District Court of New York from ordering the dissolution of the company in 1908. The entire question passed to the courts until 1911, when the Taft administration was forced to make the final decision on American Tobacco's fate. The rule of reason. One can evaluate Roosevelt's relationship to big business both operationally and theoretically. Operationally, there is the reality of détentes with the Morgan companies, and the president's refusal to take steps against them. At the same time, there is the fact that the antitrust activity of Roosevelt's administration was purely minimal, and substantially less, in terms of the number of cases initiated, than under Taft or Warren G. Harding. Even without discounting Roosevelt's more exuberant political rhetoric, there was a remarkable correspondence between these operational realities and his theories. Although his views on the relationship of the corporation to society and politics developed somewhat through experience, the core of his ideas remained remarkably constant. He usually discussed the corporation in the context of an attack on sinister demagogues and foolish visionaries who seek to excite a violent class hatred against all men of wealth. The corporation that created injustice, and the critic of injustice who did not accept the basic premises of the corporate economy, were invariably equated, and the injustices that Roosevelt attacked were not the structural evils inherent in an exploitive economy but those evils associated with a few exceptional corporations. Under no circumstances would we countenance attacks upon law-abiding property, he declared in January, 1908, or do aught but condemn those who hold up rich men as being evil men because of their riches. On the contrary, our whole effort is to insist upon conduct, and neither wealth nor property nor any other class distinction, as being the proper standard by which to judge the actions of men. Conduct, to Roosevelt, was a personal and not an institutional question, and in reality often was equated with the manners and class sensibilities upon which Roosevelt had been raised. Sweeping attacks upon all property, upon all men of means, without regard to whether they do well or ill, would sound the death knell of the Republic, he never tired of reiterating. In the modern industrial world, combinations are absolutely necessary, Roosevelt concluded, and not merely among businessmen but among workers and farmers as well. Roosevelt resigned himself to the contemporary belief in the inevitability of trusts. It is mischievous and unwholesome, he repeated again and again in different ways, to keep upon the statute books unmodified, a law, like the antitrust law, which, while in practice only partially effective against vicious combinations, has nevertheless in theory been construed so as sweepingly to prohibit every combination for the transaction of modern business. The law should not be repealed, he declared in December, 1907, but it should be so amended as to forbid only the kind of combination which does harm to the general public. Combinations were reasonable or unreasonable, and the way to determine which should be allowed was to grant supervisory power to the federal government. Antitrust suits as a means of enforcing the law, Roosevelt declared, were irksome and prolonged affairs. Instead, the government should have the right to approve reasonable agreements between corporations, provided they were submitted for approval to an appropriate body. National incorporation of combinations, with heavy emphasis of the regular publication of key data and publicity, would allow the government to regulate the corporate structure to protect both shareholders and the public. Barring this, federal licensing for the same ends might be tried. And only the national government was capable of effective regulation of this magnitude. Regulation, not repression, was the theme. Point 19. Roosevelt's interpretation of the trust problem, his association of the evils of concentration with the personality of individuals, and his separation of good from bad combinations as a means of accepting the major premises of the corporate economy, were all part of the dominant thought of the day. His basic ideas, which were virtually identical to the attitude on the trust problem taken by the big business supporters of the National Civic Federation, were eminently acceptable to the corporate elite. The idea of federal incorporation or licensing was attractive as a shield against state regulation, and rather than frightening big business, as most historians believe they did, Roosevelt's statements encouraged them. Indeed, even his passing reference in his 1906 message to Congress to the theoretical desirability of an income tax law was hardly radical. Andrew Carnegie was also attacking the unequal distribution of wealth as one of the crying evils of our day, and the fact that Roosevelt took no concrete steps on the matter, and linked it with a constitutional amendment, meant his rhetoric was not frightening even to reactionaries. Early in 1908, George W. Perkins, the functional architect of the détente system and political capitalism during Roosevelt's presidency, attempted to articulate a systematic view on the relationship of the giant corporation to national government. The modern corporation, to Perkins, was the working of natural causes of evolution. It must welcome federal supervision, administered by practical businessmen, that should say to stockholders and the public from time to time that the management's reports and methods of business are correct. With federal regulation, which would free business from the many states, industrial cooperation could replace competition. In a defense of Roosevelt against unwarranted attacks from the business community, a community that was not obtaining the same benefits of business-government cooperation as Morgan firms, Perkins also suggested that Roosevelt shared his interpretation of the necessity of sympathetic regulation. It is needless to say that I am in substantial agreement with most of the propositions that it contains, Roosevelt wrote his admirer upon receiving a copy of the speech. Point 20. With the exception of Bonaparte, virtually all of Roosevelt's important advisers accepted his interpretation of the trust issue. Roosevelt ignored Bonaparte's objection that the terms reasonable and unreasonable were too indefinite for legal purposes and were subject to arbitrary interpretation. He did not feel that the antitrust law should be sweepingly applied, which it never was, but he suggested that Roosevelt's past distinctions between good and bad trusts had caused those interested in certain trusts to claim immunity on the ground of their virtuous and benevolent purposes. 21. The détente system, Bonaparte sensed, was the logical conclusion of Roosevelt's philosophy. He was correct, but his influence was not sufficient to override it. Bonaparte, like his peers, was never concerned with the size of the corporate unit, but only with whether it violated the law. The difference was that the literal-minded Bonaparte thought an inflexible law was desirable, and Roosevelt did not. Roosevelt sharply distinguished between good and bad corporations, and if the contemporary public was largely unaware of the subtle differences, at least Roosevelt and many big businessmen knew precisely what was happening. Roosevelt was consciously using government regulation to save the capitalist system, perhaps even from itself, for the greatest friend of socialism was the unscrupulous businessman who did not recognize that moderate regulation could save him from a more drastic fate in the hands of the masses. I think the worst thing that could be done, he wrote Henry Lee Higginson concerning the railroads, would be an announcement that for 2 or 3 years the federal government would keep its hands off of them. It would result in a tidal wave of violent state action against them throughout 3/4 of this country. The reactionary or ultra-conservative apologists for the misuse of wealth assail the effort to secure such control as a step toward socialism. As a matter of fact, it is these reactionaries and ultra-conservatives who are themselves most potent in increasing socialistic feeling. We are acting in the defense of property, he reminded Lodge Point 22. Roosevelt was not alone in reiterating his conservative intent and function. Elihu Root as Secretary of State and L. M. Shaw as Secretary of the Treasury were two of the bitterest opponents of popular government. Oscar S. Strauss, his Secretary of Commerce from December 1906 on, was formerly president of the New York Board of Trade and Transportation, and was close to the National Civic Federation. He allowed Herbert Knox Smith to run the Bureau of Corporations with a free hand. More interested in immigration problems than corporations, Strauss was personally close to various New York banking interests. Key businessmen knew that Roosevelt relied heavily on Nelson Aldrich, especially for banking and financial advice, and that major machine politicians, such as Boise Penrose, could publicly proclaim their alliance with Roosevelt without a denial from the president. But their most important connection remained the Bureau of Corporations and its commissioners, first Garfield and then Herbert Knox Smith. Garfield went to great extremes during the formation of the Bureau to assure that the business interests of the country appreciated that the Bureau was not to be used as an instrument of improper inquisition nor, as some of the extremists feared, blackmail. Upon leaving the Bureau, he wrote Strauss that the work of the Bureau has shown the absurdity of the Antitrust Act, and the need for federal supervision. 23 Smith took virtually the same position as Garfield and Roosevelt. Important businessmen were fully aware and appreciative of the policies of Roosevelt and his chief aides, and hardly succumbed to the irritated clamor of the conservative press that criticized the president on the basis of deduction from its abstract theories rather than on an evaluation of his concrete actions. Roosevelt's special conflict with Harriman, which initially had nothing to do with the tycoon's conduct as a railroad operator, was caused by a conflicting interpretation of the basis on which Harriman had donated funds to the 1904 campaign. Until late 1905 their relationship was perfectly amiable, and even after the breach in their relationship Roosevelt never took antitrust action against any of the Harriman roads, despite the fact that Harriman and Standard Oil became the criteria for bad and unreasonable trusts. And big businessmen such as Perkins, Gary, and the leadership of the National Civic Federation, which included among its ranks Seth Low, Auguste Belmont, Andrew Carnegie, and John Hayes Hammond, knew better than most of their contemporaries that the Roosevelt administration was eminently acceptable ideologically and politically. The key to their appreciation of Roosevelt was his antitrust policies. During October 1907, the National Civic Federation held a large trust conference in Chicago to develop its viewpoint on the inevitability and desirability of the large corporation. There is, in my opinion, more danger to be feared from the ordinary tendencies of the various states than from the present national administration or any future national administration, Isaac N. Seligman told the gathering. Charles G. Dawes, Nicholas Murray Butler, Robert Mather, Herbert Knox Smith, and numerous lawyers, businessmen, and public figures rose to expound the basic principles of Roosevelt's economic philosophy. At the conclusion of the convention, and virtually unanimously, the gathering called for legislation to permit business and industrial agreements or combinations whose objects are in the public interest. The exclusion of unions and fairness organizations from the jurisdiction of the Sherman Act, federal incorporation laws, and the expansion of the publicity functions of various federal agencies regulating business. They also called for a public commission to recommend comprehensive trust legislation. 24. The attempt at political consolidation. The resolution of the National Civic Federation in 1907 represented an effort to unify a number of diverse currents inherent in the nascent political capitalism being created in the United States during the Roosevelt period. First, it appealed to the federal incorporation movement and the widespread desire of many businessmen to free themselves from state regulation by hiding behind the shield of the federal government. Second, it reflected the desire of many businessmen to obtain an administrative agency ready to sanction anti-competitive action and provide security from possible state or federal trust prosecutions to provide stability and predictability in a politically and economically fluid climate. And third, the position of the National Civic Federation on trusts reflected the hope of the Morgan companies to place their détentes on a firm, legal footing that might bind a political administration less sympathetic than Roosevelt's. The subsequent history of the resolution provides a significant insight into the deep sentiment within the big business community for the consolidation of a political capitalism, Roosevelt's ambivalence, and the entire relationship between business and government in this period. The first important support for federal incorporation and licensing came from the Industrial Commission, and reflected the desires of Standard Oil more than any other single business interest. And although the Bureau of Corporations picked up the themes of federal licensing and incorporation by late 1903, bills to introduce one or another form of regulation started being introduced in Congress. 6 distinct bills were submitted before 1907, and the most important of these, submitted by Senator Francis G. Newlands in May, 1906, was largely drafted by Herbert Knox Smith with the approval of Garfield. Smith and Garfield's motives are clear. Newlands was a practical conservative Democrat who felt that national incorporation was the only way of heading off more drastic proposals for economic reform and nationalization. The Newlands bill permitted mergers with proper capitalization and sharply restricted the scope of state taxation. Although many big business leaders wanted a federal incorporation or licensing law that would give the securities of their companies the federal government's stamp of approval, and protect them from the states, Congress made no concerted action to pass any bill. Roosevelt's transition to a supporter of federal incorporation or licensing was inevitable, given his position that the federal regulatory process should be supreme. In his 1905 message to Congress he reiterated his belief in the supremacy of national government. In his 1906 message he endorsed regulation by a national license law or in other fashion, and in his 1907 message he finally came out for a federal incorporation law with a national commission to enforce it. During October, 1907, just before his message to Congress, Roosevelt was apparently considering the entire issue seriously for the first time. At the end of the month, upon receiving the resolution of the National Civic Federation, Roosevelt wrote Seth Low, chairman of the organization, that a federal incorporation law should be accompanied by a modification of the Sherman Law permitting combinations when the combination is not hostile to the interests of the people. 25 When Roosevelt publicly endorsed federal incorporation in December, the stage was set for action. The idea of a revision of the Sherman Act and advance government approval of mergers or big business actions greatly attracted many businessmen. At the same time, not a few capitalists, especially those supporting the National Civic Federation, were willing to pay deference to conservative labor unionism in theory if not in practice, especially if they could obtain labor's political support for revisions of the Sherman Act that might provide big business with stability and political security. As soon as the National Civic Federation's position on trust regulation was formulated, and Roosevelt's statement on federal incorporation strengthened, Francis Lindy Stetson and Victor Morowitz, a major railroad attorney with Morgan connections, began drafting a bill. Gary was frequently consulted about general principles, and from time to time Herbert Knox Smith was asked for advice. Perkins also became involved in the political and legislative aspects of the measure, and on February 27, 1908, met with Samuel Gompers and other labor leaders and won their support. The bill, in brief, was virtually the total creation of the House of Morgan. Perkins was unsure of Roosevelt's attitude toward the bill. Rep. William P. Hepburn was introducing for the National Civic Federation, but he was confidently willing to experiment. The bill was presented as an amendment to the Sherman Act, and was fairly simple. Any corporation could voluntarily register its financial status, contracts, and vital data with the Bureau of Corporations. Once registered, a corporation could file any proposed contract or merger with the commissioner, and if the commissioner did not declare the proposal illegal within 30 days, the government effectively removed its right to prosecute the company under the Sherman Act. Railroads as well as industrial corporations could register under the law, and individuals were granted the power to sue corporations for alleged injuries in U.S. circuit courts. And, most controversial of all, unions and strikes were explicitly removed from the jurisdiction of the Sherman Act. The Hepburn Bill was introduced in March, 1908, and an immediate attempt was made to pin Roosevelt's approval to the measure. During early March Seth Low visited Roosevelt twice, and although he seemed to give his approval the first visit, the second time Roosevelt asked for a few small revisions. On March 11, Roosevelt discussed the entire matter with Stetson, Low, Gary, Gompers, and Herbert Knox Smith, and after they accepted his suggestion that railroads be excluded from the bill, Stetson felt Roosevelt had substantially agreed upon a bill. Despite Stetson's confidence, the fact remained that Roosevelt was undecided about the entire Hepburn Bill. On the one hand, Herbert Knox Smith advocated a nationalization of the legal conditions of corporations, and helped formulate the bill. Although Roosevelt had long advocated an identical position, Attorney General Bonaparte strongly opposed the measure and Roosevelt's philosophy of good and bad trusts embodied in it. His major line of attack was the difficulty of courts defining reasonableness, and the mass of paperwork such a law would create. 26. Roosevelt was frankly sympathetic to the assumptions motivating the Hepburn Bill, but the major liability of the bill, as he privately saw it, was its provision excluding labor from coverage under the Sherman Act. The proponents of the bill continued their campaign to convince the president. Perkins went to Washington to obtain Roots and Aldrich's support, and had International Harvester and Charles G. Dawes, the powerful Chicago banker, join the fray on his side. During late March and April, the House Committee on the Judiciary held hearings on the Hepburn Bill, and Seth Low appeared as the major spokesman for it. Low freely admitted that Stetson and Morawetz were in charge of the primary drafting of the bill, but other important capitalists consulted, and endorsing the measure included Gary, Samuel Mather, Henry Lee Higginson, Robert Mather, Isaac N. Seligman, James Spire, W. A. Clark, August Belmont, and J. H. Ralston. The bill was frankly designed to avoid the legal disputes over federal-state powers that would result from a federal licensing or incorporation law, but it intended to achieve the same ends. Its philosophy was identical to Roosevelt's theory of the reasonable combination, and publicity was its primary tool for enforcement. And its major asset was to give business assurance that it would not be subjected to political attacks while trying to stabilize its own affairs. Opposition to the bill centered almost exclusively on the labor clause. The National Association of Manufacturers strongly opposed the bill because of the clause, but was sympathetic to federal incorporation, which its special committee on the topic in 1908 declared would be a national blessing, and protect one corporation from the oppression and rapacity of another. Andrew Carnegie endorsed the basic idea of the bill, but he wanted the administration of it handed over to a special commission, a proposal Low was ready to accept. The strongest opposition to the measure came from small business, merchants, and a few influential associations such as the Merchants Association of New York and the New York Board of Trade and Transportation. Perhaps their emphasis on the question of excluding trade unions was purely opportunistic, but their frequent endorsement of federal regulation was certainly sincere in past instances. 27 It was clear, however, that in return for labor support the big business elements pushing the Hepburn Bill also won considerable small business and merchant opposition. On March 25, Roosevelt sent a special message to Congress dealing primarily with the antitrust law. The message, on its face value, encouraged the advocates of the Hepburn Bill. In the modern industrial world, combinations are absolutely necessary, Roosevelt announced again. Such combinations had to be permitted not only in business, but among farmers and labor unions as well. The antitrust law needed modification, and, referring to the Hepburn Bill, Roosevelt said some such measure as this bill is needed in the interest of all engaged in the industries which are essential to the country's well-being. 28 Roosevelt suggested a few minor modifications of the bill, and by his absence of comment implicitly endorsed the entire bill in principle and the labor clause in particular. It is not clear why Roosevelt sent his March 25 message to Congress, but his heart was not in it. Indeed, the message reeked of duplicity. In late March, at virtually the same time, the cabinet met and discussed the Hepburn Bill. Roosevelt indicated that he opposed the proposal because of its labor section. But to come out against a bill because of his fundamentally anti-labor views was politically impossible, not only for himself but for the Republican Party. Roosevelt, in his own paternalistic way, was fond of calling himself a friend of labor, and now that he had a chance to prove it, he failed abysmally. What followed was a series of crude rationalizations. On April 1, he wrote Seth Low that he might have to veto the bill because of its reliance on the courts for a definition of the term reasonable, a matter that should be left to an executive agency in order to allow proper control of the great corporations. On April 9 he again wrote Low that the Stetson-Morawitz bill would be worse than passing nothing, and would be ruinous politically. It would give the corporations the chance to go into improper combinations without molestation. 29 Roosevelt was being dishonest with Low. The bill, in fact, left the determination of reasonable with the Bureau of Corporations, an executive agency, and the very concept of a reasonable trust was one that he had advocated for years. His real reason for opposition was the labor section of the bill, which he thought would lead to the legalization of the blacklist and the boycott, and he freely admitted this to Herbert Knox Smith. 30. During April the effort to force Roosevelt to actually endorse the Hepburn bill continued. The objection comes from the mercantile element, as distinguished from the corporation element. Seth Low tried to reassure him. 31 The bill embodies your view, why not endorse it? Low asked. Roosevelt apparently felt sheepish about his reticence, and passed the entire matter over to Smith, whom he asked to give the administration position before the House hearings. Smith's presentation to the committee reflected Roosevelt's public ambivalence. While he refused to endorse the bill in its entirety, he proposed only minor amendments and effectively approved of those sections not referring to labor. Perkins tried to interpret Smith's position as an administration endorsement of the bill, but Smith privately told Seth Low that the labor section was the major obstacle to administration support. By the end of April, Roosevelt's obstinacy proved too much for the National Civic Federation, and some of its key leaders were prepared to temporarily give up the campaign to pass the bill. Although Perkins wished to continue the fight for the Hepburn bill, perhaps because he feared Taft might be less responsive to Morgan needs than Roosevelt and he might lose the opportunity of legally consolidating the détente system, the bill was dropped. It is ironic that Roosevelt's consistently favorable attitude toward the desires of the House of Morgan should have been broken on the question of the trade union movement. In July, as a part of Standard's effort to arrange a détente with the federal government, Senator Jonathan Bourne, Jr., wrote Roosevelt about enacting antitrust legislation with Standard's backing. Roosevelt's response was curious, given the fact that Standard's offer of support was rejected. He would make an effort during the next session of Congress to pass a federal incorporation bill drafted by one of his agencies or the National Civic Federation. In a defense of big business sponsorship of federal regulation, a defense that ignored motives, Roosevelt wrote, "I have not the slightest patience with the foolish creatures who oppose a good measure because big corporations are wise enough to see that it is a good measure and to advocate it." Despite this generous position, Roosevelt continued to oppose the Hepburn bill when a revised version was resurrected in November, and took no action on federal incorporation either. Bonaparte encouraged his opposition, although when John R. Dos Passos, the great promoter, presented an alternative measure, Bonaparte was friendlier. 32 Roosevelt did not agree with Bonaparte's skepticism as to the distinction between reasonable and unreasonable trusts, but he preferred the informal détente system and was sufficiently anti-labor not to want to lose a club over potential union radicalism. His corporate ideology remained constant, and he was unwilling to accept the position of a George Perkins who was prepared to take unions into a rationalized, predictable establishment as a junior partner. His rhetoric, despite his actions, did not vary throughout this period. Roosevelt's political capitalism had a stronger element of paternalism in it than even that of Perkins and the National Civic Federation. Chapter 6. The Failure of Finance Capitalism, 1890 to 1908. Historians have commonly viewed the financial structure at the beginning of the century as highly centralized and tightly controlled. Certainly this was the preponderant contemporary view of the matter. What is taking place is a concentration of banking that is not merely a normal growth but a concentration that comes from combination, consolidation, and other methods employed to secure monopolistic power, lamented the Wall Street Journal in describing the entry of banking into corporate finance. The Morgan of Brandeis other people's money was an unrivaled, powerful mogul who commanded the entire financial structure almost arbitrarily. The Peugeot Committee's Morgan, suggested Lincoln St. was a sovereign, he was the keystone of the financial structure, according to Lewis Corey. 1. Morgan and Wall Street were, without a doubt, very powerful factors in the American economy. But had the complete centralization of capital been the dominant fact of the financial structure at the beginning of the century, the proliferation of new entries into most industries and the failure of the merger movement to establish industrial control would be inexplicable. For central finance would have withheld funds from undesirable competitors. Clearly, a much more complex situation existed, and the extent of this complexity has not been fully appreciated. The crucial fact of the financial structure at the beginning of the century was the relative decrease in New York's financial significance and the rise of many alternate sources of substantial financial power. Throughout the 1870s and much of the 1880s, by far the largest number of banks were national banks, with their financial standards determined in Washington. By 1896, however, non-national state banks, savings banks, and private banks accounted for 61% of the total number of banks, and by 1913, 71% of the banks. The capital and resources of these non-national banks were small in the immediate post-Civil War period, but in 1896 constituted 54% of total banking resources, and in 1913, 57%. The advantages of state banks were clear. The National Banking Act imposed relatively high capital requirements on national banks for issuing checks $50,000 until 1900, $25,000 thereafter, and prevented their opening savings departments, prohibited the extension of real estate mortgage credit, and made domestic and foreign branch banking illegal. State banking laws, especially in the 1890s, became far more lenient in such crucial states as Michigan, California, and New York. Bank mergers were difficult for national banks, and large banks were forced to adopt the often unreliable method of interlocking directorates as a means of control. Moreover, national banks could not lend more than 1/10 of their capital to one borrower, and this meant that in 1912 there were only about 60 national banks that could lend more than $500,000 to one company. Larger national banks watched with considerable distress the growth of state banks. In California, the Young Bank of America was beginning to extend its power throughout the state by its aggressive policy of branch banking. The major New York banks also disliked having to compete, with interest on demand deposits and collections at par of out-of-town items, for the important deposits of state banks, most of which were loaned out as call loans on the New York Stock Exchange. As one banker put it, "We love the country bankers, but they are the masters of the situation. We dance at their music and pay the piper." And New York also found itself in the precarious situation, under such an arrangement, of being susceptible to heavy withdrawals of funds. In 1903 the New York Clearing House tried to impose national reserve requirements on its rapidly growing state trust companies. 17 of them walked out and did not return until 1912. At the same time, some of the major national banks started accommodating to the new realities by organizing corporations for the purpose of buying state banks. And in 1903 the State Chartered Bankers Trust Company was organized with Morgan backing to compete with the independent state trust companies. J.P. Morgan and Co. were fully aware of the diffusion of banking power that was taking place through the state banks, and it disturbed them. This diffusion and decentralization in the banking structure seriously undercut New York's financial supremacy. There are some facts which seem to suggest the question whether our city may prove able to retain its past proportion of the vast settlements of this ever-growing continent, Henry Close, the New York banker, said in 1888. And, although there is nothing to warrant very positive opinions about the future, it must be conceded as an unquestionable historic fact that in late years there have been symptoms of positive decadence in the status of our financial metropolis. The natural development of national production of commerce is to build up independent financial centers of the interior, the effect of which can only be to check in some measure the growing ascendancy of New York. Close was correct in his estimate. Chicago's and St. Louis growth were exceptionally rapid. The dollar value of the clearings of the Chicago Clearing House increased 4.10% from 1866 to 1885, while New York's declined 12%. In 1887 the National Banking Act was amended to allow cities with a population of over 200,000 to become Central Reserve cities, and hold the balances of smaller reserve cities of over 50,000 persons and country banks. Chicago and St. Louis immediately qualified, depriving New York of its exclusive status, and their bankers' balances and individual deposits, which had been only 16% of the combined total of the three cities in 1880, increased to 33% by 1910. The growth of smaller reserve cities was even more rapid. The dollar value of bank clearings of major cities outside New York was 24% of the national total in 1882, 43% in 1913. Henry P. Davison, Morgan's partner, declared in 1913 that New York's share of the nation's banking resources fell from 23% in 1902 to 18% in 1912. Davison, Close, and the New York banking community were well aware of their own relative decline and the growing diffusion of banking power and decision-making. Close pondered about the problem in 1888 and came to the conclusion that New York's dominant role as a distribution point for imports and exports, and as a center of the nation's internal commerce, was being undermined. Even New York's position of supplying Midwestern and Western jobbers was being taken away from it by the giant manufacturers and distributors emerging in those areas. 4 There is ample evidence to suggest Close was correct. The power of J.P. Morgan & Co. was based initially on its ability to sell railroad stocks and bonds in the English and European markets. European investors placed $2.4 billion in the United States during 1880 to 1895, and owned a total of $4.5 billion in government and non-government bonds and shares in 1914. Morgan's activities in 1895 to 1896 in selling U.S. gold bonds in Europe were based on his alliance with the House of Rothschild. These activities added to Morgan's reputation as a rescuer of governments. That reputation was often the key to his power, and it lasted long after the power was greatly diluted. Morgan and a few large bankers saved the New York Clearing House in 1893, and, seemingly, the United States financial standing only a few years later. Accomplishments of this magnitude enhance one's reputation indeed. So long as large loans had to be placed in the European market, and so long as New York was the undisputed leader of American banking, Morgan's power was correspondingly great. Despite the fact that Morgan maintained the homily that character was the basis of commercial credit, and not money or property, it can be shown that Morgan's deficiency of sufficient amounts of all three seriously undermined his position after 1900. Morgan was swept into the industrial merger field, and the prestige of his firm allowed him to become the most important promoter. Since Morgan insisted on retaining substantial managerial control of his usually overcapitalized mergers, he must accept responsibility for their not altogether brilliant subsequent histories. We have already discussed the failure of International Mercantile Marine, the decline in the market shares of United States Steel and International Harvester, and the general fact that the financial record and stability for Morgan's promotions were no higher than par. Even Morgan could not overcome basic trends working against the success of the merger movement. Perhaps more significant was his inability to float American Telephone and Telegraph's 1907 bond issue, for it meant that Morgan, in a declining economy, was quite weak. The fact that he, unlike most others, retained control of management, forces one to conclude that in the process of trying to have his overcapitalization and organizational success as well, Morgan far overtaxed his financial powers and managerial abilities. The ability to parlay key minor shareholdings into control of a powerful economic instrument also increased the dangers of competition. For better or worse, control of the majority of stock of a corporation was not the prerequisite for control of the corporation even in 1900, and ownership of a minority of stock coupled with active participation in management was often sufficient to exercise the total power of the corporation, both in relation to the general social order and in relation to actual or potential competitors. The railroads were generally controlled with less than 20% of the stock. Even Morgan kept control of most of his properties with minority ownership. Harriman owned less than 1% of the Union Pacific's shares in 1900, and 23% in 1906. James J. Hill claimed he owned 2% of the Great Northern stock when he ran it. Morgan in the 1890s could successfully maintain his independence in then significant flotations of $50 to $100 million. The sheer magnitude of many of the mergers, culminating in U.S. Steel, soon forced him to modify his stand, though at times he would have preferred total control. More important, by 1898 he could not ignore the massive power of new financial competitors and had to treat them with deference. Standard Oil, utilizing National City Bank for its investments, had fixed resources substantially larger than Morgan's, and by 1899 was ready to move into the general economy. Allied with Harriman and Kuhn, Loeb, this group was as powerful as the Morgan George F. Baker, First National Bank of New York, Hill Alliance. The test came, of course, in the Northern Securities Battle, which was essentially an expensive draw. Morgan and Standard paid deference to each other thereafter, and mutual toleration among bankers increased sharply. Morgan, however, was always reluctant to accept Kuhn, Loeb as an equal, and in his 1906 flotation of AT&T's bonds he refused to allow Lee Higginson to participate because of its alliance with Spire and Company of New York. At the same time, the First National Bank of Chicago and the Illinois Trust and Savings Bank, among others, were largely independently directing substantial Midwestern capital into investment banking. George F. Baker called Morgan the leader of Wall Street, and the designation is more correct than incorrect. George M. Reynolds, president of one of the largest banks in America, the Continental and Commercial National Bank of Chicago, realized that most of the anti-banker sentiment was directed against Wall Street, and happily baited his erstwhile allies by telling the Pujo Committee in January, 1913, that I am inclined to think that the concentration of finance and credit, having gone to the extent it has, does constitute a menace. 5 big bankers, then, were always very cautious of one another. But they needed each other for large security flotations, and competition could be costly. And by 1907 the old tycoons were growing old and were less ambitious, at least to the extent of being willing to pay greater deference to one another. A benign armed neutrality, rather than positive affection, is as much a reason as any for the high number of interlocks among the 5 major New York banking houses. In 1907 a greater challenge to Wall Street overshadowed mutual rivalries and surreptitious aid to competitive industrial interests. The panics of 1879 and 1893 were weathered by the New York banks without decisive government intervention. The crisis of 1907, on the other hand, found the combined banking structure of New York inadequate to meet the challenge, and chastened any obstreperous financial powers who thought they might build their fortunes independently of the entire banking community. This crisis, discussed in detail later in this chapter, marks the conclusion of the New York banking community's consciousness of its own inadequacy. The nation had grown too large, banking had become too complex. Wall Street, humbled and almost alone, turned from its own resources to the national government. The ability of industrial corporations to finance their own growth meant a corresponding decrease in the power of finance capital, which in turn allowed competition to arise and new firms to develop quite freely of finance capital. For mergers that did not have to bother with their promoters meddling in their managerial policies, it meant an ability to break free of their initial financial roots and follow an independent course. This, roughly, is what happened in many instances. During 1899 to 1904, the intense merger period, a large part of corporate finance came from external sources. For the entire period of 1900 to 1910, however, 70.4% of the new funds in manufacturing came from internal sources, and this led to a general independence from outside financial power. Indeed, since 1900 the formation of capital from external financing has not altered appreciably, and this has meant a corresponding decline in the power of finance capital institutions. In some industries nearly all the invested capital of successful firms came from profits. This was especially true for such new industries as automobiles, in which General Motors was the exception. And the banking community was fatally conservative in investing in new ventures. Standard Oil financed itself, and with its accumulated power then moved into the financial structure in a massive way. It was DuPont, not Wall Street, that gave the first substantial support to any auto company and thereby acquired the dominant position in the industry. Such diversification from industry into finance or other industries as in the case of autos and newspapers buying into or creating newsprint firms meant a multiplication of significant financial groupings and a diminution of the power of the older investment and banking houses. The very nature of the National Banking Act forced many companies to choose between the risks of self-financing and reliance on investment houses. Many chose the former and a sufficient number succeeded, radically affecting the distribution of financial power. Since a national bank could not lend more than 1/10 of its capital to one source, even as late as 1912 there were only 12 banks able to loan more than $1 million to one firm. This compelled most companies to rely on many banks rather than become dependent on any one, to try to finance their own expansion, or to turn to the investment houses. But the major New York houses were not available to many newer companies, much less aspiring competitors of mergers, and this led to the development of local investment houses more often than not dependent on specific industrial firms, and the creation of new dependent banks that were the adjuncts of industrial concerns in the smaller communities. At the same time, the merger movement provided substantial capital to the former owners of companies, and the very availability of funds to create the giant combinations also led to an availability of funds for the creation of new and often competing firms. The financial structure was too complex, too fluid. The money trusts sitting in New York could not, despite Brandeis allegations, control competition and entry through their direction of credit. 6 The economy by 1910 had moved well beyond the control of any city, any group of men, or any alliance then existing in the economy. The control of modern capitalism was to become a matter for the combined resources of the national state, a political rather than an economic matter. Banking reform movements, 1893 to 1903. The conventional historical interpretation of financial reform in the 1890s has assumed that silver and Bryanism were the dominant movements of the time, and that the banking and business community took an essentially stand-pat position on reforms of any type. Silver, Bryan, and populism were, without question, the only politically meaningful movements of financial reform in the 1890s, and the banking and business community opposed them all without any equivocation whatsoever, but most bankers in the 1890s and after were not stand-patters. Quite the contrary, they favored financial reform, their kind of reform, for their own ends. From the time I came to Chicago in 1892 the necessity of new banking and currency legislation was appreciated by most bankers. James B. Forgan, the leader of Chicago banking, recounted, and the subject became a live one. 7 The major liability of the existing banking laws, in addition to aiding the diffusion of resources and the spread of small banks, was the inelasticity of the currency supply during certain times of the year and the inability of the banking system to move circulating media to areas with ample commercial credit but insufficient loan funds. Bankers tried to meet the problem with a wide variety of reform schemes. Banknotes secured by government bonds were safe, but did not provide sufficient elasticity, and various schemes to issue notes on bank capital were advanced. Some of these plans included cooperative reserve funds to pay off the notes of bankrupted banks. The Depression of 1893 increased the agitation for financial reform not merely among farmers but among bankers as well. At its 1894 convention, the American Bankers Association endorsed the Baltimore Plan for banking legislation. The heart of the plan was the issuance of new currency protected by a joint guarantee fund of all issuing banks. Despite the fact that it was formulated by a major New York banker, A. Barton Hepburn, it was met by indifference or hostility by the larger banks. Nevertheless, the topic of reform was raised at virtually every subsequent meeting of the ABA. Banking reform became almost exclusively a banker's issue, and certain businessmen, such as Carnegie, feared banking reforms of any sort. But various banker schemes continued to pour into Congress. Some asked for clearinghouse currency and bills of issue on bonds and a variety of securities as means of overcoming the currency shortage. Not a few of these plans were carefully formulated, and some were actually presented to Congress as bills. George A. Butler, a New Haven Bank president, campaigned for circulating notes issued by the controller of currency up to 75% of paid-up capital, and a common reserve fund. A bill submitted by Senator Daniel W. Voorhees of Ohio to the 53rd Congress would have allowed banks to issue circulating currency equal to the par value of U.S. bonds deposited as security. It received much banker support. Rep. Joseph H. Walker of Massachusetts introduced a bill in 1896 to allow national banking associations run by the banks to issue new notes based on coin and legal tender and a large proportion of old greenbacks. And Rep. Charles Fowler of New Jersey, a friend of banking, submitted a plan to permit banks to issue notes equal to 1/5 of their unimpaired capital. 8. Although the demand for reform was substantial among bankers conscious of economic problems, none of these plans obtained a significant following. During 1896 a group of merchants entered the scene and added momentum to the banking reform movement. In late 1896 the Indianapolis Board of Trade decided to channelize the sentiment for banking reform into a national convention to consider the entire problem. Aided by various boards of trade and supported by a number of large banks, the convention met in Indianapolis in January 1897, to answer the threat of silver and bimetallism. The most important action of the convention was to call upon President McKinley to appoint a commission to formulate financial legislation or, if the president could not do so, to create an independent group. As guiding lines to the commission's work, the convention called for the gradual retirement of greenbacks, a continuation of the gold standard, and the creation of elastic credit facilities. McKinley was friendly to the Indianapolis Monetary Convention. In his inaugural address he had endorsed some revision of the financial system. On July 24, 1897, he sent a message to Congress calling for a special monetary commission, and a bill to implement it passed the House but failed in the Senate. A private commission headed by Senator George F. Edmunds of Vermont, but really dependent on J. Lawrence Laughlin of the University of Chicago for ideas and direction, was appointed by the executive of the Indianapolis Convention. The commission began meeting in September, and H. Parker Willis, one of Laughlin's graduate students, was hired as an assistant to the commission. By December the commission completed its report, largely due to Laughlin's efforts, and in January 1898, a bill implementing its recommendations was introduced in the House by Rep. Jesse Overstreet of Indiana. The measure proposed allowing national banking associations created and run by the banks to circulate notes on commercial assets issued by the controller of currency up to the amount of the unimpaired and paid-up capital. Among other powers, the associations could authorize the creation of branch banks. Despite a modest campaign for passage of the Indianapolis Bill, the proposal quickly died. 9. The fact was that fundamental banking legislation was politically dangerous, and the Republican Party did not want to take risks by acting. Moreover, while the minority of the banking community concerned with the problem favored reform, the vast majority were too indifferent to apply political pressure. For a time the growth of clearinghouse associations in various cities throughout the 1890s appeared to some bankers to offer hope for controlling the financial practices of at least the major banks, and a bill to create elasticity based on the commercial assets of associated banks of clearinghouse associations was introduced in Congress at the behest of Theodore Oilman, New York banker. The only actual legislation came in 1900, when a few minor revisions of the national banking laws greatly increased the ease with which a small bank could obtain a national charter. In 1900 the Republican Party, although favoring greater elasticity, shied away from financial reform. The return of prosperity after 1897 and the virtual demise of silver agitation made the party anxious to avoid fanning the flames of Bryanism. The need for banking reform could not disappear as long as the large bankers desired the flexibility which only greater centralization and federal control could bring. In 1900 Secretary of the Treasury Lyman Gage suggested the creation of regional central banks, and in his first message to Congress in December, 1901, Roosevelt casually referred to the need for more elastic currency. But such fleeting references meant little so long as state banks maintained the dominant influence over most congressmen and were able to thwart the desires of the reform-oriented big city bankers. And certainly there was no hope for legislation unless the president was willing to take a stronger position. Voluntary efforts to regulate local banking conditions, the Banker's magazine commented, would not solve the problem of developing an elastic bank currency. Government centralization was necessary, it granted, but as the ally of smaller banks it opposed any scheme that might allow large city banks to set up branches. Although it thought the natural process of consolidation might eventually create its own centralized banking system, in the meantime the Banker's magazine favored some type of central deposit bank that would issue notes in return for commercial paper. 10. The bankers were split among themselves on the issue of additional federal regulation, the smaller bankers, especially in towns and rural areas, benefiting most from a perpetuation of the status quo. Despite the division which appeared in the meetings of the American Bankers Association, the pro-legislation elements were able to maintain the upper hand. A commission of the ABA, led by A. Barton Hepburn, chairman of the board of Chase National Bank, presented a draft of a bill to Rep. Charles N. Fowler of New Jersey, chairman of the amorphous Committee on Banking and Currency, and the basic ideas emerged in 1902 as the Fowler Bill. The proposal was conservative enough, allowing the issuance of bank notes against bond-secured assets, thereby providing an increased measure of elasticity. But it also authorized branch banking by the larger city banks, allowing them to compete with the state banks. This clause doomed the bill in advance, and various attempts to revive the Fowler measure over the next year failed. Many small bankers favored greater currency elasticity, especially based on commercial assets, but they were not going to allow their throats to be cut without a fight. Resolutions from Midwestern states and bankers convinced House members it would be politically judicious not to vote for a bill endorsed by big bankers. Despite the failure of Congress and the President to act decisively for the legislation the major bankers desired, the federal government did take steps to try to stabilize the money market and banking system. Even before Roosevelt became president, Secretary of the Treasury Gage made a practice of depositing ever-increasing amounts of public funds in banks, and as government revenue increased due to taxes imposed during the Spanish-American War, the government became a more powerful factor in the money market. The big bankers were pleased when Leslie M. Shaw, who succeeded Gage in 1902, eased the type of collateral bonds and eliminated the cash reserves required for government deposits. Even these valiant efforts to make the Treasury a much greater factor in central banking were to little avail. The diffusion of American banking continued away from New York, and the rise of the merger movement and a market for industrial securities sharply increased the amount of speculative activity in finance. Indeed, as the money market became increasingly geared to the needs of stock speculation, Roosevelt and the federal government did virtually nothing to control the trend, and in fact had little power or authority upon which to act. More important, until 1907 there was no special concern with this problem. 11. Roosevelt and banking reform. Financial problems confused Roosevelt. He admitted his ignorance of the topic and caused despair among those members of Congress interested in some type of reform. "I do not intend to speak, save generally, on the financial question because I am not clear what to say," Roosevelt wrote Grenville M. Dodge early in 1903. On financial matters he kept in contact with Nelson Aldrich, Orville Platt, Perkins, and other conservative spokesmen who, although often disagreeing with each other on details, were perfectly safe. Roosevelt exploited this disagreement as a convenient way to avoid confronting the issue seriously. He did not support the Fowler Bill or the Aldrich Bill of 1903, in large measure because one great trouble has been the absolute inability to get anything like unity of judgment among the financiers. 12 Besides, Uncle Joe Cannon, Speaker of the House, opposed any financial legislation, even minor changes. Cannon and a few others in Congress wished to put off acting on financial matters for fear of aggravating the speculators' panic of mid-1903.13. So long as he could not get agreement among the leaders of both branches of Congress, Roosevelt was willing to let the matter slide. The existence of financial instability only increased the desire for action among big banking and other conservative circles. Orville Platt, Aldrich, and various Morgan men continued to press Roosevelt, but to no avail. "When we were there," Platt reported to Aldrich concerning a visit to the White House, "he seemed to fall in with our opinions, but when Shaw, Carlyle, and Cullom ventilate their ideas, he is just as apt to side with them. He will mix and muddle this thing all up, I fear." To please Aldrich, Roosevelt proposed a few minor changes in the banking structure to give confidence to the business community, but at least Platt felt no real action would be forthcoming. Roosevelt, for his part, tried to placate the pro-legislation bankers by at least talking with them and paying deference to their views. He invited Morgan, E. H. Harriman, Henry Lee Higginson, and H. C. Fahnestock to discuss the financial situation, and since they could not agree among themselves on what changes were desired, Roosevelt used their divisions as an excuse to justify his own indifference and ignorance of the matter. 14. A sufficient number of bankers wished action, however, for Roosevelt to consent to the enlargement of the central banking functions of the Treasury from late 1903 on. Bankers, including a few small ones, were disappointed by the lack of legislative action, but Secretary of the Treasury Shaw offered them a temporary solution that did not need the approval of the legislative branch and which offended no one. From late 1903 Treasury monies, and not merely current revenue, were placed in depository banks as needed, allowing the Treasury over the next few years to regulate the flow of money and place reserves in strategic cities, providing a small measure of long-sought-after elasticity. Still, after 1903 Roosevelt and Aldrich ignored the issue of financial reform, and prosperity removed the pressure for action and made the topic comparatively esoteric for several years. Conservative financial leaders in New York and Chicago were nevertheless completely aware of the possibilities for financial instability inherent in the diffusion of the banking system and the rigidity in the supply of money. Henry Claus, always ready to comment on the matter, urged federal regulation to create an elastic currency based on commercial assets and a wider variety of bonds. And decisively new alternatives for reform were presented for discussion, especially by New York and Chicago financial interests. Earlier plans for reform had concentrated primarily on elasticity, and bank cooperation was restricted to proposals for essentially cooperative clearinghouse associations backed by the federal government. By 1906, however, much more extensive proposals for banking control were put forth. In January 1906, Jacob H. Schiff warned the New York Chamber of Commerce that unless the currency system were reformed, the country would face the most serious financial crisis of its history. The warning immediately led to the formation of a special committee within the chamber to propose legislation. In March, the committee, composed of John Claflin, Frank A. Vanderlip, Isidor Straus, and similar big banking and investment leaders, recommended the creation of a far-reaching central bank similar to the Bank of Germany, with the power to regulate currency supplies. Although the report was not supported by the New York Chamber as a whole, it is indicative of the extent to which big bankers were ready to revamp the entire banking structure in the hope of centralizing it. The American Bankers Association, during mid-1906, also organized a commission of big bankers representing the major cities of the nation, chaired by A. Barton Hepburn. Its report, released in November 1906, declared that changes in the existing banknote system are imperatively required. 15 Although not endorsing a central bank, the committee urged the creation of regional clearing houses through which bond-secured currency could be issued by banks in varying amounts and guaranteed by a common fund built up by taxes on such notes. Such plans obviously differed, although their purported ends were identical, and Roosevelt used such distinctions as an excuse for avoiding serious action on financial reform. In his annual message to Congress in December 1906, Roosevelt decided at least to acknowledge publicly the need for greater elasticity in the banking system. Although he carefully avoided endorsing any specific plan, he referred to Secretary Shaw's modest proposal for permitting national banks to issue temporary notes up to a certain proportion of their capital. The president remained unwilling to move decisively. The Panic of 1907. Insofar as there were bankers who thought about the problems of banking, by 1907 virtually all of them wanted federal reform legislation. 1906 had been a year of considerable stringency for financing and loans, and in late 1906 the Currency Commission of the ABA and the Special Currency Committee of the New York Chamber of Commerce merged their plans and had the combined plan introduced in the House by Rep. Fowler. But since neither Aldrich or Roosevelt approved of it, no action was taken on the bill, despite the A.B.A.'s strenuous support. Roosevelt informed Fowler that it is useless to expect and a waste of time to ask for radical legislation at this session, and instead recommended the passage of a few minor measures, including a very conservative asset currency. 16 Such a measure to increase the central banking functions of the Treasury was, in fact, passed in 1907 as the Aldrich Bill, but without any asset currency provisions. If J.P. Morgan had been, as many historians have assumed, the controller of the American financial structure, he would not have sat by during the obvious approach of the Panic of 1907. Nor would he have turned to the federal government for salvation. In mid-March 1907, after it became apparent that the financial stringency of 1906 would continue and the New York Stock Exchange experienced a sharp decline in prices, Morgan visited Roosevelt to ask about general government aid in the crisis. Roosevelt, according to the financial press, reassured Morgan that he would act responsibly not only in reference to financial matters but also in general industrial and railroad affairs upon which the ultimate health of the financial community was based. Shortly thereafter the Treasury began depositing large amounts of customs receipts in various banks and reducing its normal withdrawals of government funds. But despite this earnest gesture the shortage of money in New York continued, and Morgan sat by and watched inexorable fate move in for a reckoning with the speculators and weaker freebooters. Not a few businessmen tried to blame financial conditions on the negligible antitrust activities of the president and their purported influence on financial confidence. Historians have made much of this alleged breach of communication between Roosevelt and the financial community. Roosevelt tried to deny any responsibility for existing conditions, and it is difficult to believe that the major bankers did not accept his denials. After all, Morgan certainly knew of the convenient détente with his interests. The railroads were pleased with the initial impact of the recent Hepburn Act, and the antitrust laws meant very little to the general business and financial community, save for Standard Oil. More important, Roosevelt's Treasury policy was designed to merely provide greater interest-free financial resources to the bankers without in any way defining or limiting the way in which they could be used. Insofar as Roosevelt did not take steps to inhibit the growing speculative activities of the bankers, he does share responsibility for the Panic of October 1907, but in this respect he aligned himself with the financial community. Most bankers, in any event, were strangely indifferent to threats of impending crises, even as commercial loans in New York and Chicago became virtually unavailable at any price. Meeting at Atlantic City in September, all but 150 of the 2,000 members of the American Bankers Association present ignored the session on financial reform, preferring the beaches to discussions of means of saving themselves. Roosevelt's new Secretary of the Treasury, George Cortelyou, brought in to replace Shaw after certain of Shaw's private business dealings threatened a scandal that never materialized, took matters into his own hands. Indeed, after the Treasury began depositing $5 million a week in national banks from early September on, it was obvious that the government would assume primary responsibility in meeting the crisis. 17. During the early weeks of October, the Hamburg and Amsterdam banks underwent a crisis and forced gold to be shipped from the United States. A crisis on the Montreal Stock Exchange followed, and Wall Street was shaken to its foundations. On October 16, the stock of the United Copper Company collapsed and threatened to take 3 important New York banks with it. The New York Clearing House Association rushed to their aid, but a run on the Knickerbocker Trust Company forced it into bankruptcy on October 22. Then came the most trying and chastening experience in the history of the banking community. The Panic of 1907 was an indication of the extent to which the ability to control crises had moved out of the hands of the New York bankers. If it were merely a question of raising $50 million in a healthy European financial market, as in 1895, Morgan would have been able to handle the task. But the American economy, and the scale of its needs, had grown tremendously, and it was as much affected by conditions outside New York as in the city itself. By 1907, Morgan, Stillman, and other key leaders of finance were old men, and the strain of the situation was more than they could bear financially or psychologically. Moreover, Morgan and others were not being called upon so much to save themselves as they were to rescue the improvidently run trust companies that had mushroomed as a part of the banking diffusion that had taken place since the turn of the century. On October 23, the Trust Company of America and the Lincoln Trust Company began tottering, and their threatened collapse promised general financial depression and bankruptcy. The day before, however, Cortelyou rushed to New York and met with Morgan, Stillman, George Baker, Perkins, and other leading bankers. He agreed to deposit $25 million with the major New York banks immediately for the relief of the community generally. The banks could loan the money, which was interest-free, to whomever they pleased, including stockbrokers and speculators. The substantial added interest on the loans remained with the bankers. Over the next 8 days the government loaned an additional $10 million for the relief of trust companies, and plunged a total of $37,697,000 into New York. At the same time, Morgan and his associates, in a series of around-the-clock sessions that exhausted the men, decided they would all suffer the consequences unless a financial pool was formed to support the weaker trust companies and the stock market. But even substantial pledges of private funds were insufficient, especially since none were used, and within a few days the New York Clearing House was forced to suspend currency payments on behalf of Clearing House certificates. On October 28, after shipping out nearly $30 million of their reserves to country banks in the South and West, the Chicago Clearing House also suspended cash payment on behalf of certificates. Currency scrip was issued throughout the nation and 5 states closed their banks and declared a moratorium on financial obligations. 18. In the midst of the crisis, with the federal government doing everything the New York bankers could ask of it, Morgan coolly picked up Tennessee coal and iron. During November, by presidential order, the Treasury issued $150 million in assorted certificates and bonds at low interest rates, and allowed banks to issue currency on the bonds as collateral. The creation of emergency currency in Chicago also helped, and although the reverberations of the panic led to a substantial industrial depression throughout most of 1908, the immediate crisis was overcome. But the big bankers were thoroughly chastened, and serious financial reform could no longer be delayed. Smaller merchants as well as the New York bankers now realized the urgent need for reform. During November and December, 1907, numerous generalized resolutions calling for a more flexible currency arrived in Congress from various merchants and business groups. Roosevelt, In his annual message to Congress in December, again in vague terms invited Congress to make the currency more elastic, but it was evident that he was loath to become involved in the complicated problems of banking, much less to provide leadership in the matter. There was no shortage of proposals to suit every political and banking faction. In early January, 1908, two bills were introduced in Congress. The Fowler Bill, a departure from Fowler's earlier, banker-drafted bill of 1906, eschewed any type of central bank, although it provided for a joint guarantee fund and concentrated heavily on allowing banks to issue notes for loans on commercial paper so long as their reserves were primarily in gold. Senator Aldrich also submitted a bill designed to allow the creation of emergency currency backed by state, municipal, and railroad bonds. The Currency Commission of the American Bankers Association, however, met in mid-January and condemned both the Fowler and Aldrich bills, and presented its own measure, written by J. Lawrence Laughlin and similar to the earlier Fowler bill. Further, merchant and banking interests immediately opposed the Aldrich bill, which was regarded as a conservative effort to shore up the value of railroad bonds. Various clearing houses, the New York Board of Trade, the Merchants Association of New York, and other important banking and merchant groups attacked the Aldrich Bull, while organizations such as the NAM called for currency secured by commercial assets without endorsing any specific bill. The Wall Street bankers were divided on both the Fowler and Aldrich measures and neutralized one another, although George F. Baker and Perkins supported the Aldrich bill. The two most important leaders of Chicago banking, James B. Forgan and George M. Reynolds, also president of the ABA, led the fight against both bills, and Forgan convinced Roosevelt to oppose the guarantee of bank deposits. 19. Roosevelt probably enjoyed the spectacle of the big bankers fighting one another, and although he opposed the Fowler bill as inflationary, he admitted this financial business is very puzzling. Banker divisions provided him with a convenient excuse for inactivity. The trouble is that the minute I try to get action, Roosevelt wrote Henry Lee Higginson, an opponent of the Aldrich bill, all the financiers and businessmen differ so that nobody can advise me, and only Senator Aldrich has prepared a bill. 20 Still, Roosevelt was really partial to Aldrich's measure. With the banking community so deeply divided over its specific objectives, it is not surprising that a vague compromise had to be arranged. George Perkins saw Aldrich in March and convinced him to remove railroad bonds as collateral for emergency currency, since this feature of his bill patently favored the large Eastern banks and was a major source of opposition. Morgan had suggested a simpler bill that was capable of being passed, and he and Perkins were hardly surprised or displeased when the Aldrich bill was later sharply watered down by Congress. In late March, the Aldrich bill passed the Senate. Hearings on the Aldrich bill were held by the House Committee on Banking and Currency, of which Rep. Fowler was chairman, during April. With the exception of representatives of the Standard Oil and Morgan Banks of New York, virtually every major banking and commercial group testified or let its views be known. Former president of the ABA, John Hamilton, was nearly correct when he stated the sentiment is universally against the Aldrich Bill. 21 Among others, the Chicago, Minneapolis, Philadelphia, and even the New York clearing houses testified against the Aldrich Bill. Despite this overwhelming opposition, everyone wanted regulation of some sort to prevent the recurrence of a terrifying panic similar to that of 1907. The Aldrich, Fowler, and ABA forces had effectively neutralized one another, and the result was a compromise bill presented by Rep. Edward B. Vreeland for the Republican caucus in the House, which became law in May. The act allowed government bonds and commercial paper to be used as collateral for an emergency currency issued by cooperative national banks of 10 or more meeting certain capital and surplus requirements, but since the various conditions were so involved that the act was never utilized until 1914, the most significant aspect of the measure was the authorization of a joint Congressional National Monetary Commission to study the entire financial and banking system and deliver a report. Roosevelt was relieved, and notified Taft that the entire problem of banking, on which I am not sure of my ground, would now rest with the Commission. 22 The solution to the problem of the banking and financial structure, even the banking community agreed after its prolonged internecine dispute, would have to be left with the politicians. But the bankers had brought the problem to the politicians' attention, and in the process of doing so they made banking reform an issue to be ultimately defined and solved on bankers' terms. Chapter 7. The Ordeal of William Howard Taft, 1909–1911. The Legacy of Reform. William Howard Taft inherited an ambiguous legacy from the administration of Theodore Roosevelt. And, given the deeper ambiguities in the very nature of progressivism, as well as in the new president's own values, his leadership was to be marred by innumerable contradictions and seeming inconsistencies. Had his wife been less ambitious, the new president would have preferred a quiet, predictable Chief Justiceship on the Supreme Court. But at the beginning of 1909 Taft was still the anointed successor to Roosevelt, elected with the support of big business during the furious campaign against William Jennings Bryan, and as yet untried in the uncharted seas of national politics. Taft, of course, had campaigned on the record of Roosevelt, and endorsed the record as he understood it. Roosevelt's legacy is clear to the modern historian, but it was less so to the contemporary observer as well as to Taft. Roosevelt was known as the trust buster despite the fact that he busted very few trusts. Many disliked his tone, and confused his critical verbiage in regard to the Harrimans and Rockefellers with a genuine enthusiasm for reform. Roosevelt had embarked on a campaign to save business both from its own folly and from the dangers the unthinking masses posed in a formal political democracy potentially capable of really operating as a democracy. Despite the rhetoric of serving as the president for the entire nation, Roosevelt felt naturally comfortable only in the company of Knox, Lodge, Aldrich, Root, and other members of the Eastern social and business elite. He considered himself, quite appropriately, a conservative trying to avoid revolutionary chaos by bringing the industrial structure under reasonable control. He repeatedly accepted the inevitability of corporate concentration as the basis for any measure of control. By a series of détentes and administrative decisions, and by ignoring the vague Sherman Act, Roosevelt was able to create a rather arbitrary political capitalism dependent more on his personal whims than on any formally rationalized system. In virtually every area in which he acted, however, he responded to initiatives shown by others in formulating basic proposals. His major legislative measures reflected the desires and pressures of specific interests, and his détentes with corporations were invariably the result of their initiatives. Reform journalism during the Roosevelt era, which the president rather cruelly dubbed muckraking, offered Taft little guidance to compensate for the quite arbitrary nature of Roosevelt's actions. It is significant that out of the entire muckraking literature, which was in effect a refutation of the existing theories on the character of the capitalist economy and state as well as a partial description of the operational nature of American institutions, no serious social or economic theory was formulated. In part this was due to the puerile character of many of the muckrakers, and their obscuring of many of the realities of the day by ascribing opposition to government control where there actually was none. More than anyone else, they should have been aware that there is no necessary incompatibility between capitalism and the government, since the burden of much of their writings was the control of government, at least on a local and state level, by business. But all too many of the prominent muckrakers were journalists rather than thinkers, with commonplace talents and middle-class values, incapable of serious or radical critiques. A few, at least, were opportunists. Ray Stannard Baker was celebrating U.S. Steel in 1901 for its Republican form of government, not unlike that of the United States. By 1903 he was writing about the dangers of the Union closed shop. Ida Tarbell eventually took up the cause of Elbert H. Gary. Even the more consistent of the muckrakers, such as David Graham Phillips and Charles Edward Russell, regarded Roosevelt as an innocent in the entire process of political treason or regarded the simple elimination of rebating as a crucial step toward ending the trust problem. The muckrakers, for the most part, thought capitalism could be reformed by replacing evil men with good citizens, and in this respect they very much agreed with Roosevelt. 1. Roosevelt frequently referred to mob rule as a danger, and to the need for the federal government to protect the honest businessman from the wrath of the masses. In voicing anxieties over the potential power of the masses to uproot the rights of business, Roosevelt merely expressed a common denominator among most patrician reformers during this era. Indeed, many of the major reformers and enlightened businessmen at the turn of the century were primarily concerned with avoiding radical attacks. All popular forms of government will be attended by the growth and development of communistic ideas, Marshall M. Kirkman, a railroad executive, had warned in 1885. By separating business from the masses through the creation of commissions, however, the result has been in a measure to prevent misunderstanding and allay irritation on the part of the people too. During the 1890s, the Interstate Commerce Commission served as precisely such a bulwark against the attacks of state legislatures on railroads, and the ICC experience suggested that the federal government had a potentially important buffer role to play in a political democracy. Big businessmen feared democracy, especially on the local and state levels where the masses might truly exercise their will, and they successfully turned to the federal government for protection. This fear was articulated, often quite frankly. In 1901, the Banker's Magazine, a perfectly conservative journal, speculated on the future and desirable political development of the nation. The growth of corporations and of combinations tends to strengthen the forces which seek to control the machinery of the government and the laws in behalf of special interests. Theoretically, the ballot controls everything, but the spirit of political organization which has grown up outside of legislative enactment now goes far to control the ballot. Industrial and commercial organization, when it desires to control the government, either federal or state, finds a political organization ready for its uses. The productive forces are the purse bearers. They furnish the means by which alone governments can be made effective. They also furnish the means by which the political organization which produces the government is created and becomes effective. The businessman, whether alone or in combination with other businessmen, seeks to shape politics and government in a way conducive to his own prosperity. More and more the legislatures and the executive powers of the government are compelled to listen to the demands of organized business interests. That they are not entirely controlled by these interests is due to the fact that business organization has not reached full perfection. The recent consolidation of the iron and steel industries is an indication of the concentration of power that is possible. Every professional man as well as all who pursue every other mode of livelihood will be affiliated by the strongest ties to one or the other of the consolidated industries. Every legislator and every executive officer will belong to the same head. Forms of government may not be changed, but they will be employed under the direction of the real rulers. Of course, it is easy to see that individual independence, as now understood, is different from what it would be under such a novel state of things, but no doubt it would still be individual independence. Probably under a government directed by a great combination of industrial and productive powers, the degree of individual independence which each citizen sacrifices for the good of the whole would be no greater and perhaps not so great as the independence which each citizen now sacrifices in obedience to existing law and custom. The direction of the industrial and producing forces would enlarge independence in some directions while it might restrict it in others. Wisely conducted, every citizen might, according to his merit and ability, attain higher prizes in life than is possible at the present time. 3. Nor did the values reflected in the Banker's Magazine represent an isolated phenomenon, even if these values were never expressed quite as systematically. Roosevelt's view of the dangerous, potentially irresponsible character of the masses, and the need to channelize them along controllable lines, was expressed by many others as well. The day has gone by, Charles S. Milan of the New Haven Railroad told the Hartford Board of Trade in 1904, when a corporation can be handled successfully in defiance of the public will, even though that will be unreasonable and wrong. A public must be led, but not driven, and I prefer to go with it and shape or modify, in a measure, its opinion, rather than be swept from my bearings with loss to myself and the interests in my charge. Reiterating the theme of an irrevocable tension between the masses and good government, William Dudley Falk, a leading civil service reformer in this period, indicated that popular government and parties were the source of spoils, and that the aim of civil service reform, which Roosevelt so notably advanced, was to mitigate this evil of democracy. Point 4. Increase state regulation of railroads, state suits against major corporations, and state efforts to implement economic and social welfare laws of every type, only illustrated the value of comprehensive federal regulation that was more responsive to big business than the majority of individual states might be. The Hamiltonian conception of the role of the national government as predominant, which was so central to the new nationalism of Roosevelt, was motivated by the same fear of state and local initiatives that could express the genuine desires of the masses. When the détente between the Bureau of Corporations and International Harvester was created, Albert H. Gary was explicit in suggesting that one of the advantages of the arrangement was to prevent violent state attacks on harvesters such as were then taking place in the Midwest. Gary consistently feared the masses, and for this reason hoped for a general institutionalization of the détente system into a formal political capitalism. I think one of the great disturbers and objections to the conditions and proceedings of this country, he remarked to a Senate inquiry in late 1911, is the frequent elections. A possible solution, he suggested, was the election of an absolutely independent president for a term of 8 years. 5 Albert Stickney, a Harvard-trained New York attorney, suggested a few years earlier that periodic elections resulted in business instability and lost time. The solution was to merge both houses of Congress, abolish term limitations for congressmen and the president, and have elections only at times of vacancies or upon removal of the president by a 2/3 vote of the Congress. Mass rule is mob rule, he frankly stated. Representative government, according to Willard A. Smith, editor of the Railway Review, led to the victory of the loudest-mouthed six. It could be saved only if the businessmen took over. The discontent of the masses, Francis Lindy Stetson remarked in 1917, is to be allayed not by a policy of stern and unbending Toryism, but by flexibility. 7 His advice had been followed by the big businessmen in the National Civil Federation, Brandeis, and other progressive capitalists, who acknowledged, along with Roosevelt, the right of trade unions to be organized in genuine open shops. However different their functional actions, which were anti-union, the Garys, Perkinses, Carnegies, and pro-regulation capitalists knew that labor would demand a place in the sun as well. The choice, they well realized, was between a lackadaisical AFL that accepted the ideological premises of the status quo and a radical industrial union movement led by a Eugene Debs or a William Haywood. Taft the Trust Buster. Taft entered office in 1909 with the legacy of Roosevelt's progressivism, its informality, its conservatism, its loosely defined precedents. The Republican platform of 1908 ostensibly committed him to the amendment of a basically wholesome Sherman Act in such a way as to allow greater federal supervision and control over interstate corporations. And the new president was undoubtedly still sensitive to Bryan's allegation that the Republican Party had an alliance with big business. Taft also entered office with a number of political debts. Taft's first debt was to Theodore Roosevelt, the man almost wholly responsible for his political fame and fortune. On Roosevelt's advice, the new president decided to work with House Speaker Cannon as Roosevelt had always done and the regular Republican Party leaders. Roosevelt was pleased with Taft's major appointees, and Taft was solicitous of his every wish during 1909. Largely on the basis of Roosevelt's record, the Taft campaign received $150,000 from the House of Morgan during the close campaign of 1908, and the donation was given with the anticipation that the détente system would be perpetuated by the new administration. Perhaps more significantly, Perkins, Gary, and other Morgan aides had arranged for the projected railroad rate advance during the summer of 1908 to be postponed, realizing any increase could cost Taft votes. Immediately after his nomination, Taft assured Nelson Aldrich, the party's leading conservative, that he would rely on him for advice. Business expected just as fair a hearing from Taft as they had received from his predecessor, perhaps even a better one, and this expectation seemed about to be realized. Commenting to Morgan on a confidential outline of Taft's inaugural address, Perkins thought it in all respects conciliatory and harmonizing in its tone. But despite these auguries for a continuation of Roosevelt's basic policies, Taft was literal-minded, molded by politics, and ultimately an enigma. So far as antitrust affairs were concerned, he never followed any policy consistently, despite the fact that he was eventually to destroy the détente system and initiate many more antitrust suits than had Roosevelt. Historians have regarded Taft as a president with an uneven record. He favored the income tax, but only if it were supported by an amendment to the Constitution. In 1909, however, George Perkins supported the principle of an income tax, and even Aldrich and Root endorsed a corporation tax as an alternative to the income tax. The differences between Taft and the Midwestern insurgents in the Senate and House were quantitative rather than qualitative, and there was a striking similarity on railroad matters. Taft was to rely on Aldrich rather than on the insurgents in the Senate, but in doing so he merely followed Roosevelt's precedent, and in antitrust matters he acted quite independently of Congress. 9. There can be no doubt that Taft was not a great conservationist, but neither were Roosevelt nor Gifford Pinchot for that matter. Taft was politically inept and, for better or worse, his cabinet members were of some consequence in shaping Taft's more critical viewpoint toward the House of Morgan. The Attorney General, George W. Wickersham, while similar to Bonaparte in his general views on trust matters, was much more influential than Bonaparte had been with Roosevelt. Herbert Knox Smith, still head of the Bureau of Corporations, was committed to the détente system, but his new superior, Secretary of Commerce Charles Nagel, extended more control over the Bureau than had his predecessors. There was no one similar to James R. Garfield close to Taft, and the President, with his long judicial experience, was used to thinking in terms of formal laws rather than informal understandings. Publicly, at least, Taft's views on the regulation of big business were not substantially different from those publicly expressed by Roosevelt. By the end of 1909, Taft was unwilling to press seriously for a revision of the Sherman Act, or, for that matter, for any new laws pertaining to corporations. He wished to wait for the Supreme Court's decisions on the American tobacco and Standard Oil cases, and, more important, he was unwilling to grant those concessions to trade unions which he knew would have to be a part of any new law. Still, politics has its own imperatives, and Taft knew that he must recommend trust legislation to Congress in his special message on January 7, 1910. That he was not seriously interested in obtaining it is quite another matter. Taft's message tried to make as emphatic as possible a distinction between giant corporations that had attained great economy in production and those trusts, irrespective of their efficiency, designed to stifle competition. But wholesale investigations and prosecutions of giant corporations would tend to disturb the confidence of the business community, injuring the innocent many for the faults of the guilty few. Since it was impossible to enact an amendment to the Sherman Act that would allow the courts to distinguish between good and bad trusts in a rational manner, Taft instead asked for a federal incorporation law that would allow the national government to pass on corporate practices, proposed mergers, and capitalization. Such a law would apply only to those corporations ready to come voluntarily under its jurisdiction, and would not prevent reasonable concentration of capital. Taft had taken a stand, not unlike Roosevelt's, which was certainly popular with big business insofar as it stressed federal incorporation, but it also allowed him full freedom to engage in antitrust prosecutions. George Wickersham's position on antitrust matters was virtually identical to Taft's, that is, it was capable of very broad interpretation. There was an economic necessity to many large combinations, but unnecessary economic centralization was to be avoided when possible. Wickersham hoped, in early 1911, that the Supreme Court, in its forthcoming decisions on the tobacco and Standard Oil cases, would clarify the Sherman Act for businessmen once and for all. But when it failed to do so, he essentially continued to maintain Taft's view of January, 1910, concentrating on federal incorporation as a solution. Herbert Knox Smith, with greater emphasis on the need for federal incorporation, continued to maintain the same view and received much sympathetic encouragement from Gary and Cyrus H. McCormick, the two major beneficiaries of his détente. 11. The crucial distinction between Taft and Roosevelt, however, is not an ideological one. Taft, unlike Roosevelt, believed that the Sherman Act still existed and had some value, and he did not appreciate the possibilities for accommodation offered by private détentes. Beginning in 1910, Wickersham was to initiate a large number of cases under the Sherman Act for a total of 65 during the 4 years of the Taft administration as opposed to a total of 44 under Roosevelt. More important, Taft was to bring to a conclusion the few major cases initiated during Roosevelt's administration. Despite this seeming activity, as we shall see, Taft never had a consistent, coherent attitude toward the antitrust question. In the Standard Oil antitrust suit initiated under the Roosevelt administration, a circuit court decision ordering the industrial titan to divest itself of its subsidiaries was handed down in November, 1909. The case was immediately appealed to the Supreme Court, and in May, 1911, the Supreme Court handed down an order for Standard Oil of New Jersey to divest itself of its holdings in 37 other companies, the distribution of ownership in each company to be according to the distribution of stock in Standard of New Jersey at the time of the dissolution. Included in the legal opinion of the court was the altogether mercurial rule of reason specifying that only unreasonable combinations in restraint of trade were illegal under the Sherman Act, thereby greatly complicating the meaning of the law to big business. There is no indication that Wickersham participated in the formulation of the Standard dissolution plan, but the scheme was eminently designed to fail. An immediate byproduct of the decision was the sharp increase in the value of Standard stock. Standard of New Jersey was left as the second largest corporation in the United States and retained 43% of the net value of the pre-dissolution stock. The component companies remained near monopolies in their respective territories and did not compete with one another. The competition that eventually returned to the industry was due to factors, discussed in Chapter 2, that had nothing to do with the court's decision. Over the next 15 years the Standard Empire was largely reintegrated. Despite the eventual harmlessness of much of Taft's antitrust activities, he still managed to alienate considerable big business elements by his efforts. From the beginning of 1910, after Taft lost insurgent support because of his alliance with the Eastern Conservatives on the Payne-Aldrich Tariff, the Mann-Elkins Bill, and similar measures, segments of big business began turning on Taft because of his rather literal dedication to antitrust activities. Herbert Knox Smith and his Bureau of Corporations were left hanging in limbo as Wickersham ignored him in his trust prosecutions. And since the House of Morgan had the most to lose from such changes, throughout 1910 the tension between the Morgan interests and Taft increased. In June, 1910, when Wickersham slapped an injunction on major railroad freight increases, George Perkins began fearing the worst from the once obliging Taft. After receiving a critical attack from his old friend, Francis Lindy Stetson, Wickersham rather plaintively wrote him that surely we may differ on economic questions without abating in any degree a friendship of many years. In July, 1910, after Wickersham ordered a grand jury inquiry into the National Packing Company later dissolved in 1912, lawyers for the joint firm of Swift, Armour, and Morris desperately tried to arrange an out-of-court settlement with the adamant President and Attorney General. 12. From mid-1910 on, a key factor in shaping Taft's antitrust policy was Roosevelt's increasing hostility toward his protégé. Throughout 1910 the tension between the two men increased as Taft split the Republican Party apart on reform issues while playing the role of the erstwhile radical in the very area that Roosevelt believed in, conservatism. In the early months of 1911 the political relations between the two men again became friendly, even cordial, notwithstanding the open opposition to Taft from Midwest insurgents and a growing number of businessmen. 13. The president was never able to establish that crucial rapport with all too many potential business friends. Some who had tolerated or rationalized his actions in 1910 were basically unhappy. Businessmen pleaded with Taft to restore business confidence by withholding further antitrust actions and having the Department of Justice pass on the legality of proposed business transactions. Wickersham and Taft merely tried their best to reassure businessmen that the Sherman Act was, in fact, explicit and that business really knew what the law was. Taft and Wickersham, in mid-1911, took steps to halt the growing business disenchantment with the administration. The American tobacco antitrust suit had been in the courts since 1907, and in May, 1911, the Supreme Court ordered the Circuit Court, in conjunction with the Department of Justice, to work out a dissolution plan satisfactory to all concerned. The Circuit Court called in the attorneys for the tobacco company and for the government and asked them to submit a mutually acceptable plan. Wickersham failed to formulate a detailed proposal, and rejected out of hand a receivership scheme advanced by one of his key attorneys, James C. McReynolds. McReynolds, an ardent believer in laissez-faire who was later to attain fame as a conservative member of Wilson's cabinet and then in the Supreme Court, quit in a huff after Taft told Wickersham I would not hesitate to run right over him. 14 American Tobacco's attorneys then proceeded to submit a plan very much like the one proposed by Thomas Fortune Ryan to Eborut in early 1907. The proposal was immediately challenged in public hearings by tobacco dealers, tobacco growers, and the attorneys general for a number of the southern states. Perplexed, and aware of the fact that the Bureau of Corporations was preparing a study of the tobacco industry, Wickersham called in the Bureau's leading expert, Dr. A. C. Musset, for his opinion of the dissolution proposal. Musset was very frank. The American tobacco plan was merely a scheme to preserve monopolistic conditions in the industry. 3 giant firms would remain, each with a monopoly in its type of product and 2 of them loaded with the old debt of American tobacco, while the original company was to receive a very high return on its investment. The proposed method of distribution, Musset warned, leaves very much to be desired if truly competitive conditions are to be re-established. Musset's insights, however, merely confirmed the value of the tobacco plan in the minds of Wickersham and Luther Conant, Jr. of the Bureau of Corporations, and Conant freely admitted that American tobacco would soon control the industry once more. Amidst the protests of tobacco growers and dealers, Wickersham informed Taft he would accept the principles and most of the details of the plan suggested by the tobacco company. The protests were dismissed by Wickersham with the assertion that he relied on the report of Dr. Musset as corroborating the statements made by the tobacco company. 15 Even if Wickersham was not deceiving the president, it is certain that he tried to deceive the public. The following month, after the plan was accepted by the Circuit Court, Wickersham announced that the tobacco monopoly had been destroyed by breaking it up into 14 competitive units. Musset's predictions were immediately realized, as the 3 giants created by the dissolution increased their share of the cigarette market from 80% as one firm in 1909 to 91% in 1913. U.S. Steel and Roosevelt. While Wickersham was fishing in troubled water, damaging the reputation of the Taft administration among trust busters and trust builders alike, the Democrats in the House initiated an investigation of U.S. Steel that was to mesh with other events to bring the nascent split between Taft and Roosevelt to a head. Taft was no more responsible for the inquiry that began in May, 1911, than was Roosevelt for an Erner Senate inquiry during the first months of 1909. But the new investigation by the Stanley Committee was to involve Roosevelt in one of his politically tender spots, the acquisition of Tennessee coal and iron by U.S. Steel. Although there were vicissitudes in the relationship between Taft and Roosevelt during 1910 and the first 9 months of 1911, it was apparent to many of Taft's allies that a conflict was inevitable. As early as September, 1910, Lewis Howland, an Indianapolis newspaper man, had suggested that Roosevelt's reputation as an erstwhile reformer would be especially susceptible on the questions of Tennessee coal and iron and campaign donations, should Taft find it necessary to fight. Wickersham was relayed the message by Taft's secretary. It is not certain the president knew of it, but the attorney general realized that such discussions would be an open declaration of war on Roosevelt. 16. The House inquiry posed a simple bureaucratic problem and a larger question as to what was to remain of the détente with U.S. Steel. The Bureau of Corporations, after all, had been collecting data on United States Steel for years, and Smith was concerned about the problem of winning credit for any investigation of U.S. Steel for his bureau. Its first report, finally issued July 1, 1911, was a useful collection of fairly accessible data on the decline in the market position of the giant, a report hardly designed to offend U.S. Steel's officers. Irritated, the Stanley Committee entered the report in its records as an exhibit rather than as evidence. In July, Herbert Knox Smith was brought in front of the Stanley Committee and asked to produce all the material on U.S. Steel in his possession, undoubtedly a deliberate Democratic effort to embarrass the president. Smith demurred on the grounds that the data had been given voluntarily and might aid U.S. Steel's competitors, and that only the president was able to release it. The tension between the congressman and Smith was poorly concealed. Smith's policy was simply to respect the confidence U.S. Steel had placed in him, and in this he had the support of Secretary of Commerce Nagel. One of his chief aides, William H. Baldwin, was unceremoniously fired by Smith when he complained that not enough data were being released. In August, it was agreed by Nagel, with Taft's apparent approval, that information received in confidence would not be given to the Stanley Committee. At the same time, Taft wrote Roosevelt that he should refuse to appear before the committee, advice he ignored. By the end of August, Wickersham thought it time to begin responding more aggressively to the political attacks of Roosevelt's friends in the Republican Party. After all, Roosevelt could have been thrown to the wolves so far as his progressive reputation was concerned, especially after defending his whole course of action in the Tennessee affair, and Taft was protecting him. The temptation was too much, especially in light of the fact that U.S. Steel continued to drag its feet on the seemingly interminable Bureau investigation. Since he was aware of the implications in October 1910, there is little doubt that Wickersham knew he was declaring political war against Roosevelt when he initiated an antitrust suit against U.S. Steel 1 year later on October 26. That the Tennessee acquisition was a key point in the complaint made it certain that the suit was really against Roosevelt. Roosevelt, quite predictably, accepted the challenge and broke off relations with Taft. It marked the end of a long friendship. But Roosevelt's public defense, which followed several weeks later in the Outlook, was not merely a defense of the détente system with U.S. Steel, but of its acquisition of Tennessee coal and iron as well. 17 To the bitter end, despite the obvious political liabilities of his position, Roosevelt was unable to challenge the personal integrity or motives of his Morgan friends. On October 27, Luther Conant of the Bureau of Corporations was ushered into Judge Gary's office and told that U.S. Steel would furnish no more information to the Bureau, save on advice of counsel. The Bureau decided not to utilize its power of subpoena. During November, and with Taft's support, members of the Attorney General's office requested all information on U.S. Steel in the possession of the Bureau. The Steel people hurried to Secretary Nagel and were able to prevent the release of the data until January 1912, when a mutually satisfactory plan for the release of the data was agreed upon. A second Bureau report on U.S. Steel was then rushed into print on January 22, 1912. Smith was now left in an untenable position as head of the Bureau, especially since the Bureau's traditional functions were now unacceptable to his nominal superiors. In July 1912, Smith resigned, ostensibly on the grounds of disagreement with the General Taft antitrust policy, and joined the Progressive Party. Taft, hoping to avoid unfavorable publicity, urged Nagel to allow the matter to pass quietly. By using data collected by the Bureau, and exploiting the appeal that the company had acted on the apparent approval of the government and the public, U.S. Steel was, ironically, later deemed innocent under the antitrust law. 18. Business and regulation. By 1912 the antitrust policy of the Taft administration was in a shambles, in large part due to the desire of the administration to defend itself against Roosevelt's partisans. Taft's position on the nature of the modern corporation, and even on remedial legislation, was decidedly Rooseveltian. But his wild and inconsistent antitrust cases had upset the corporate climate. Under Roosevelt it had been possible to attain a significant measure of stability, at least for the Morgan interests, without legislation. Taft, however, vividly illustrated the need for a more formal, predictable, and permanent basis for the relationship of the large corporation to the national government. As it became evident that Taft would pursue antitrust activities far more seriously than was desired, businessmen turned to the discussion of legislative alternatives. Indeed, the president himself pointed to some of these alternatives. He had explicitly endorsed federal incorporation in early 1910, and Wickersham and Herbert Knox Smith had repeatedly referred to it as a solution to the trust problem. In addition to federal incorporation or licensing, however, more far-reaching proposals were to be made by important businessmen. The problem of the inequitable distribution of wealth, Andrew Carnegie announced in 1908, could be solved by the rich regarding their money to be administered as a sacred trust for the good of others. So far as the price competition plaguing the steel industry was concerned, however, it always comes back to me that government control, and that alone, will properly solve the problem, ostensibly also solving the problem of monopolistic industrial conditions. There is nothing alarming in this. Capital is perfectly safe in the gas company, although it is under court control. So will all capital be, although under government control. What is reasonable and proper will be for the court to determine. There is nothing so absolutely impossible as uncertainty, George Perkins freely confessed in 1909 in reference to State Regulation Point 19. Shortly after his January, 1910, speech endorsing federal incorporation, Taft asked Wickersham to prepare an implementing bill for Congress, where it was duly introduced in February as the Clark-Parker Bill. Seth Low and Perkins indicated their support for such a bill, but the matter was dropped by the administration. The issue remained dormant until the end of 1910, when rumors began circulating around New York financial circles that Stetson had prepared a federal incorporation law at Morgan's request to be submitted to Taft and that Taft was disinterested. Stetson denied the rumor, but Taft's simple renewal, in his second message to Congress, of his earlier request for such a law certainly indicated that the president was not interested in obtaining it. The federal incorporation idea was generally approved by leading corporate and financial interests as a means of affording relief from oppressive state legislation and nullifying the obnoxious features of the Sherman antitrust law. The New York Financial America announced Point 20 such supervision, Perkins told business audiences during late 1910 and early 1911, would tell stockholders and the public that business is honestly and fairly managed. But federal regulation is feasible, and if we unite and work for it now we may be able to secure it, whereas, if we continue in our fight against it much longer, the incoming tide may sweep the question along to either government ownership or socialism. A business court in Washington, made up of businessmen and for the purpose of adjusting business problems, Perkins was suggesting in January, 1911, would give industry the freedom to act. Point 21. Despite the growing businessmen's hatred of Taft's antitrust actions, on questions of policy they were largely in agreement. The president favored federal incorporation, as did Nagel and Wickersham, as a possible solution to the entire antitrust problem. The real block, so far as the attainment of legislation was concerned, was in the House. The House Democrats, especially, were entirely without alternatives to the business demand for federal incorporation or licensing. In June, 1911, appearing before the Stanley Committee, Judge Elbert H. Gary announced to the astonished members that I believe we must come to enforced publicity and governmental control, even as to prices, and, so far as I am concerned, I would be very glad if we knew exactly where we stand, if we could be freed from danger, trouble, and criticism by the public, and if we had some place where we could go, to a responsible governmental authority, and say to them, here are our facts and figures. Now you tell us what we have the right to do and what prices we have the right to charge. The reason Gary and Carnegie were offering the powers of price control to the federal government was not known to the congressmen, who were quite unaware of the existing price anarchy in steel. The proposals of Gary and Carnegie, the Democratic majority on the committee reported, were really semi-socialistic, and hardly worth endorsing. 22. Until late October, 1911, and the initiation of the suit against U.S. Steel, the outward unanimity between the Taft administration and big business on federal regulation continued. Wickersham was still convinced of the economic necessity of big business, and despite growing business anxieties and insecurity over antitrust prosecution, letters of support for Taft's legislative proposals continued to arrive from important businessmen. Perkins, however, was already thinking beyond mere federal incorporation laws, as was the most consistent advocate of federal incorporation since 1905, Francis G. Newlands, Democratic senator from Nevada. At the beginning of 1911, Perkins was proposing a federal business court or commission to pass on the legality of business action, proposed and actual. During the spring of 1911, Senator Newlands mulled over a similar idea, consulted with businessmen and Herbert Knox Smith about the matter, and obtained Perkins' support. In July, a bill to create an interstate trade commission was submitted to the Senate, and hearings that were to drag on until March, 1912, were begun in August. Newlands' bill was quite simple. The Bureau of Corporations was to be turned into a commission, and all interstate corporations with receipts in excess of $5 million were to furnish organizational and financial data to the commission upon passage of the act, and upon request thereafter. The bill was admittedly tentative, and Newlands indicated willingness to remove all serious penalty provisions from the bill. His major purpose, he frankly confessed, was to permit an official body to give its seal of approval to a corporation in order that public opinion might be placated and the market value of its shares maintained. 23. Although Herbert Knox Smith supported the basic publicity function of the proposal, the rather vague bill never became a serious political issue. Its real importance, other than significantly publicizing the commission concept as a solution to the antitrust issue for the first time, was in the forum it gave to businessmen in the course of its long hearings. During the final 2 months of 1911, in conjunction with the Newlands hearings and the U.S. Steel suit, the big business-supported systematic legislative program emerged in coherent form. The first indication came from Roosevelt himself, who in his attack on the suit against U.S. Steel called for the formation of a national commission with complete power over the organization and capitalization of all business concerns engaged in interstate commerce, and possibly prices as well. 24. The proposal immediately won an enthusiastic response from Wall Street, and strongly raised Roosevelt's political stock. In late November, Perkins visited Taft and presented him with a set of proposals, urging him to make the antitrust question his first order of business. The Sherman Act, Morgan's friend urged, should be revised to make guilt individual rather than corporate, with a greater stress on imprisonment than fines. A court or commission made up of businessmen, he further proposed, should be created under the Bureau of Corporations to gather voluntary information on corporate procedures and to approve certain corporate actions. Publicity and official endorsement of plans would be the keynote, with increasingly stringent rules being added with the passage of time. And, Perkins stressed, until a congressional investigation of the entire trust matter could be undertaken, prosecutions of a nature disturbing to business should be suspended. 25. Several days after Perkins' audience with Taft, Gary appeared before the Newlands Committee with an even more elaborate plan. Big business, he reiterated, was inevitable and desirable. The only regulation adequate in scope and power to deal with these aggregations of capital is regulation by the federal government, because the subject matter of the regulation is largely interstate commerce with which the states may not interfere, and the size and extent of the organizations involved is such as to require uniform and national regulation. Every interstate corporation, he urged, should obtain a federal license if it met strict publicity, capitalization, and price requirements. A corporation commission similar to the Interstate Commerce Commission would be created to grant, suspend, and revoke licenses, subject to court appeal. It also could decide on the legality of matters submitted to it by businessmen and, in line with Carnegie's proposal, it could regulate prices. Such a system would prevent the evils of socialism, eliminate uncertainty, and give government protection not only to the man who wishes to increase his business but to continue in business. Trade association agreements and prices, Gary suggested, should be enforced by a commission if the prices were fair. 26. Seth Lowe, perhaps anticipating the legislative possibilities of Newland's commission idea, early in November sent out a questionnaire to 30,000 businessmen. He asked them, on the assumption that the concentration of capital is essential to the full and efficient development of modern business, to comment on the desirability of a federal incorporation law, a federal licensing law, and a trade commission with powers not unlike those now enjoyed by the Interstate Commerce Commission. Armed with the preliminary returns, Lowe appeared before the Newlands hearings at the end of November and announced that American business favored an incorporation law by a majority of nearly 4-1, a licensing law by nearly 2-1, and a commission by nearly 3-1. 27 Thus strengthened, the president of the National Civic Federation took his predictable new nationalist view of desirable government action, aligning himself with Gary, Perkins, and Carnegie. In mid-December, Perkins appeared before the committee and repeated the plan he had presented to Taft. He was followed by Henry B. Joy, the auto manufacturer, who favored a commission with price-fixing powers. With the exception of Victor Morowitz, who favored a commission with powers to approve contracts and combinations but not to fix prices or grant charters or licenses, an impressive array of important business witnesses indicated that Lowe's statistics on business sentiment were very probably correct. Ironically, Taft and Wickersham's position was not unlike that of Perkins. After all, Taft had told Wickersham that to injure those who own the capital of the nation, no matter how guilty they were of evildoing, was to inflict an injury on the entire country as well. By November, Wickersham was convinced of the necessity of a trade commission as an essential solution to the entire antitrust issue, although he was not explicit as to what its precise powers should be. Pressure on Taft to clarify his stand on the Cheney's Act was exerted by business, and in his 1911 annual message to Congress he discussed the matter in greater detail than ever before. His basic premise was that the Cheney's Act should be amended rather than repealed. And although he had paid little attention to the 4 federal incorporation bills presented in Congress during 1911 to 1912, Taft renewed his advocacy of such a voluntary measure. Taft recommended clarification of the law so that it would describe specific violations in detail, and he also proposed a federal corporation commission to which businessmen could submit proposed schemes and which might aid the courts with dissolution plans. 28 The differences between Taft and Wall Street were hardly discernible. Although politics was to intrude into the discussion of the antitrust issue throughout 1912, the legislative desires of most important businessmen were constant irrespective of political conflicts. The Newlands Committee, after hearing the representatives of big business, heard representatives of the coal industry plead for revisions in the Sherman Act that would allow price and output agreements to end cutthroat competition, and drugstore association representatives call for fair trade laws to defend themselves against the chains. The coal request was also tied to the creation of a commission to supervise such agreements. Carnegie, appearing before the Stanley Committee in January, 1912, reiterated his belief in a federal commission with the power to fix maximum prices, and throughout the previous month had vainly tried to swing Perkins to his view on prices. The publication of the National Civic Federation's complete survey in early 1912, with its 16,000 replies, certainly vindicated Lowe's earlier testimony before the Newlands hearings, although businessmen were reluctant to grant a trade commission price-fixing powers also. Pressure to revise the Sherman Act to eliminate the vague definitions introduced by the Standard Oil decision and the insecurity created by Taft's actions was universal among businessmen, whether they were eventually to side with Taft, Wilson, or Roosevelt in the political struggles of 1912. Perkins, in the meantime, kept encouraging the preparation of acceptable bills to implement his goals. Senator Albert B. Cummins, erstwhile insurgent, submitted a preliminary trade commission bill to the Senate in February, 1912, and during March he and Perkins discussed the possibility of another bill. 29. In proposing the federal regulation of business, Advocates of the new Hamiltonianism were quite aware of the advantages such regulation would have in shielding them from a hostile public, as well as in introducing stability and control in economic affairs. The leading companies should be, and I believe they are, prepared to accept the appointment of trade commissions both in the states and in the federal union, Francis Lindy Stetson announced in May, 1912. No better buffer could be devised for absorption or avoidance of the shocks between the corporations and an impatient or critical public. There was a worldwide movement of general dissatisfaction and of social unrest. Joseph T. Talbert, vice president of the National City Bank of New York, told a group of his associates in the spring of 1912. It would seem, therefore, to be the duty of all who influence public opinion, and have the power to lead and mold it, to seek not so much to check the movement as to direct its course in such manner that the blindly instinctive impulses of human nature may not destroy the economical organizations of capital. The Trade Commission idea appealed to Talbert, just as federal incorporation was thought by others interested in the preservation of capitalism to be the best solution to public hostility. A federal commission composed of businessmen of broad experience, J.K. Gwynne of American Tobacco suggested, would not only protect business from a critical public, but it could bring some order to the industrial fabric to replace the deceptive mirage of unrestricted competition that was being rapidly displaced by rational cooperation. 30. Pressure to increase federal regulation came from many sources. Big business wished to have federal incorporation or a commission, or both, to escape from burdensome state regulation, to stabilize conditions within an industry, such as steel, where they had failed by voluntary means, to create a buffer against a hostile public and opportunistic politicians, and to secure those conditions of stability and predictability so vital to a rationalized capitalist economy. Small business, such as drug and other retailers, coal producers, and the like, sought the right to create and enforce price and output agreements to end the burden of competition. Several efforts to create a politically stabilized capitalism deserve a more detailed consideration. The telephone industry was highly competitive during the greater part of the progressive era, and highly unstable. The independents utilized, wherever possible, local political contacts as leverage in their fight against American telephone and telegraph. Seeing the struggle as primarily a political one, AT&T responded with an intense public relations program and by relying on the federal government for whatever aid it could obtain. At the same time, it engaged in an active merger and expansion policy. State telephone regulation existed in 10 states by 1909, but 17 more were added during 1909 to 1911, and another 15 during 1912 to 1917. Moreover, many city regulations existed. During 1909, AT&T, seeing the trend, embarked on an active public relations program. Public hostility, E.K. Hall, vice president of AT&T, declared in 1909, is not only a serious danger to the property of the business, but it is in my judgment the only serious danger confronting the company, because the natural tendency of such hostility, founded as it is on misunderstanding, prejudice, and distrust is, under slight incentive, to crystallize at any time into adverse legislation. 31. The ICC experience showed that federal regulation could serve as an extremely valuable buffer between the public and industry, and AT&T was pleased when the Mann-Elkins Act of 1910 placed telephones under ICC jurisdiction. Rate wars were to become a thing of the past. On the other hand, the independent phone companies also favored the telephone provision of the Mann-Elkins Act. Theodore N. Vail, president of AT&T, freely admitted in 1911 that the company had very little difficulty with state regulatory bodies and that any problems that did arise could be taken care of in the courts. One problem that was not easily worked out, however, was AT&T's acquisition of Western Union in 1909 and of many other companies as well. Wickersham, in January, 1913, made an arrangement with AT&T for it to divest itself of Western Union, to give up its aggressive merger policy, and to connect with other independent companies for toll service. The company's merger policy, while moderately successful, nevertheless had failed to give AT&T genuine control of the industry. Moreover, a number of cities expressed support for government ownership of telephones. In early 1913, at least 12 important city councils, including Cleveland, Los Angeles, Minneapolis, and San Francisco, endorsed the principle. AT&T realized that its long-term objectives of political stability and economic rationality could be attained only by federal regulation, and its commitment to the cause was intensified. It preferred a commission with permanent members which would thus be free from the influence of politics, and it was explicit in admitting that, in a democracy, flexibility was necessary to prevent social upheavals. In 1914 Vail announced, "We believe in and were the first to advocate state or government control and regulation of public utilities. That this control or regulation should be by permanent quasi-judicial bodies, acting after thorough investigation and governed by the equities of each case, and that this control or regulation beyond requiring the greatest efficiency and economy, should not interfere with management or operation. In order that waste and duplication of effort may be avoided and uniformity of purpose and common control be enforced, there should be a centralized general administration in close communication with and having general authority over the whole on matters common to all or matters of general policy." 32. Another important development that was ultimately to influence the fruition of a political capitalism was the growth and articulation of the trade association movement, centered primarily around Arthur J. Eddy, a Chicago lawyer who had worked for Standard Oil at various times. Eddy specialized in creating trade associations in competitive industries, associations that included the division of markets and price fixing. The technique was an old one, and probably illegal under the Addiston decision, but from 1911 on Eddy created associations among bridge builders, cotton fabric finishers, and others, stimulating a trend that in the 1920s resulted in many hundreds of such amalgams. In late 1911 Wickersham's office considered the problem, but failed to act on it. As the Newlands hearings showed, even when opposed to big business or trusts, the average small businessman wished to mitigate the effects of competition by what were essentially price, market, or output agreements, the basis of the trade association movement. He was, for all practical purposes, through with laissez-faire, its costs, risks, and possible gains. Even such nominal devotees of the doctrine as Brandeis favored fair trade laws. For all practical purposes, both big and small business wanted modification of the Sherman Act in some substantial form. Eddy realized that his trade association activities were of questionable legality, and in 1912 he published The New Competition, a book frankly committed to the proposition that competition was inhuman and that war was hell. The Sherman Act encouraged competition, which inevitably led to consolidation and the destruction of small business. If trusts and unions were permitted, he argued in a terse, pointed style directed toward businessmen, so should price and output fixing trade associations. His solution was explicit: repeal the Sherman Act and pass a federal licensing law. He urged creating a federal commission to adjust business controversies, demand complete accounting, and administer the newly legalized trade association movement. Trade associations would be given all bids and contracts, and it would be the responsibility of the Federal Commission to enforce price and market agreements. The Commission would also have the power to fix prices. Eddy's program, vague as to precise size of the small business he was trying to save, nevertheless was to have an important impact on business and subsequent discussions of revisions of the antitrust law. 33. The banking reform movement. The Panic of 1907 exposed the basic weaknesses in the nation's banking structure, and no one was more aware of the fact than the bankers. But the bankers had shown themselves to be hopelessly divided on legislative matters and incapable of agreeing on any plan to stabilize interest rates and price levels and to reduce fluctuations, to introduce the much vaunted and poorly defined elasticity necessary for a national, profitable banking system. Despite these divisions, the banking community, or at least that small portion of it that thought about such matters, was more seriously aware of the need for banking reform than ever before. Only through reform, Henry Cluse declared, could the responsible, conservative bankers and businessmen be protected from the follies of the irresponsible few. But the alternatives were diverse, very diverse, and given the hostility of the House, the disunity among bankers tended to nullify their larger desire for banking reform. Although the majority of bankers favored some type of centralization of decision-making and greater elasticity of currency, their differences on the type of backing for a more elastic currency, or the form and control of the centralization, seemed insurmountable. 34 The Republican platform of 1908, reflecting the split in the banking community, merely endorsed banking reform in the broadest and vaguest terms. Taft, like Roosevelt, was bound to very little. Nelson Aldrich still remained the key figure in politics concerned with banking reform. His close relationship with Taft on other issues was a crucial asset, but his reputation among insurgents and Democrats was that of a blackguard conservative, and it seemed unlikely that Aldrich alone could have any measure passed. Moreover, Aldrich had strong feelings on banking reform that were not, according to such sympathetic associates as Paul Warburg, based on even a technically sound knowledge of banking principles. Aldrich's deficiencies were more than compensated for, however, by the many able and sophisticated individuals around him, and after he took his National Monetary Commission to Europe to study banking systems there, Aldrich quickly educated himself in the field. More important, Aldrich was soon to realize that his prominent association with the banking reform cause was a political liability, and he was anxious to play a somewhat less conspicuous role, at least so far as the public's view of the movement was concerned. Aldrich's associates, aware of the entire issue of public relations, also reiterated the need to avoid associating banking reform with Wall Street, even though Wall Street was the heart of the movement, if legislation was ever to be attained. Aldrich's European tour convinced him of the virtues of central banking and the desirability of a broader-based asset currency utilizing sound commercial paper as well as gold, bonds, and other extremely restricted reserves. This change made it possible for Aldrich, whose 1907 and 1908 schemes had been roundly opposed by the American Bankers Association, to appeal to a much wider audience in the banking community. Indeed, Aldrich ceased being a sectarian on banking reform and was able from 1909 on, especially after a tour of Western banking centers that year, to count on greater sympathy for his views. For the better part of 1909 and 1910, however, the topic of banking reform was restricted primarily to a small segment of the banking community. Aldrich himself was increasingly occupied with other legislative matters, especially the tariff, and the return of prosperity after 1908 relaxed the pressure for change. Bankers, in the meantime, began searching for unifying plans that could solidify the banking community behind a single proposal. The compromise plans were not hard to predict, and by the end of 1909 they were all to emerge at about the same time. There were certain inevitable ingredients. Regional banking centers were implicit in the clearinghouse movement that the ABA had endorsed in 1906. Central banking of the German and English type was widely appreciated, and every banking reformer realized that to be successful any central banking plan would have to avoid the appearance of being dominated by Wall Street, and they generally understood the need to use sound commercial notes to create an elastic currency. Although Victor Morawetz, the Morgan lawyer and railroad executive, is generally credited as the author of regional banking schemes, the idea was already widely considered as an alternative when Morawetz delivered his famous speech on the topic in November, 1909. That very month, Maurice L. Muleman, a New York attorney, had proposed a very detailed plan for regional banking centers in the Banking Law Journal. And a few weeks later, in a letter in the New York Evening Post, Theodore Gilman, a New York banker, outlined a system of regional clearinghouse associations, ultimately responsible to the controller of currency. Morawet's plan assumed that a true central bank along English or German lines was impossible and inappropriate for the United States, but that sectional banking districts under the ultimate direction of one central control board might be just as effective. Since political intervention in banking and currency had, in the final analysis, always been safe, it made little difference to Morawetz whether control of such a plan was entirely in the hands of the government or entirely private. That the bankers would support such a scheme was, quite coincidentally, verified when the Banking Law Journal in December, 1909, announced that its extensive poll among bankers showed that 59% supported a central bank free from Wall Street or any monopolistic interest. One cannot help feeling very confident, Paul Warburg wrote Nelson Aldrich. 35. Taft was no more decisive than Roosevelt on the issue of banking reform during 1909 and 1910. Despite occasional pressure on him to act, he had no concrete proposals before him and personally understood very little about banking problems. Throughout most of 1910 the issue was a dormant one, even within the banking community, and only Paul Warburg persisted in presenting a comprehensive plan of reform. Rehashing his central bank clearinghouse proposal of 1907 several times, in November, 1910, he announced his United Reserve Bank plan to the Academy of Political Science in New York, with Aldrich present in the audience. The proposal would create 20 regional banking associations under a central bank board in Washington elected, save for 1/5 of the directors appointed by the government, by the regional banking associations and the shareholders of the central bank's $100 million capital. The central board would fix discount rates and define procedures for the regions, issuing circulating notes on commercial paper which it purchased from the regions. Shortly after hearing his plan, Aldrich called upon Warburg to participate with Frank A. Vanderlip of National City Bank, Henry P. Davison of the House of Morgan, and Charles Norton of the Fu.St. National Bank in a week-long secret conference on his estate on isolated Jekyll Island, Georgia. Aldrich was now ready to devote his major attention to banking reform, and the representatives of the most important Wall Street houses were to help him draft a bill. The confidential nature of the session was demanded if the bankers were to do their work without attaching obvious political liabilities to the final product. The plan which emerged from the conference was very much like Warburg's in principle, and Warburg claimed authorship for it even though Vanderlip actually drafted the final plan. A National Reserve Association would be created in Washington to preside over 15 major regions. The regional banking centers, controlled by private banks, would elect the 45 board members in Washington, but not more than 4 could come from any region, thereby eliminating the possibility of Wall Street control. The National Reserve Association could issue notes against bonds and commercial paper transferred to its vaults by member banks, and member banks could draw on the resources of the central bank by rediscounting commercial paper. The scheme seemed democratic enough, avoided Wall Street control, and was highly elastic. All that was necessary was to make it politically attractive. Aldrich and his associates were fully conscious of their liabilities, not merely in the eyes of the public but with other bankers as well. President Taft, on the other hand, seemed to be most amenable to the new Aldrich plan. Indeed, Taft had relied more on Aldrich for advice on banking and monetary affairs than on any other individual. But the president's seeming support for the Aldrich plan was ultimately based on his opportunistic desire to utilize Aldrich for purposes other than banking reform. But on January 29, 1911, in any event, Taft wrote Aldrich, "I believe you have reached a most admirable plan and I want to assure you of my earnest desire to aid in every way you and your colleagues of the Monetary Commission in the movement to embody the plan in our statutes." 36. Yet Taft added, significantly, that he thought the plan would never pass a Democratic House, and that it might take several years to educate even the bankers to accept it. Taft continued to throw accolades at the plan, but was never willing to act on it, and by the end of 1911 he was trying to stop bankers from using bank funds to lobby for it. Thinking the president was firmly with them, the architects of the Aldrich plan turned their efforts to winning important banker and business support for it. A special monetary conference of all business organizations, convened by the National Board of Trade in January, 1911, passed a resolution, written by Warburg, endorsing the Aldrich Plan. At the beginning of February 22 key bankers from 12 cities met in Atlantic City to consider the Aldrich Plan. Sessions were closed, and all the conference publicly declared at the end of 3 days' discussion was that it endorsed the plan and would actively support it. In fact, the confidential minutes of the meeting, carefully edited by Aldrich to eliminate embarrassing passages showing his total control of the conference, reveal the innermost feelings of the nation's big bankers. James B. Forgan, the leading Chicago banker, made it explicit that everyone present accepted the Aldrich Plan in advance and that only some little matters of detail could be discussed. Indeed, the plan was endorsed at the outset. The real purpose of the conference was to discuss winning the banking community over to government control directed by the bankers for their own ends. It was made clear by the chairman of the meeting, Congressman E. B. Vreeland, that if legislation were not passed soon, the radicals would eventually try to do so. The participants were fully aware of the menace of the growing state banking movement, and referred to it many times. Although they agreed with Paul Warburg's statement that it would be a blessing to get these small banks out of the way and have the branches for national banks, it was realized that this would lead to terrific opposition from smaller banks. 37 It was generally appreciated that the plan would increase the power of the big national banks to compete with the rapidly growing state banks, help bring the state banks under control, and strengthen the position of the national banks in foreign banking activities. Concretely, the group discussed the problems of converting other businessmen and bankers to the plan, with special interest in the possibility of exploiting the recent Board of Trade conference on the Aldrich Plan. The Aldrich Plan emerged as a broad approach rather than as a precise bill capable of immediate implementation. Indeed, it was understood that many details would have to be worked out or adjusted to bring as many diverse banking and business interests as possible behind the plan. In the meantime, it was generally conceded by the plan's architects that the important task was to create a powerful political backing for the plan and then try to have it passed. It was especially crucial to remove the stigma of its having been originated by Wall Street interests and Nelson Aldrich. During the spring of 1911, the backers of the plan moved to create the National Citizens League for the promotion of a sound banking system to accomplish the task. Warburg and the other New York bankers behind the Aldrich Plan arranged to have the league centered in Chicago, presumably as an outgrowth of the National Board of Trade conference in January. New York was assigned the largest financial burden, $300,000, but George M. Reynolds and Forgan of Chicago were assigned primary organizational responsibility. To administer the league, the bankers turned to Professor J. Lawrence Laughlin of the University of Chicago. Laughlin, nominally very orthodox in his commitment to laissez-faire theory, was nevertheless a leading academic advocate of banking regulation. He had drafted the Indianapolis Plan of 1897, and was sensitive to the needs of banking as well as the realities of politics. Thoroughly conservative, Laughlin was no sycophant, no mere tool of the bankers behind the league. Created in April by the Chicago Association of Commerce, nominally acting on behalf of the National Board of Trade, the league's leadership and board was Chicago-based, composed of businessmen, and was dependent on New York mainly for money. Its stated purpose was to carry on an active campaign for monetary reform on the general principles of the Aldrich Plan without endorsing every detail of the National Reserve Association. Its principles included cooperation, with dominant centralization, of all banks by an evolution out of our clearinghouse experience, financial liquidity based on commercial assets, uniform discounts to all banks, and, naturally, opposition to the domination of the banking system by any interest or area. 38. So long as the Aldrich Plan remained a framework of discussion, as it did throughout 1911, most reform-minded bankers endorsed its rough outlines. Initially, at least, the proposal had seemingly unanimous support from the interested banking community. During May, 1911, the American Bankers Association approved its currency committee's strong amendments to the Aldrich Plan, sharply broadening the type of notes eligible to be rediscounted. Despite the initial unanimity of the major bankers, the united front of bankers began falling apart on many important particulars. An immediate problem was Theodore Roosevelt's passive opposition to the Aldrich Plan, which meant that all of the bankers' hopes depended on Taft. Even more serious was a nascent split within the National Citizens League that grew wider by late summer, 1911. Laughlin was a political realist, as were many of the bankers interested in banking reform, and he was well aware that the association of a banking reform bill with the name of Aldrich would mean the kiss of death. He was entirely committed to the basic principles of the Aldrich Plan, but his commitment was to the principle and not the man. He had been warned by his former student and longtime aide, H. Parker Willis, that Aldrich was the worst possible leader of the movement, and Laughlin apparently agreed. Indeed, later Laughlin was even to suggest that the League never supported the Aldrich Plan at any time, but only sound banking principles. Warburg also made the same claim many years later, but the reality of his position during mid-1911 belies this claim. Warburg and the New York bankers had erred in allowing the Chicago reformer elements and Laughlin to run the League. The League printed vast quantities of literature for businessmen, especially in the South and West, where opposition was likely to be the strongest, but hesitated to tie itself entirely to the Aldrich Plan. Moreover, Laughlin's non-commitment to the plan had the support of the Chicago-based board of directors, and his conviction that this was the politically astute policy was strengthened by a personal survey of the political situation in the Democratic House in June, 1911. Before long there were two leagues in actual operation, the New York office under Irving T. Bush, pursuing its slavishly pro-Aldrich program, and Laughlin's. During July a critical exchange of letters between Warburg and Laughlin took place, and the latter freely admitted he felt Aldrich's name could kill a bill politically. Warburg stopped the flow of funds to Chicago, and the newspapers were soon reporting rumors of the division within the League. In New York on August 28 to try to patch up the now public split, Laughlin was extremely conciliatory. He agreed that the League would not present its own bill, and that it would confer with the National Monetary Commission to make the bill the best possible. In the meantime, however, the League was to maintain its nonpartisan, educational role, thus increasing the impact of its endorsement of the final Commission bill when it was formulated. In the same month Laughlin managed to convince Roosevelt not to take a stand on the banking issue, in which the former president had not the slightest interest. Despite these successes, and the very extensive educational work on businessmen and newspapers done by the League, the New York bankers ultimately failed to fulfill their financial obligations to the Chicago organization, and gave less than one-third of their quota. The League remained formally united, if not united on tactics, simply because Laughlin appreciated its usefulness in his work, which was to remain pragmatic and opportunistic, and to eventually reflect the sentiment of the large majority of bankers. 39. The Aldrich Plan scored some successes in late 1911. In spite of the opposition of Edmund D. Hulbert, the important Chicago banker, and James J. Hill, the plan picked up significant banking and business support, in large part due to the effort of the League and to many speeches by the plan's supporters. In November the Aldrich Plan forces seemingly were able to obtain their biggest coup, the endorsement of the American Bankers Association, when Aldrich agreed to modify the plan to allow the board of the National Reserve Association, rather than the President of the United States, to remove the head of the association. This triumph was the undoing of the entire Aldrich Plan movement. On December 21, President Taft's message to Congress included references to banking reform, which he endorsed in principle. Starting out by saying he was looking forward to the final bill of Aldrich's National Monetary Commission, and by praising the general outlines of the Aldrich Plan, he ended by throwing a damper on the core of the plan: private banker control. But there must be some form of government supervision and ultimate control, and I favor a reasonable representation of the government in the management. 40. In effect, the President had rejected the basic premises of the Aldrich Plan. At the same time, Roosevelt was at best neutral toward it, and the Democrats were still an unknown quantity, though likely to be highly critical. In January 1912, the Aldrich Plan was submitted to Congress as the Aldrich Bill. It received very little publicity and never came to a vote. With Aldrich committed to retire, and a Democratic victory in November seemingly inevitable, banking reform appeared to be a dead issue. Chapter 8. The Politics of 1912. William Howard Taft had tried his best and he had failed. He had blundered tactlessly into innumerable political traps, and he was grossly misunderstood by his contemporaries. He had inherited an ambiguous legacy from Roosevelt, but in the final analysis that legacy was reasonably conservative, and Taft was a conservative also. One cannot help admiring Taft's bumbling dedication to those noble conservative virtues, reason and moderation. Unfortunately for him, the period was one interested in action and change, however conservative in its ultimate intent, and Taft was simply out of step with his times. The politics of 1912 were an outgrowth of the collapse of the detente system under Taft and the failure of his administration to establish the political conditions necessary for economic stability. Taft's suit against U.S. Steel has already been discussed. Prior to the initiation of that suit in October 1911, Taft had shown disturbing signs of disloyalty to the détente structure his predecessor had created. During June 1911, Wickersham began considering antitrust action against International Harvester, and in early July Perkins urged Smith to speed the Bureau of Corporations' inquiry into International Harvester, in the hope of forestalling action by Wickersham and vindicating the corporation. Several weeks later Perkins and Wickersham met, and the Attorney General claimed to be ignorant of the fact that the Bureau of Corporations already had an investigation underway. Prosecution was a possibility, he admitted, but he promised to look at the Bureau's material. Perkins, for his part, offered to meet Wickersham halfway in an effort to do it by agreement rather than through a suit. The matter rested there until the outbreak of political war between Taft and Roosevelt. In November 1911, Wickersham decided that progress with the Harvester people had been exceedingly small, and after fruitless negotiations with Harvester attorneys, in December Wickersham obtained a large amount of data on Harvester, with company approval, from the Bureau of Corporations. 1. The International Harvester case was essentially politically motivated. It was directed against Roosevelt and his ties with the House of Morgan. After several conferences with Harvester's lawyers, on April 24, 1912, Wickersham filed a suit against the corporation. On the very same day, however, he sent a collection of documents on Roosevelt's détente with Harvester to the Senate, exposing to the public the entire collaboration between Roosevelt, the Bureau of Corporations, and the House of Morgan. Roosevelt was enraged, as were the International Harvester officials who for years had urged the Bureau of Corporations to release a report that would presumably spare them from such abuse. Roosevelt immediately charged Taft with having been at the cabinet meeting at which the decision to postpone the prosecution of Harvester was made, and Taft promptly denied having been present. The charge became a major issue in the campaign of 1912, with Roosevelt suffering the worst damage in the fray. The Bureau of Corporations, however, later restored its confidential relationship with the Harvester people, promising not to release new information to the Department of Justice, and it even allowed Harvester to offer corrections to possible inadvertent errors before the publication of the Bureau's report. 2. The Bureau report, finally released on March 3, 1913, was actually quite critical of the price policies of International Harvester. Taft's antitrust prosecutions, or intimation of them, motivated more by political considerations than by ideological commitments, were to cost the Republican Party dearly. By the end of 1911 Taft had not only managed to alienate the Midwestern insurgents, but many of the party's key business supporters as well. The stage was set for decisive political change. A party is formed. There is no question that Perkins would have preferred remaining with the Republican Party in 1912. In late 1910 he told Morgan that it seemed quite logical that Taft would be the party's choice in 1912, and at the time the prospect did not seem to disturb him. Although Taft's position on antitrust matters, and especially the détente system, was totally unacceptable to Perkins, he liked Taft's stated position in favor of banking reform, and endorsed Taft's stand against Gifford Pinchot's advocacy of government ownership of the hotly contested Alaska coal lands. During late 1910, when the La Follette forces in the Republican Party began organizing for the convention of 1912, Perkins was more concerned with the growth of the socialist vote and the rapidly approaching crisis in this country on the question of the relation between capital and labor and business and the state. The National Progressive Republican League was formed in January 1911, and Perkins had nothing to do with it. The situation at the beginning of 1912 was entirely different. The rank and file of the Republican Party, a Chicago politician could report, were solidly for Roosevelt, who was not too coyly seeking the nomination as the reluctant candidate. More important, I think that fully 90% of the members of the Chicago Union League Club favor Roosevelt, for Roosevelt's article in the Outlook in November 1911 sharply improved his standing in Wall Street, but despite his large and important backing, to win the nomination was a much more difficult proposition. As Roosevelt well knew from his own manipulation of the 1904 convention, the man who controls patronage can also control the delegates. But the vast rank and file sentiment for Roosevelt within the Republican Party was no myth, and the irritated, emotional outburst of La Follette in a speech to the nation's publishers in early February, Roosevelt supporters immediately described it as a nervous breakdown, eliminated the last major obstacle to a straight fight between Taft and Roosevelt for the Republican nomination. The story of Roosevelt's political struggle for the nomination in 1912 has been reported in detail elsewhere, best of all by George E. Maury in his Theodore Roosevelt and the Progressive Movement, and only a few key events need be reported here. What are more important, for our purposes, are the motives and ideology of the movement's key leaders. Although Roosevelt lost the support of Lodge and other regular Republicans by his endorsement of the recall of state judicial decisions in an otherwise strongly pro-big business speech in Columbus on February 21, powerful big business support came to Roosevelt's aid at the beginning of 1912. Perkins formally joined the Roosevelt cause in January, and was soon followed by Frank A. Munsey. Munsey was a rags-to-riches Maine farm boy who had invested a substantial part of his newspaper fortune in U.S. Steel, International Harvester, and other Morgan enterprises. He strongly admired Roosevelt as a personality, and having been alienated by Taft's antitrust policy, he wished to return to Roosevelt's policy on big business. He had not the slightest interest in reform for the masses, but was to be of great assistance in Roosevelt's campaign. Important aid also came from Dan Hanna, the son of Mark Hanna, and from Walter F. Brown of Ohio. Only the previous April, Brown and Hanna had been indicted by the government for taking rebates on ore shipments. Although the case was settled out of court, they were irate with Taft, and during January 1912, Taft considered using the case to mete out justice for Hanna and Brown's treachery. 5 Supporters such as Hanna, Perkins, and Munsey made it possible for the Roosevelt forces to spend over $600,000 before the Republican convention in June. In addition, Roosevelt had the backing of many former aides as well as leading reformers. James R. Garfield, Medill McCormick, Gifford and Amos Pinchot, Albert Beveridge, William D. Falk, and many others could be found with Roosevelt. Although Roosevelt took the advice of Munsey and Lucius Littauer as well, Perkins soon became his most important advisor. In March 1912, Perkins revealed his latest thoughts in the Saturday Evening Post on what was still his major preoccupation, business and government. Attacking Taft's antitrust policies, Perkins praised the federal control of banks and railroads, and reiterated his belief in a federal commission of businessmen that could pass on business actions and plans. Perkins' ideas on the topic, in short, were the same as they had been over the prior 2 years. During March, Perkins confidentially admitted he thought Roosevelt would not win the nomination because of Taft's control of the Republican political machinery. Mr. Roosevelt's candidacy I look upon as only an incident of a great development, and essentially as educational. And although Perkins managed to support other phases of Roosevelt's reform proposals, his primary, if not sole, concern was the issue of federal regulation. 6. As Roosevelt began winning impressive victories in the fight for the various state delegations to the convention, especially in the West and North, Perkins realized it was quite possible that Roosevelt might win the nomination, and that it was likely that it could at least be kept from Taft. But Perkins, until the bitter end, was primarily committed to winning the public to his views, and not to the victory of any particular man. It was inevitable that the Taft forces exploit his connection with Morgan and try to link his support of Roosevelt to the antitrust prosecutions of U.S. Steel and International Harvester. The charge was made repeatedly, and rather than improve the cause of Roosevelt, Perkins refused either to resign or play a less conspicuous part in the Roosevelt movement. Perkins publicly tried to break the image of himself as a Morgan tool by suggesting that the nature of the Standard Oil and American Tobacco dissolutions had made Taft the most popular man on Wall Street, which is laughing in its sleeve at what has been going on. But these well-publicized statements by Perkins, in addition to being incorrect, were beside the point, and the picture of Roosevelt the great reformer being sustained by Perkins was to cause incalculable damage to Roosevelt's cause. When the Republican convention convened in Chicago during mid-June, Roosevelt had the support of many of the Republican machines, and a large majority of the votes cast in the direct primaries. The Republican National Committee had given virtually all of the contested delegate seats to Taft several weeks earlier, and the convention opened in a bitter atmosphere of mutual charges of deceit and bribery by the Taft and Roosevelt forces. When the convention voted to accept the National Committee's recommendation, thereby legitimizing itself, the Taft forces were firmly in control. Behind-the-scenes efforts to nominate a compromise candidate failed. On the night of June 20, crowded into a hotel suite, several dozen of Roosevelt's key advisers, including Perkins and Muncie, discussed the possibility of forming a new party. The decision was not merely a political one, it was primarily financial. Campaigns were expensive, and Roosevelt knew it. Muncie and Perkins were asked to consider whether they were willing to assure a Roosevelt campaign adequate financial support. While Muncie and Perkins immediately discussed the matter among themselves, Roosevelt and his political associates waited about the suite. Perkins was not a man given to emotional or rash decisions. His initial strategy had been to utilize Roosevelt's candidacy for the Republican nomination as a means of creating pressure for the proper relationship between business and government. Even during his most sanguine moments, Perkins thought merely that Taft could be stopped and someone more suitable, not necessarily Roosevelt, could win the nomination. Now that a proposal to split the party had been made, Perkins must have been even more pessimistic as to Roosevelt's chances, and his subsequent actions certainly indicate that Perkins was more devoted to creating conditions for the attainment of his legislative goals and principles than to the victory of Roosevelt. When, early in the morning of June 21, Perkins and Muncie walked over to Roosevelt and told him, "Colonel, we will see you through," the two capitalists were acting with utter realism. As Amos Pinchot, who watched the whole affair, put it, though we did not realize it, the Progressive Party came into being, a house divided against itself and already heavily mortgaged. 8. The creation of the new party was announced, and its nominating convention called for early August, again in Chicago. The Progressive Party meeting in Chicago in early August was less a convention than a revival. It was a foregone conclusion that Roosevelt was to be the party's candidate. The real issue was the principles upon which the party was to stand. The leaders of the new party, as Alfred D. Chandler, Jr., has shown, were not likely to be excessively radical, and all too many have confused their enthusiasm in early August with their politics. A good two-thirds were businessmen of consequence and lawyers, and hardly any farmers or workers could be found in important positions in the party. Professionals and editors composed the remainder, and the top echelons of the progressives, on the whole, were urban, upper-middle-class Anglo-Saxon Protestant refugees from the Republican Party. Some, such as the California progressives, were bitterly anti-labor. 9 The large bulk were psychologically committed to clean, efficient government compatible with their class interests. Their reform sentiments were flexible within the larger bounds of capitalism, and their feelings, and I stress the term feelings, lacked precision on any given topic save the personality of Roosevelt. Given this plasticity, the ensuing events at the Progressive Convention were quite logical. On August 5, Senator Albert J. Beveridge opened the convention with a speech that was unambiguous in its attack on invisible government in the two old parties. Beveridge had long taken a new nationalist position on the inevitability of trusts and on the need to distinguish good trusts from evil ones. What we call big business is the child of the economic progress of mankind, he told the delegates. So warfare to destroy big business is foolish because it cannot succeed and wicked because it ought not to succeed. Although he incidentally called for woman suffrage and child labor laws, as well as the revision of the tariff in some unspecified direction, the main burden of Beveridge's wildly received oration was the folly of Taft's antitrust policy. Referring to the fact that other nations encouraged their business, in soaring phrases Beveridge held out the golden image of the progressive future. And then we mean to send the message forth to hundreds of thousands of brilliant minds and brave hearts engaged in honest business, that they are not criminals but honorable men in their work to make good business in this republic. Sure of victory, we even now say, go forward, American businessmen, and feed full the fires beneath American furnaces, and give employment to every American laborer who asks for work. Go forward, American businessmen, and capture the markets of the world for American trade, and know that on the wings of your commerce you carry liberty throughout the world and to every inhabitant thereof. 10. Roosevelt was greeted by a thunderous crowd the following day, and in his confession of faith to the convention he opened by telling the 15,000 wildly cheering faithful, "Our fight is a fundamental fight against both of the old corrupt party machines, for both are under the dominion of the plunder league of the professional politicians who are controlled and sustained by the great beneficiaries of privilege and reaction." His tone was indeed radical, as he scorched his former political associates with his fiery invective, announcing the first essential in the progressive program is the right of the people to rule. This should include direct presidential primaries and direct election of senators, as well as initiative, referendum, and recall, so long as it was not used wantonly or frequently. Indiscriminately and promiscuously, which would undoubtedly cause disaster. Such measures, he added, should be enacted where government has in actual fact become non-representative. Roosevelt's welfare proposals were hardly more specific. He favored creating minimal occupational standards for workers, standards to be determined by independent experts a la scientific management rather than by the workers themselves. Minimum wage standards, he urged, should be determined by local commissions, but he hesitated to call for a minimum wage law for men. Workmen's compensation laws that were fair were endorsed by Roosevelt, as well as a maximum hour law for women and a child labor law, but he failed to mention any age. Having established his progressive credentials, however vague they were on specifics, Roosevelt then turned to the main and most extensive topic of his speech, business and the control of the trusts. The aim of progressives, Roosevelt began, was to allow all decent men to prosper, and we heartily approve the prosperity, no matter how great, of any man, if it comes as an incident to rendering service to the community. The wage worker and the consumer had a vital interest in business prosperity, which was the source of all welfare. Criticizing the Sherman Act and Taft's antitrust policies, he urged a revision of the law to recognize that if we are to compete with other nations in the markets of the world as well as to develop our own material civilization at home, we must utilize those forms of industrial organization that are indispensable to the highest industrial productivity and efficiency. The Sherman Act, Roosevelt declared, ought to be revised to allow for a National Industrial Commission similar to the ICC. Such a commission could prevent overcapitalization, and would be able to tell businesses in advance what they could legally do if they voluntarily came under its jurisdiction. Again and again he reiterated the value of big business in foreign trade, and the need for honesty and fair profits. Adding appropriately vague support for greater elasticity in the currency and for conservation, Roosevelt concluded by notifying the roaring audience that we stand at Armageddon, and we battle for the Lord. And while splendidly progressive it is, Munsey wrote to Roosevelt, at the same time, amply conservative and sound. 11. The next crucial event of the convention, the nomination, was by this time merely an occasion for more enthusiasm, was the writing of the platform. The resolutions committee included Amos Pinchot, who was one of the few real radicals in the party, Charles McCarthy of Wisconsin, and others. As they completed their drafts on various issues, they sent them up to a room where Roosevelt, Muncie, Perkins, and a few others were gathered to edit them. When they reached the section on the Sherman Act, they drafted a statement beginning, "We favor strengthening the Sherman Law," and spelling out a few applicable areas. The statement was duly sent upstairs, and Perkins protested. Roosevelt concurred with him, and the plank was revised. The next day, however, as the chairman of the convention was reading the platform draft to a board convention, the original Pinchot-McCarthy resolution was read. Perkins, who was seated next to Pinchot on the stage, immediately leaped to his feet and excitedly told Pinchot, "Lewis has made a mistake. That doesn't belong in the platform. We cut it out last night." 12A conference with Roosevelt was immediately called, the statement was eliminated, and the press was duly notified. Perkins had won the day. The basic problem for the Republican and Progressive parties was how to appear radical while really remaining conservative. The Republicans stood on Taft's record in matters of income and corporate taxation, postal savings, railroad reform, and other issues. The Republican platform called for banking reform without endorsing the Aldrich Bill, while the Progressives favored reform in vague terms, attacking the Aldrich Bill in the same manner that Taft had generally laid out in his 1911 message. In a completely equivocal manner, the Progressive platform condemned the Payne-Aldrich tariff and proposed an investigating commission instead, without the slightest indication whether the Progressives favored higher or lower tariffs. The Progressives favored ratification of the income tax amendment, as did Taft, but were unique in favoring woman suffrage. Direct primaries and direct election of senators were endorsed by the Progressives, along with initiative, referendum, and recall enacted by the states, not the federal government. The Progressives also endorsed a spate of very generally worded welfare reforms, prohibition of child labor, minimum safety and health standards for occupations, minimum wages for working women, the 8-hour day for women and youth, and 1 day's rest in 7 for all workers. But the longest section of the Progressive platform was devoted to business and commercial development, and it is here that the new party was to focus its attention. "We therefore demand," the platform declared, "a strong national regulation of interstate corporations. The corporation is an essential part of modern business. The concentration of modern business, in some degree, is both inevitable and necessary for national and international business efficiency. A federal commission similar to the ICC was demanded to enforce active supervision and maintain complete publicity, to attack unfair competition and false capitalization. Thus the businessman will have certain knowledge of the law, and will be able to conduct his business easily in conformity therewith, the investor will find security for his capital, dividends will be rendered more certain. Under such a system of constructive regulation, legitimate business, freed from confusion, uncertainty and fruitless litigation, will develop normally." Citing Germany as an ideal example for emulation, the Progressives suggested that their policy of cooperation between government and business has in comparatively few years made them a leading competitor for the commerce of the world. It should be remembered that they are doing this on a national scale and with large units of business. The time has come when the federal government should cooperate with manufacturers and producers, the Progressives declared, ignoring Taft's economic imperialism, in extending our foreign commerce. The Republican plank on monopoly and privilege was virtually identical to the Progressive trust plank. They too endorsed an amendment to the Sherman Act to define offenses in greater detail, giving greater certainty to business. To help administer it, a federal trade commission to promote promptness was also favored. Despite the substantial difference on welfare measures, the two parties were remarkably similar in their major proposals. Indeed, Taft was well aware that the significant difference between the Republican and Progressive parties was not their platforms, and he shrewdly chose to emphasize the big business support for the Progressives. In this game, Perkins cooperated quite fully by concentrating on those issues which, in effect, vindicated Taft but which were also the major reasons for Perkins and Munsey's support for the new movement. Taft was sincerely convinced, at least from the beginning of 1912 on, that Roosevelt had sold out to U.S. Steel and the House of Morgan. Letting the people rule when reduced to its lowest terms, it seems, is letting the Steel Trust rule, Taft commented on Roosevelt in April. 13 Taft also had important business friends, but the House of Morgan was definitely persona non grata in Washington in 1912. The Harvester suit, in all likelihood, was a consequence of this alienation. Perkins' activities were not merely embarrassing for the House of Morgan, but unsuccessful as well. Although Perkins had resigned as a partner in the firm in December 1910, he was still on the boards of many of its major interests. In addition, J.P. Morgan, Jr., heir apparent to the firm, disliked Perkins and was jealous of his father's dependence on him. Now, in retaliation for Perkins' political activities, the Morgan companies were being attacked by Taft. When Perkins assumed the position of chairman of the executive committee of the new party, Morgan, Jr. moved to eliminate the thorn in his side. On August 13 Morgan, Jr. suggested Perkins resign from the board of U.S. Steel in order to give the corporation a nonpartisan reputation. Several days later, after Perkins refused, Morgan, Jr. bluntly wrote Perkins that the public associated his actions with Steel, and that the company could not afford to get identified with current politics. Morgan again suggested that Perkins resign, and in this request he claimed the support of Gary, Frick, and others. But Morgan, Jr. apparently did not have the backing of his father. Indeed, it is probable the elder Morgan knew nothing about the matter, and it is unlikely that Gary was critical of Perkins' new role. Amos Pinchot, who later regarded the Progressive Party as little more than the tool of the Morgan interests, suggests that Gary secretly donated to the party, and although he had only his intimate contact with Perkins, Roosevelt, and the party rather than concrete data as proof, it is still unlikely that Gary would have been hostile to the new venture. Perkins' response to young Morgan's challenge was significant. "Were I, in this work, advocating anything that if put through would be to the disadvantage of the corporation, then I of course should leave its board, but as much that I am advocating would be decidedly to every corporation's advantage in a perfectly proper way, I can see no harm and much possible good in what I am doing." 14. Perkins stood his ground and remained with U.S. Steel, mainly because J.P. Morgan, Jr. had no real support for his position. The significant fact is not that an effort was made to fire Perkins for his politics, but that once having been tried it failed. Having remained in both the Progressive Party and U.S. Steel to further policies to every corporation's advantage, Perkins made the most of it. The trust issue, and Perkins himself, became the focus of the party's campaign. Western Party leaders were irate, then indignant, when the only campaign literature they received explained the party's trust position, defended the Morgan companies, and explained away the growing attacks on Perkins as the political representative of Wall Street. Obtaining control of the New York office of the party, Perkins issued a weekly, the Progressive Bulletin, for national distribution, featuring the trust issue primarily. Amos Pinchot's much more radical and tediously long pamphlet on What's the Matter with America received comparatively small circulation. But as Pinchot was later to find out, it was really he who was out of tune with the progressive song in 1912. Munsey, in the meantime, controlled the new party's Washington office, which was located in the Munsey Building. Since Munsey's newspapers were among the very few supporting Roosevelt, he too shaped the party's functional program. Because the party lacked a paper in New York, Munsey purchased the New York Press for the occasion. Taft had betrayed the traditional economic policies of the GOP, Munsey announced in the press in mid-September, and he freely admitted he supported Roosevelt chiefly because I wanted to see the economic policies of the Republican Party continued in force. Of all the big progressives, Munsey announced in the introduction to a campaign pamphlet he distributed, Roosevelt is today preeminently the biggest and sanest conservative, a progressive conservative. 15. Taft failed to obtain any significant business support for his 1912 campaign, and so the obvious susceptibility of the progressives because of Muncie and Perkins was doubly inviting. In April the Senate formed a new subcommittee on privileges and elections under Republican Senator Moses E. Clapp, and in October the committee decided to investigate pre-convention campaign donations, those of Perkins and Muncie in particular. In order to assure maximum impact, Taft provided guidance and evidence behind the scenes, and he had advance knowledge of the major lines of questioning the committee would take. Of special interest to the president was the connection between international harvester Gary Perkins and the Progressive Party. Taft unfortunately found Perkins and the Progressives less than obliging, for the issue of big business contributions in the 1904 and 1908 Republican campaigns was also interjected, much to the embarrassment of the president. The House of Morgan had given $150,000 to the Taft campaign in 1908, and if that was good enough for Taft in 1908, why was it wrong for Perkins and Muncie to donate to Roosevelt in 1912? Still, it was revealed that Dan Hanna had donated $177,000 toward Roosevelt's pre-convention expenses, Perkins had given $123,000, Muncie had contributed $118,000, and so forth. The Taft forces had accused International Harvester of having donated a major part of at least $2 million contributed to the Roosevelt campaign, and Perkins demanded proof. The president overextended his case, and Perkins exploited the fact. Indeed, Perkins claimed, Cyrus McCormick favored Wilson, Harold McCormick opposed Roosevelt, and none of the McCormicks had donated to Roosevelt's pre-convention campaign. It is indeed true that the McCormicks did not donate to Roosevelt's pre-convention campaign, but Taft was correct in insisting that many of the family supported the new party. Perkins knew it, and kept the information confidential. The party's financial records for 1912 list C.K. McCormick, Mr. and Mrs. Medill McCormick, Mrs. Catherine McCormick, Mrs. A. A. McCormick, Fred S. Oliver, and James H. Pierce. The largest donations for the progressives, however, came from Muncie, Perkins, the Willard Straits of the Morgan Company, Douglas Robinson, W. E. Roosevelt, and Thomas Plant. 16. In fact, the Clapp inquiry embarrassed both Taft and Roosevelt. The voters gave Woodrow Wilson 45% of their votes and the presidency of the United States. Not a few progressives felt cheated by the election, not only because of a fickle electorate but because of Perkins' militantly pro-big business activities. During the campaign ostensible unity was maintained, although there was substantial hostility toward Perkins, and at one point Senator Joseph Dixon, the party's chairman, nearly resigned because of him. In all of these conflicts Roosevelt ultimately supported Perkins. Now, the election lost, a number of progressives demanded a reckoning. Muncie deserted the party shortly after the election, although he donated a small sum in 1913. Roosevelt himself confided to Arthur H. Lee that whether the Progressive Party itself will disappear or not, I do not know. The story of the decline of the party has been told in detail elsewhere. 17 As the party lost votes in 1914, and as Roosevelt, Garfield, and others became more jingoist on the issue of the World War, the progressives simply became a pawn in Roosevelt's and Perkins' efforts to shape the policies and candidates of the Republican Party. The strategy was to fail badly. But until 1916 the party lingered on, losing strength each year, and with Perkins as its head it stressed the trust issue more than any other. By October 1914, Roosevelt confided to Perkins that he would never run again. At about the same time, much to the chagrin of Hiram Johnson and many Midwestern and Western progressives, Perkins began suggesting the party be abandoned. During February 1916, Perkins was referring to himself as essentially a true Republican, and he aided Roosevelt in a futile effort to have the Republicans nominate Lodge in 1916. The progressive stalwarts, after the formal Roosevelt-Perkins switch to the Republicans in mid-1916, regarded their former leaders as traitors. The party, out of tune with dominant trends, simply disintegrated. 18. Amos Pinchot felt he had been swindled. Hostile to the Perkins wing, and really a Jeffersonian Democrat at times on the verge of socialism, Pinchot wrote Roosevelt in December, 1912, about the domination of the party by Perkins and the progressive stand for big business. Roosevelt strongly defended Perkins, as he did against all future assaults. During 1914 Pinchot was to lead the movement to depose Perkins, and Roosevelt publicly attacked him as the lunatic fringe. Of all the disenchanted progressives, only Pinchot tried to generalize his experience into a coherent view. From 1925 until 1933 he attempted to write a magnum opus entitled Big Business in America. He had, after all, personally known many of the principals in the history of the era, and he assiduously utilized the Stanley Committee hearings, Ida Tarbell's biography of Gary, and other public sources. The work was never patched together in any systematic form, but his rough thesis is clear: a plutocracy had taken over the United States as a result of the alliance of big business and government. Morgan and the U.S. steel interests, in particular, had influenced Roosevelt and had had a decisive voice in every recent presidential nomination. The steel company needed political assistance in attaining its initial goal of monopoly, since its efforts to eliminate competition had failed. Gary's price-fixing proposals, he suggested, were really an attempt to get the government to do something for U.S. steel that it could not do for itself. Pinchot was fully aware of the détente system between Morgan and the Roosevelt administration, and the Progressive Party was described as the result of the failure of that system under Taft. Pinchot denied monopoly was inevitable, and, in effect, he suggested a rough, unsophisticated theory of political capitalism based on his own experiences and public documents. 19.